Chapter 1740. Since it's a sneak attack, why didn't Brother Yang wait for a better opportunity? For example, when Li Lagu killed me and relaxed his mind, it must have taken a lot of trouble for Brother Yang to choose to attack at that time. Ji Yu Jianxin asked Road. Too many troubles doesn't mean you can't kill him. Yang Kai smiled. Young master wants to ask, why do you want me to save you? Ji Yu Jianxin nodded. It's a pity for a man who can do his best for his own woman to die like this. Yang Kai replied. Fiction, novel chapters are updated the fastest. Previously, Ji Yu Jianxin personally resisted Li Minghai's attack for the sake of Yu Jianxi. Yang Kai saw it. It was a real risk. If one was not good, he and Yu Jianxi would have to go to hell together. Yang Kai also fought his life for Su Yan, and because of this, he collided head-on with a strong man like Luo Hai, so Ji Yu Jianxin's approach made him feel very agreeable. A man who can die for his beloved woman is definitely not a cunning and sinister person. Ji Yu Jian was startled. The left and right sword attendants had pretty blushing faces, and looked at Ji Yu Jianxin affectionately. Their beautiful eyes were full of sweetness. Ji Yu Jianxin laughed loudly, the vigilance in his eyes finally dissipated, and he said proudly, it seems that Brother Yang is also a man of temperament. Ji Yu is really lucky to be able to strengthen Brother Yang here. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. There is another reason. I know someone from your sword league. Oh, Brother Yang knows someone from our sword league? Ji Yu Jianxin asked happily. Not to mention that Yang Kai saved his life and was kind to him, but Yang Kai alone made Ji Yu Jian feel good about him and wanted to make friends with him. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai say that he knew people from the Sword League, he was naturally very happy. Who does Brother Yang know? They're here. Yang Kai signaled to the side. Ji Yu Jianxin turned his head to look, and suddenly found that it was the three masters and apprentices of Yuexi who had shined in the previous battle. It turned out to be them. Ji Yu Jianxin was surprised. He originally thought that the person Yang Kai knew must be a top expert on his side, but he didn't want to be such an unremarkable master and apprentice. After a while, the three of Yu Shi, He Zhao and He Miao flew to the front not far away. The three first saluted Ji Yu Jianxin and asked him about his condition. After knowing that the young leader was fine, they were relieved. Tone. Brother Yang, He Zhao and He Miao had more contact with Yang Kai. This time, it was only thanks to Yang Kai's help that they were able to save themselves from danger. So I didn't see anyone outside, and when I came back, I yelled delicately. Yang Kai nodded slightly, stretched out his hand, and a red light shot out from He Zhao's body. Inhaled into the palm of his hand. Thank you, Yang Kai. If it wasn't for you on this trip, we would have been doomed. The three concubines, master and apprentice, are grateful. Yu Shi sincerely thanked. Yang Kai didn't say anything. Accepted the other party's thanks frankly. Brother Yang actually met Mrs. Yu's teacher and apprentice, this is really destined. Ji Yu Jianxin laughed loudly. If Brother Yang doesn't give up, why not go to Gu's battleship to rest for a while, so that Ji Yu treat yourself well? Yang Kai pondered, and did not immediately agree. The reason why he stayed here was mainly because he wanted to sneak attack Li Minghai. Now that he has been killed, there is nothing special to do. Seeing that he was silent, Ji Yu Jianxin did not urge him. But He Zhao and He Miao looked at Yang Kai eagerly, as if hoping that he would stay. Where are the destinations of many alliance leaders? After a while, Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Brother Yang can just call me Brother Ji Yu, but the words, Young Alliance Master, sound strange. Ji Yu Jianxin smiled. To tell the truth, Brother Yang, this time Ji Yu is going to Qingmixing. Planet Aoki. Well, it is a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my Sword Alliance, and it is only a month away from here. Is that so? Yang Kai thought for a while, seemed to have thought of something, nodded and said, all right, Brother Mengu invites you, so Yang will disturb you. Seeing that Yang Kai agreed to come down, Ji Yu Jianxin's eyes were bright, he seemed extremely happy, and he didn't see him. He stepped forward, grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and pulled him to the direction of the battleship, making a look similar to Yang Kai's. Looks familiar. Of the three warships, under the attack of Li Minghai and others, one exploded directly, and one was destroyed. Now only the largest warship where Ji Yu Jianxin was on is still sailing. Although it was also damaged to a certain extent, just need to fix it. On the battleship, Ji Yu Jianxin asked someone to arrange for Yang Kai to stay, while he went to heal his injuries. The battle between him and Li Minghai was thrilling. Although he didn't suffer fatal injuries, he was also damaged. This kind of injury cannot be cured by taking a panacea. It must be recuperated by sitting quietly. Yang Kai can also understand this, so naturally he doesn't care. After a day of repair and inspection, the battleship sailed again. And Yang Kai was arranged by Jiyu Jianxin in an extremely luxurious wing room. The room was huge, the floor was covered with thick fluff, surrounded by hundreds of luminous pearls, the indoor light was soft and warm. There is also an incense burner in the room, which can lighten the fragrance and relax the mind. The reason why he agreed to Jiyu Jianxin's invitation, Yang Kai also had his own considerations. Along the way, the space magic circles he arranged are all left on the Death Stars as transit stations. Now it is time to connect to the real star of cultivation, otherwise the warriors who come out of the Dark Star will not be able to survive. There is no clear goal. According to Yang Kai's own observation in the star map, this Cyanwood star is still a star of cultivation. If Yi Xian and others come here through the space magic circle, they can try to break through the Void King realm with the help of the Heaven and Earth aura and the laws of Heaven and Earth from planet Cyanwood. Another point is that there are not many Void Spirit crystals left in Yang Kai's hand. Although before leaving, Yi Xian and others searched almost the entire Gloom Star's storage of ethereal crystals, but the allocation of the super space magic circle required too much consumption. With the spirit crystal in his hand, all that is left is to set up a space magic circle. Have to find a way to supplement. Cyanwood Star is not only the cultivation star of the Sword League, but now Yang Kai has a relationship with Jiyu Jianxin, the young leader of the alliance. Instead, you can use his power to buy some void spirit crystals for backup. Before that, he could take the time to go back to the Mind Star to see if Qian Tong, Yi Xian and the others found the void spirit crystal vein. If so, it would save a lot of trouble. Staying in the wing room, Yang Kai counted his harvest. He didn't gain much, after all, he only killed 3 people in this conflict, needless to say about Zhongfu and Lu Dong's interspatial ring. Yang Kai basically doesn't like the things stored inside. It is better to keep it as Ling Xiaozong's treasury. But Li Minghai's space ring has a lot of wealth. Especially the Zhuang level secret treasure soul severing spear, now also fell into the hands of Yang Kai. Void King level secret treasure, look at the entire star field. It is also a good thing with a price but no market. But Yang Kai is not interested in this secret treasure, among people I know. There doesn't seem to be a suitable candidate for it either. It can only be put aside for the time being. While counting, there was a knock on the door, and Yang Kai was taken aback. He said casually, "Come in." The door opened, and 2 beautiful figures walked in one by one. "Brother Yang," He Miao greeted crisply, and He Zhao put the things he brought in his hands on the table beside him. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that it was some exquisite food and wine, but he didn't pay much attention to it. With his level of strength, delicacies from mountains and seas, fine wines are all just to satisfy the appetite, and it doesn't have much meaning unless it is a special food that can increase strength. "Didn't bother you?" He Zhao was a little more mature, seeing Yang Kai seem to be there, he couldn't help asking worriedly. "No," Yang Kai smiled slightly and motioned, "Sit down." "No need." He Zhao waved his hand, "We are here to serve you, just stand there, if you have any orders, you can tell us." "Jiyu Jianxin asked you to come." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He Zhao bowed his head and followed his eyes, but He Miao looked around with a curious look. Obviously, it was also the first time for her to enter such a noble wing. "Sit down first, this is my order." Yang Kai laughed. He Zhao hesitated for a moment, then nodded lightly, and sat down with his sister. However, the sitting posture was extremely reserved, and seeing He Miao's restless appearance, he gave her a vicious look. He Miao stuck out her tongue and finally calmed down. "It seems that every time I meet you, your situation is not very good." Yang Kai said with a smile. "The first time I met these 2 sisters in the star field, they were being chased and killed by the warriors of Purple Star, and now the second time I met them, they were ambushed by Li Minghai. Although the situation is different, the situation is extremely resemblance." He Zhao blushed upon hearing Yang Kai's joke, and He Miao muttered, "We should be the ones to say this." He Miao. He Zhao immediately glared at the little girl, and He Miao said dissatisfiedly, "Tell me, brother Yang won't care." He Zhao looked helplessly, looked at Yang Kai apologetically and said, "Little sister is spoiled, brother Yang, don't be as knowledgeable as her." "It's okay, don't be so nervous." Yang Kai waved his hand, when he met the 2 sisters back then, because everyone's strength was almost the same, and their cultivation base was even higher than his own, so they could still get along with each other in the same generation, but now there is a sudden gap. It is somewhat difficult for He Zhao to adapt to such a big size. After all, even their master was only at the first level of Void Return, but Yang Kai suddenly became a strong man at the 3rd level of Void Return, and he even called the young Alliance Master his brother. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai could only change the subject and casually ask them about their situation over the years. There is nothing to hide, He Zhao immediately explained. After coming out of the Hanging Continent that year, everyone separated. Yu Shi took the two sisters back to the Sword League, because the loss in that operation was huge, not only destroyed a warship, but also killed and injured countless Sword League warriors. Yu Shi, who was the person in charge at the time, almost caused a disaster in the end. It was a high-ranking martial artist of the Sword League who said good things for them and exempted them from punishment. It was for this reason that Yu Zai's master and apprentice began to follow Ji Yu Jianxin, because the high-level person who spoke for them was Ji Yu Zhengxin's supporter. To be continued. Chapter 1741. This time, Ji Yu Jianxin set off from the main planet of the Sword Alliance, and went to Qingmu planet to handle errands. The three masters and apprentices also followed them. They never wanted to be involved in such a battle and almost fell. After talking about this, He Zhao didn't go beyond asking about Yang Kai's experience over the years. She knew what kind of questions she should ask in terms of her identity. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "By the way, how much do you know about your young leader Ji Yu Jianxin?" Young leader? He Zhao was taken aback for a moment. Does Brother Yang want to know more about the young leader? And, seeing that she was so smart, Yang Kai was quite satisfied. Tell me what is convenient for you, and forget it if it is inconvenient. He Zhao smiled slightly. I don't know much, and there is nothing inconvenient to say. The young leader of the alliance can be said to be the most qualified genius in the Sword League for thousands of years. This year, his real age is less than 6-10, but he already has the cultivation base of the peak of the Void Returning Mirror, and it is rumored that if he is given 3 to 5 years, he will be able to hit the Void King realm. Yang Kai nodded while drinking tea, and motioned her to continue with his eyes. He had already learned about this situation from Lu Dong. Young Lord is humble, emphasizing love and righteousness. He is the successor that the Lord places high hopes on. Not only is he highly cultivated, but he is also quite powerful. It seems that among the younger generation of the Star Field, only the third young master Shuiyu from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Purple Star's Zidonglai can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. That's right. Hearing this, another figure suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Shu Binbai, a very interesting young man I met outside Kuiwei Star Blood Prison that day. It is said that he is the apprentice of a Void King Realm powerhouse named Wu Dao, whose cultivation level is so high that even Kuiwei Star Master Luo Hai is extremely afraid, and he is honored as Master Wu Dao. Wu Dao is a genuine Void King third-layer realm powerhouse, and he belongs to the kind of old monster who has lived for countless years without seeing the head and tail. The apprentices taught by this kind of person are probably no worse than Ji Yu Jianxin Shuiyu and that Zidonglai, maybe slightly better. But this idea just flashed in his mind and he didn't say it. He Zhao has lived in the Sword League for a long time, and his strength is not high. The things he comes into contact with are very one-sided and his vision is naturally not too broad. The young leader has a very good reputation in the Sword League. If it weren't for this, the master would not choose to follow him. Well, the young leader also has the left and right sword attendants. I heard that the left and right sword attendants have been with the young leader since childhood. Cultivate, feel like brothers and sisters. It's not just as simple as brothers and sisters. Yang Kai laughed. When the left and right sword attendants looked at Ji Yu Jianxin, the friendship in their eyes was obvious, almost dripping out. He Zhao pursed his red lips, a trace of blush flew across his face. He pinched the corner of his clothes with his fingers, but did not answer the question, and continued. The left sword attendant is called Ling Yu, the right sword attendant is called Angxing. The young leader together with the left and right sword waiters, he has practiced a set of sun, moon and star secret arts. Together, the three of them can display combat power far beyond the realm of their own cultivation. However, even without the assistance of the left and right sword waiters, the young leader's personal combat power is still extremely strong. Yes, the General Void Return third layer cannot be his opponent. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. A martial artist, strong or not, often only needs to take a look to understand that Ji Yu Jianxin gave Yang Kai a strong feeling. He belongs to the elite of that elite. That's about all I know. After He Zhao finished speaking, Meimo looked at Yang Kai, as if waiting for his next instruction. Then what is Ji Yu Jianxin going to Cyanwood Planet this trip for? I don't know about that. We are just following orders. We don't even know where this trip will go until the young leader tells us the destination. He Zhao shook his head. Brother Yang, are you asking so many questions to make an enemy of the young leader? He Miao asked worriedly. Yang Kai laughed loudly, shook his head and said, how come I have no interests or other conflicts with Jiyu Jianxin, how can I be an enemy with him, and Jiyu Jianxin should be a good person. It's just that I have already entered after entering this battleship, I naturally want to learn more about him, so you don't have to be so nervous, eh? Oh, He Miao relaxed a lot now, patting her towering chest with her small hands, with a frightened expression on her face. Like He Zhao and He Miao, warriors who are only at the 3rd level of the Holy King, although they are young, may become some pillars of the Sword League in the future, but after all, their current cultivation is not enough, and they cannot get access to too high-level information of. For them, everything is only 4 words. Follow orders. No need to ask, no need to think too much, the order from above has come down, just follow it. Even if it is to perform a mission that must die, you have to bite the bullet and go up. This is the sorrow of the warriors at the bottom of the big forces. These warriors seem to have received excellent protection, but they have lost part of their freedom. If Yang Kai really wanted to make an enemy of Jiyu Jianxin, it would be difficult for He Zhao and He Miao. Afterwards, Yang Kai talked to He Zhao and He Miao again, and then let them leave. Brother Yang. Before leaving, He Zhao suddenly turned around and shouted. Is there anything else? Yang Kai looked at her. He Zhao bit her red lips lightly, hesitated to speak, and finally shook her head. It's nothing, you have a good rest, if you need anything, just tell us, we will live in the 5th wing next door. Okay. Yang Kai nodded suspiciously. Sending the 2 sisters away, Yang Kai stood there and thought for a while. He Zhao must have something to say to him in the end, but he didn't know why he didn't say it. Although he and this sister have only met twice in the past few decades, after the experience of sharing Wheel and Woe on the Hanging Continent, they are quite friendly to each other. The encounter this time made the friendship ferment and become more mellow. If He Zhao really asked for his help, Yang Kai would not refuse. It's a pity that she may have some concerns, but she didn't say it, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't ask. Sister, did you want Brother Yang to say something nice to us just now? He Miao asked after returning to his room, looking at He Zhao. He Zhao lightly nodded his head, and said in a low voice, now only Brother Yang can help us, and even Master cannot solve this matter. But why don't you say it out? Brother Yang is a very nice person, if you say it out, he will definitely not sit idly by. He won't ignore it. He Zhao sat on the edge of the bed, but it has nothing to do with him after all, it's just our own business. Sister. He Miao squatted down, pillowed her face on He Zhao's lap, and said sadly, but if this continues, we will really have to talk to that person. He Zhao stretched out his hand and stroked He Miao's beautiful hair, a trace of sadness appeared on her pretty face. Hey, if Master Qin hadn't spoken out to protect each other about what happened back then, Master and we might not be able to escape the punishment, maybe we wouldn't have survived. Today, that person is Master Qin's son, and it is precisely because of this that Master cannot refuse Master Qin's proposal, so let's treat it as. It's a repayment. Lord Qin has taken care of us a lot these years. I don't want it. He Miao stood up suddenly, clenched his fists and said fiercely, if that day really comes, I will kill that kid Qin Qiang. He Zhao was startled, looked at He Miao in shock, and said in a low voice, you are not allowed to talk such nonsense. He Miao pursed her lips, didn't speak any more, squatted down, and laid her whole body on her sister's lap again. In the wing room, Yang Kai just turned around and meditated for a while, when he heard the knock on the door again. This made him frown, stood up a little displeased, opened the door, and a beautiful but flustered face immediately came into view. Yang Kai was stunned. Can I come in? The visitor asked in a low voice, looking around while speaking, with a sneaky look, as if he was afraid of being discovered. What are you doing? Yang Kai was even more at a loss. However, seeing the other party's unspeakable appearance, he did not refuse, and stepped aside to get out of the way. The visitor immediately rushed into the wing wrapped in a gust of fragrant wind. After closing the door, Yang Kai turned around and looked at the beautiful woman in the room, suspiciously saying, Madam Yu, what do you want me to do? The person who came was the master of sisters He Zhao and He Miao, Yu Shi. Yang Kai was also confused. The 2 sisters left him on their front feet, and their master followed him in. What is this going to do? Seen by people who don't understand, they thought that there was something shameless and nasty between me and the 3 masters and apprentices. I have met Mr. Yang before. Yu Shi bowed gracefully, parted her lips lightly and said, I thank Mr. Yang for saving my life before. Speak directly. Yang Kai looked at her lightly. Yu Zai's face froze, and then she revealed a wry smile, bit her thin lips and pondered for a while, and then said bluntly, I want to ask Mr. Yang to show mercy and save He Zhao and He Miao from the sea of AA suffering. Quote, what happened to them? Yang Kai frowned. I see that they are fine, and there is no sign of injury or poisoning. Is there anything I need to save? It wasn't injured or poisoned. Yu Shi shook her head. It's just that one of them may marry a man they don't know and who is not normal. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Yu Shi. This obsessive look made Yu Shi very stressed. Her expression gradually became unnatural, and her expression gradually became embarrassing and guilty, but after a while, she raised her eyelids again and met Yang Kai's gaze. Sit down and talk. To Yu Zai's surprise, Yang Kai greeted her, then walked to the side and poured a cup of tea. Thank you. Yuexi panted quietly, and sat down as promised. I didn't understand something, please explain carefully. Yang Kai sat on the other side and asked. Yu Shi said. I didn't make it clear, the thing is like this. After listening to her narration, Yang Kai understood the whole story. This matter is actually somewhat related to what happened back then. When Yang Kai met Yu Shi and the others for the first time, she was a Saint King 3rd layer, and she was already qualified to take charge of a Saint King class battleship. It is not dangerous to conduct some starfield activities. During that event, the Sword League suffered huge losses. In the end, only the 3 masters and apprentices of Yuexi escaped. After returning to the main star of the Sword League, they faced an irresolvable disaster. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1742 Yu Zai's request. According to the rules of the Alliance, in a situation like Yu Zai's, the most important thing is to kill them directly to make an example, and the lightest thing is to abolish their cultivation and expel them from the Sword League. And He Zhao and He Miao must not be able to avoid the fate of becoming a handyman and maidservant. At the last moment, it was a senior swordsman named Qin Wuhui who spoke well for them and saved their lives and status. Qin Wuhui was a strong follower of Jiyu Jianxin, so the 3 of Yuexi, master and apprentice, were also indirectly connected with Jiyu Jianxin. Qin Wuhui is still a very good person. Although he said good things for Yu Shi and the others, he did not threaten them. Over the years, he has taken care of the 3 masters and apprentices, and the 3 are very grateful. But Qin Wuhui has a son who is incompetent, named Qin Qiang. Relying on his father's power, this guy is domineering on the main star of the Sword Alliance. Although he can't say that he does all kinds of evil, he is indeed not a good thing. Qin Wuhui worked at Jiyu Jiangxin's side all day long, and he neglected to discipline his son, so he could only let him go. On the main star of the Sword Alliance, there are many powerful people. One day, Qin Qiang provoked an opponent who was difficult to deal with. The soul was wounded and almost turned into an idiot. Although his son has always been ineffective, he is his own flesh and blood after all. Qin Qiang became an idiot, which made Qin Wuhui extremely sad. This is an act of misbehavior and domination of the market. Years passed in a flash. Qin Wuhui thought about arranging a marriage for his son so that his heir would be hopeful. But who can appreciate Qin Qiang, who has become like an idiot? Coupled with his bad conduct in normal times, no woman is willing to agree to this marriage. Qin Wuhui's status is not low, but he looks down on ordinary women. In desperation, Qin Wuhui could only focus on the 2 sisters, He Zhao and He Miao. In his mind, as long as any of the 2 sisters could marry Qin Qiang and give birth to an heir for Qin Qiang, he would be able to settle his mind. He also prepared a lot of compensation for this. He didn't go directly to Yuexi to discuss the matter, but reported the matter to Jiyu Jianxin. In a sense, this approach is very despicable, and Qin Wuhui also thought about it for a long time before putting aside his old face and doing this. Qin Wuhui has been following Jiyu Jianxin for so many years, he has worked hard and is loyal, and now he only wants a grandson to continue his blood. How can Jiyu Jianxin not agree? Dang even summoned Yuexi and asked her to tell the Hezhao and Hemiao sisters to discuss on their own which one would marry Qin Qiang. With Jiyu Jianxin intervening in the matter, there was almost no room for maneuver. For more than a year, Yu Shi has been procrastinating, and Qin Wuhui also knew that what he did was unethical, so he didn't urge him. But it's not a solution to procrastinate like this all the time. One day He Zhao or He Miao will be forced to submit. The appearance of Yang Kai gave Yu Shi hope. She can't ask Jiyu Jianxin to take back her life. Qin Wuhui also has kindness to their masters and apprentices. She can't deal with this matter, but Yang Kai is different. Yang Kai is not a member of the Sword League, and in this incident, Jiyu Jianxin is right. Yang Kai has the heart to make friends. Maybe as long as he says a word, he can resolve the tragic fate of the 2 sisters in the future. It was precisely because of this consideration that Yu Shi secretly visited Yang Kai and asked him to come forward. After listening, Yang Kai nodded slightly, so that's the case. He somewhat understood what He Zhao was hesitating to say before he left just now, and it was probably because of this, but he didn't have the nerve to say it. Mr. Yang, can you please show mercy and save the two girls? The two of them have a miserable life experience, no father and no mother, and the concubine brought them up since childhood and treated them as if they were her own. The concubine really couldn't bear it. See any of them jumping into the fire pit. She begged, crying, Master Qin has kindness to our master and apprentice. If I want to repay my concubine, even if it is a mountain of swords and a sea of AA fire, I will not wrinkle myself frowning, but this matter is related to the future of the two girls, and I really can't agree to it. Well, I don't blame you for this matter. Yang Kai's tone was much gentler. When he heard her request before, Yang Kai still had some misunderstandings. Now after hearing Yu Zai's explanation, he realized that this was not something she could do at all. Left and right. With Ji Zhanxin pressing there, how did she resist? For Ji Zhanxin, satisfying Qin Wuhui's wish is naturally a priority. After all, he is not very familiar with He Zhao He Miao, not to mention, Qin Wuhui has prepared a lot of compensation. With his status as a void returning third-layer powerhouse, the compensation he can offer must be extremely generous. And marrying into the Qin family is like flying on a branch and becoming a phoenix to an ordinary woman. It can be said that Ji Zhanxin lacked consideration in this matter, but in terms of his position, the decision he made was reasonable. But this kind of thing, it seems a little bad for me to rush into it. Yang Kai frowned secretly. Young Master Yang. She saw Yang Kai knocking on the table, pondered for a long while without saying a word, and couldn't help but said, if young Master Yang can let the young leader cancel this marriage, I will definitely be heartbroken and swear to die to repay it. It goes without saying that it's so serious. Yang Kai waved his hand, it's just that if I really come forward, what should you do in the future? She was stunned when she heard the words, and seemed a little unresponsive. Let's put it this way, that Qin Wuhui is kind to you. If this matter is really messed up by me, then the three of you master and apprentice may have a reputation of being ungrateful. How will you gain a foothold in the Sword League in the future? Quote. Not everyone knows the truth. Those who don't know the truth will only see the surface. What Yang Kai said is very likely to happen. Those irrelevant warriors will definitely feel that the three masters and apprentices of UXE repay kindness with hatred. When UXE thought of being poked and pointed at the spine by those warriors of the Sword League in the future, she suddenly felt a little chilly. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and gritted her teeth. If Mr. Yang doesn't dislike it, you might as well directly ask the two maids from the Young Alliance Master. They only have the third-level cultivation of the Holy King, and the Young Alliance Master will not reject you if you want to, and you will be a slave, a maidservant or even a concubine in the future. It is up to you. Forget about this kind of thing. Yang Kai was startled. She pursed her lips and smiled. The concubine can also see that the two girls still have some affection for Mr. Yang, and they probably won't reject you. After all, Mr. Yang is a dragon among men just like the young leader. You are a master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Then Mr. Yang. She looked at Yang Kai nervously. She couldn't rest assured until she got a definite answer from Yang Kai. It's not easy to manage this nosy matter. Yang Kai frowned. Yu Zaifeng's heart sank. Well, tell me, what is the situation with that Qin Qiang? And Qin Wuhui, how is his conduct, and what is his status beside Ji Zhanxin? Half an hour later, She left Yang Kai's room. The sorrow that had been lingering on her brows for a year had disappeared and her footsteps became much lighter. Obviously, she got a good answer. For the next 2 days, there was no disturbance, and the warship sailed in the void towards the direction of the Greenwood planet. Yang Kai was also practicing in the wing room, and by the way took the time to refine a batch of panacea. 2 days later, the sound of tuk-tuk came from outside the door. After getting Yang Kai's answer, the door opened, and sisters He Zhao and He Miao entered hand in hand. Brother Yang, the young leader has set up a banquet, please invite Brother Yang to come over to the banquet. He Zhao said. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and stood up, lead the way ahead. This way. He Zhao and He Miao immediately walked in front. After walking for a while in the battleship, they soon came to a magnificent hall. In that hall, there were warriors sitting in 2 rows, and food and wine were placed in front of each of them. And Ji Zhanxin was directly above him, with a ruddy complexion, and the left and right swords stood behind him. It seems that the adjustment of breath in the past few days has restored Ji Zhanxin to his original state. Seeing Yang Kai, Ji Zhanxin immediately got up and greeted him with a smile. The other warriors also stood up quickly and clasped their fists in salute. Many of them may only know about the existence of Yang Kai and only know that a few days ago they were able to save the day and kill Li Minghai, thanks to Yang Kai's credit, and they have never seen him with their own eyes, but even Jiyu Jianxin is so enthusiastic, they naturally don't dare to be negligent. Yang Kai was not lacking in etiquette. With a smile on his face, he hugged his fists all the way to greet him. His smile was peaceful, which made many void-returning mirrors feel good about this young man, who felt that this young man was powerful, but he was not arrogant or rash. No wonder the young leader looked at him differently. "Brother Yang, come this way," Jiyu Jianxin yelled. He Zhao and He Miao led Yang Kai to the table next to Jiyu Jianxin, then took a step back and stood obediently. When Yang Kai was seated, Jiyu Jianxin smiled brightly. "Brother Yang, Jiyu has been negligent in healing his wounds and adjusting his breath these few days. I hope Brother Yang will not be offended." Brother Jiyu is serious. Naturally, healing is the most important thing. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Brother Yang is a lot. Today's banquet is just to thank Brother Yang for saving me from the fire and water. If it weren't for you, Ling Yu Dark Star and I would have been murdered by Li Lagu. From now on, Brother Yang will be Jiyu friend, benefactor." There were strange lights flashing in the eyes of many void-returning mirrors below. Jiyu Jianxin is indeed a bold person, but he will not say the word, friend, easily. Now that he has said it, it means that he sincerely wants to make friends with Yang Kai. Moreover, after the word, friend, Jiyu Jianxin added the weighty word, benefactor. These void-return mirrors naturally smelled something unusual in it. "I respect Brother Yang for this glass." Jiyu Jianxin drank the full wine glass in one gulp. He Zhao immediately stepped forward, filled Yang Kai's wine glass, and then returned with the jug, fully serving as a maid. Yang Kai picked up his wine glass and said with a smile, "Brother Jiyu is bold, so Yang is also welcome." He raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. "Okay, if you don't get drunk today, you won't return." Jiyu Jianxin laughed. The pipes and music were playing together, and young girls walked in from the outside one by one with brisk dance steps, singing and dancing, and some waiters entered the venue with delicious food and put them on the table. The entire hall was instantly bustling. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1743 7 Aperture Linglong Pill. Toasting and toasting. There are warriors coming to toast constantly. Yang Kai never refuses to come. With a modest smile and a calm expression, he exchanges glasses with those who are toasting, making everyone feel good about him. From time to time, he talked and laughed happily with Jiyu Jianxin, and occasionally glanced at the beautiful dance scene below. Time flies, the wine is full, and the atmosphere in the hall becomes more and more lively. Most of the warriors are bold and unrestrained, and this kind of unrestrained banquet naturally becomes a good place for them to display their temperament. The warriors who followed Jiyu Jianxin all drank to their heart's content and laughed. Although Jiyu Jianxin drank a lot, he was not drunk. He had been observing Yang Kai during this time. A shining figure like Yang Kai suddenly appeared in the star field. Jiyu Jianxin was naturally very curious about him, and wanted to find some clues through this banquet. To his disappointment, he found no useful information. When Yang Kai looked down at the young women who danced lightly, his eyes were clear, without the slightest desire, and when drinking with his subordinates, he always behaved extremely decently. All in all, Yang Kai is indeed a character worth making friends with. After drinking for 3 rounds, Jiyu Jianxin suddenly said, "Brother Yang, Jiyu has an unfeeling request. I don't know if I should say it or not." As soon as this remark came out, the noise in the hall suddenly became subdued. Although the warriors present seemed to be drinking and yelling, everyone undoubtedly heard Jiyu Jianxin's words, so they diverted part of their attention. "Brother Jiyu just said it." Yang Kai lowered his wine glass and smiled slightly. He was a little surprised. During the whole banquet, he had been looking for a suitable opportunity to talk to Jiyu Jianxin about Hezao Hemiao, but he didn't want to find the opportunity, but Jiyu Jianxin spoke first. He didn't know what the other party's unfeeling request was. "That's it." Jiyu Jianxin looked serious. This time Jiyu was ambushed and attacked by Li Lagu and his men, and the loss was not small. Although Li Lagu died, he is a leader of my sword league after all. Old man, and the soul-severing gun he used was also made by my sword alliance by spending countless materials and dispatching a virtual king-level refiner to refine it for him. It is regarded as the property of my sword alliance. Logically speaking, Jiyu should bring the soul-breaking gun back to the main star and report everything to the leader. Having said that, he looked at Yang Kai with some embarrassment. Yang Kai immediately understood what he meant. Brother Jiyu, do you want to take back the soul-severing gun? An embarrassed smile appeared on Jiyu Jengson's face. Jiyu also knows that this request is a bit ridiculous. Since old Li Go was killed by Brother Yang, the soul-breaking gun should belong to Brother Yang. But, if there is no soul-breaking gun, Jiyu will not be able to do business after returning, so Jiyu wants to take back the soul-breaking gun. Of course, Brother Yang, don't worry, Jiyu can guarantee that it will be worth enough to offset the compensation for the soul-breaking gun. As for Li Lagu, Brother Yang can keep the other things on his body, they are not the property of my sword alliance. That's it. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his face revealing a contemplative look. Jiyu Jianshin didn't rush, but just waited quietly. In the hall, there was no sound at some point, and everyone was paying attention to the movement here. After a while, Yang Kai said, well, the soul-breaking spear is a virtual king-level secret treasure, and its value is not low. Brother Jiyu, if I return the soul-breaking gun to Zhenwu, I can make any compensation I want. As long as the value does not exceed the value of the soul-breaking gun itself, whatever Jiyu can do, he will definitely do it for you. Jiyu Jianshin replied with a serious expression. Yang Kai chuckled. Since Brother Jiyu is so sincere, then Yang will not be polite. Anyway, this secret treasure is useless to me. He himself does not know how to use this kind of spear-shaped secret treasure, and there is no one who is suitable for using this secret treasure among the people he knows, so it is not a burden for him to return the soul-breaking spear. While speaking, Yang Kai took out the soul-severing spear from the space ring and placed it in front of Jiyu Jianshin. Jiyu Jianshin made a signal, and Zuo Jianshiling Yu immediately stepped forward and took away the Zhuang-level secret treasure. Brother Yang is righteous, Jiyu is very grateful. I don't know what kind of compensation Brother Yang wants. To tell you the truth, although my sword alliance is not the top force in the star field, it is still not bad. Rare materials for cultivation, panaceas and miraculous medicines are also abundant. Even if Brother Yang wants some cultivation methods or secret techniques, Jiyu can find a way for you. Yang Kai quickly took out the soul-severing spear, and he was unequivocal, ready to try his best to make up for Yang Kai's loss. Yang Kai smiled inscrutably. There is no rush to make up for it, and I will clarify it with Brother Jiyu later. Not in a hurry. Jiyu Jianshin was stunned. Well, Mr. Yang would like to ask, who is Qin Wuhui, Senior Qin? Swipe. In the hall, almost everyone's eyes were looking in one direction. Yang Kai followed their gazes, and found that the man was a thin old man, hale and hearty, wearing a dusty robe, looking inconspicuous, just sitting upright on the lower side of Jiyu Jianshin, the first place. Being able to sit in the first place shows how high his status here is. Yang Kai suddenly asked his name. Qin Wuhui showed a puzzled expression. He stood up, clasped his fists and said, this old man is Qin Wuhui. I don't dare to be a senior. What advice does young Master Yang have? Senior, you are being polite. Yang Kai smiled. That's it, I want to give Senior something, and I hope Senior will not refuse. Send something to the old man. Qin Wuhui was at a loss, extremely dazed. He was sure that he had never met Yang Kai before, and he had nothing to do with him, but the other party suddenly said that he wanted to give him something, because Qin Wuhui was well informed and was also given by Yang Kai at this moment. Confused. Before he could figure it out, he saw Yang Kai throwing it casually, and a jade bottle-shaped thing flew towards him. There was no sign of the holy essence on it. Qin Wuhui grabbed the jade bottle with one hand, and said in surprise, young Master Yang, this is... Senior, you might as well open it up and have a look. Yang Kai smiled, of course I know what's inside. Qin Wuhui frowned, and turned his inquiring gaze to Jiyu Jianshin, who laughed loudly. Since it was sent by Brother Yang, let Mr. Qin take a look. My young master is also very curious, what is in Brother Yang's gourd? What kind of medicine do you sell? Qin Wuhui nodded, then lifted the cap of the bottle in full view, and poured out an elixir from the jade bottle. The elixir was white in color, about the size of a soybean, but when the elixir entered Qin Wuhui's eyes, his expression lifted, and his expression of bewilderment suddenly became colorful. Excited, surprised, unbelievable. Immediately, he put the panacea under his nose, sniffed it carefully, and even stuck out his tongue to lick it. Then he exclaimed, this is Chi Chao Ling Ling pill. What? In the hall, as if a pot had exploded, many warriors exclaimed. Everyone looked at the panacea in Qin Wuhui's hand in surprise, and then looked at Yang Kai, as if they wanted to learn from Yang Kai. Get the answer. Jiyu Jengson's eyes flashed. He glanced at Yang Kai thoughtfully, and asked in doubt, Brother Yang, is this really Chi Chao Ling Long pill? Senior Qin has good eyesight, this is indeed the Chi Chao Ling Long pill. With Yang Kai's affirmation, Qin Wuhui was so excited that he almost lost his composure. Even Ji Yu Jianxin took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Yang is so handy. It's just 2 spirit pills." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Young Master Yang, why are you?" Qin Wuhui came back to his senses, holding the jade bottle tightly in his hand, and looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled face, not understanding why he suddenly gave him 2 Qichao Linglong pills. "I heard that Mr. Qin was fighting with others many years ago, and his soul was injured, and it could not be cured for a long time. This Qichao Linglong pill should be able to prescribe the right medicine. Although I dare not say that the medicine will cure the disease, it is no problem to slowly restore Mr. Qin's damaged soul." Yang Kai looked at Qin Wuhui with a smile. "In the future, if you take care of yourself, you will definitely be able to recover." Qin Wuhui looked back at Yang Kai, his face was full of excitement. The matter of Qin Qiang is a heartache in his heart. Over the years, he has been trying to find a way to save his ineffective son. Unfortunately, even in his capacity, even with Ji Yu Jianxin's support behind him, he has been trying to find a solution. Nothing happened. The trauma to the soul is not a simple injury, and it cannot be repaired by ordinary panacea. It's easy to deal with minor injuries, but Qin Qiang has already been injured into an idiot, which is a fundamental injury. It is rumored that there are only a few panaceas in this world that can completely heal this kind of injury, and those panaceas are almost extinct without exception. Either the recipe was lost, or there was no material to refine it. The Qichao Linglong pill is one of them. Qin Wuhui was able to recognize this kind of panacea because he had been consulting the classics for so many years. He knew that the main ingredient needed to refine this panacea was the inner alchemy of the 7-colored elk. The colorful elk, which is an ancient alien species, has long since disappeared in this star field, and it is impossible to find it at all. Even if there is, the inner alchemy of the colorful elk can be refined into a treasure like Wanyanxiang. Who would use it to refine the Qichao Linglong pill? Yang Kai suddenly took out 2. Qin Wuhui held the jade bottle tightly, his lips were trembling, he didn't know what to say anymore. "Brother Yang, I heard that this Qichao Linglong pill is an ancient panacea. Taking it can enhance a warrior's comprehension and even improve their aptitude. Is this true or not?" Ji Yu Jianxin suddenly asked. Enhancing comprehension and improving aptitude, this kind of panacea is already in existence that defies the sky. Generally speaking, things like savvy and aptitude are innate, and cannot be changed by external forces, unless there are some extraordinary adventures. So hearing what Ji Yu Jianxin said, all the warriors present looked terrified. They realized that if this is true, then the value of these 2 elixir has far surpassed that Void King level secret treasure, the soul-breaking spear. Secret treasures are external forces, but aptitude and savvy are the foundation of a warrior. It is clear at a glance which of the 2 is more important. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1744 100,000 miles is fine. Asterisk. A few days ago, a thought suddenly popped up in my mind complacently. I haven't caught a cold for a long time, and my body has indeed become much stronger. Then yesterday, tragedy happened. Blocked nose, dizziness, sore throat. What a dream come true. ... Yang Kai laughed loudly. Brother Ji Yu even believes such rumors. Qichao Linglong pill is indeed a good panacea, but it is not against the sky to that extent. As far as I know, this panacea is very important for enhancing understanding and improving aptitude. It is useless, but it has an unexpected miraculous effect on restoring the soul. So that's the case. Brother Yang knows so much about alchemy, is he still an alchemist? Ji Yu Jianxin's eyes lit up. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm not an alchemist, these 2 pills were just brought out from the Emperor Garden by me. He had already found an excuse for the origin of these 2 panacea. Emperor Garden, Qin Wuhui whispered, more and more aware of the preciousness of these 2 elixir. So that's how it is. Ji Yu Jianxin also looked relieved, only places like Diwan can have this kind of ancient panacea. It seems that Brother Yang went to Diwan when it was opened a few years ago. Quote. Good. A look of fascination appeared on Ji Yu Jianxin's face, but he sighed. On the day the Emperor Garden was opened, Ji Yu was in retreat. It's a pity, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have made friends like Brother Yang a few years earlier. It's not too late now. Yang Kai smiled. That's right. The look of regret on Ji Yu Jianxin's face was instantly swept away. Young Master Yang. Qin Wuhui stood below, with a look of worrying about gain and loss on his face. Qin deserves such a great gift. Senior, you don't have to say that. Yang Kai interrupted him, I gave you the Chichao Linglong pill, but I actually have a request for you. Young Master Yang, please tell me. Qin Wuhui hurriedly said, he was afraid that Yang Kai would not ask for anything from himself, the so-called reward for no merit. The value of 2 Chichao Linglong pills is immeasurable, it is not something that can be taken casually. Hearing what Yang Kai said now, he felt much more at ease. That's it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, as seniors know, sisters He Zhao and He Miao and I have known each other for decades, and it is also a fate to meet each other in the vast star field this time. I heard that they seem to have an agreement with your young master, and the content of that agreement. Yang Kai didn't say any more, believing that Jiyu Jianxin and Qin Wuhui had already understood what he meant. On the other hand, the sisters He Zhao and He Miao, who had been standing behind him all the time, after being stunned for a moment, their eyes widened, their beautiful eyes were filled with surprise, and they even breathed slightly short. So that's the case. Jiyu Jianxin chuckled, the smile was meaningful, as if he had learned some terrible secret. Qin Wuhui showed some embarrassment and guilt, clasped his fists and said, this is because this old man is too selfish. He made his own decisions without asking He Zhao and He Miao and the others about their wishes. Now that the dog has been given 2 ancient elixir to help him recover, the old man promises that the previous agreement will be cancelled. Thank you, senior. Yang Kai picked up his wine glass and stood up with a smile. Senior, speak quickly, and I respect senior. Don't dare. Qin Wuhui raised his glass quickly, and said solemnly, a dog is ignorant, and he deserves what he suffered. Now he was rescued by Mr. Yang. I thank Mr. Yang. I will discipline him strictly in the future, and let him go on the right path. I will not disappoint Mr. Yang's kindness. Quote. The two drank their glasses of wine and Yang Kai sat down. On a seat at the corner of the hall, Yushi cast a grateful look at Yang Kai. She also didn't expect that Yang Kai could solve this matter so easily. Originally, this kind of matter was very offensive. No matter how easy Qin Wuhui was to talk, no matter how high Yang Kai's status was in Jiyu Jianxin's heart, this was always the case. It's a matter of embarrassing others. But under the premise of Yang Kai's 2 ancient spirit pills opening the way, not only did Qin Wuhui not be swept away, but he also gained a lot. It can be said that everyone is happy. It's just, this kind of price, only Yang Kai can take it out casually. He Zhao, He Miao. Qin Wuhui stood on the spot and did not sit down immediately, but greeted him, then stretched out his hand to flick. 2 streamers of light flew towards the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters hadn't recovered from the excitement and joy, they just grasped the 2 streamers of light in their hands reflexively and then looked up at Qin Wuhui. I made you worry for some time before, these 2 things should be my compensation. I hope you can help the young master with all your heart in the future, and don't bear any grudges. Qin Wuhui said sincerely. I don't dare. I thank Elder Qin for the reward. He Zhao and He Miao saluted together, and then began to look at the things in their hands. After taking a look, I suddenly found that both of them are secret treasures of the virtual middle grade level. Both are scimitars, and they seem to be able to be combined into one to form a round blade, with the precious light flowing, which looks very valuable. With their level of cultivation, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to obtain a secret treasure of the virtual level, unless it is a gift from a master or an elder. But UXE itself is not too rich, how can there be too many secret treasures? Only a person like Qin Wuhui can casually take out 2 false middle-grade secret treasures. Both sisters knew that it was all thanks to Yang Kai that they could have this kind of treatment. Without Yang Kai, how could Qin Wuhui casually give them 2 secret treasures? Standing behind Yang Kai, staring at his back, both pairs of beautiful eyes are full of gratitude. Brother Yang, Jiyu Jianxin smiled wryly at the side, supported his forehead and said, if you do this, Jiyu won't know how to compensate you. We haven't finished talking about the soul-breaking gun yet. Before he wanted to compensate Yang Kai for the loss of handing over the soul-breaking gun, Yang Kai did not ask immediately, although the matter between him and Qin Wuhui seems to be a fair deal, anyone with a discerning eye can see it, Yang Kai it's a big loss. After all, whether it is Qin Wuhui or He Zhao Hemiao, they are all members of the Sword League. Yang Kai sent out 2 panacea, but he didn't get anything, and those were 2 ancient panacea that had long since disappeared. So Jiyu Jianxin suddenly felt that he owed Yang Kai a lot. Brother Yang, tell me, what compensation do you want? Brother, I am already mentally prepared to be slaughtered by you. Jiyu Jianxin joked. That's not necessary. Yang Kai smiled, actually, I have already thought about compensation, and it is easy for Brother Jiyu. Oh, I would like to hear more about it. Yu Jianxin put on a serious posture, and everyone else looked at Yang Kai, wanting to know what he needs, especially Qin Wuhui, who was very focused, as if as long as Yang Kai said the conditions, he would be willing. Do your best to satisfy. We are going to Cyanwood planet this time, right? Yang Kai asked. Good. Ask, this Greenwood star is fully under the control of the Sword Union. Yes, the entire cultivation star of Qingmixing belongs to my Sword Union. Yu Jianxin said proudly, for a cultivation star like Qingmixing, my Sword Union is in charge of 3. That's easy. Yang Kai smiled slightly, I want a land that covers an area of 10,000 li. Well, I won't occupy rich land, as long as it's not too barren. 10,000 miles. Yu Jianxin raised his brows. 5,000 miles is fine, Yang Kai added. Haha, brother Yang, you are too polite, don't say 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles is fine. Yu Jianxin laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder, the boundary of 100,000 miles is not enough for Qingmixing. Ida-s not a big deal, Ida-s settled like this, when you arrive at Greenwood Planet, Yu will ask someone to negotiate with you, as for where to choose, you can make your own decision. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he didn't react too much, he smiled and said, since brother Yu said so, then I will not be polite. After all, he is the star master of the gloomy star, and the boundary of a mere 100,000 li is not a big shock to him. There is no need to be polite between you and me. Yu Jianxin stretched out his hand, and Ling Yu immediately stepped forward and filled the cup for him and Yang Kai. Brother Yang, may I ask, what do you want this land for? Do you want to settle in Qingmixing? Yu Jian asked with great anticipation. If Yang Kai really thinks this way, it is undoubtedly good news for Yu Jianxin. He is still worrying about not being able to win over Yang Kai, but if Yang Kai wants to settle in Cyanwood Star, is he afraid that he will not have the opportunity to walk around with him more in the future? It's not necessary to settle down, it's not bad to be a palace. Yang Kai smiled. Brother Yang is so ambitious. Brother Yu, how about I talk to you about another deal? Brother Yang, please tell me. I need a lot of void spirit crystals. I wonder if brother Yu can get them. Of course, I can buy them with saint crystals or exchange them with other things. It won't hurt your sword alliance. Brother Yang is serious. Since it is a transaction, Yu will naturally not refuse to agree, but void spirit crystal is a scarce commodity in the entire star field, so how about it? I will help you find out when we get to planet Aoki. Okay, then there is work. A banquet lasted for a whole day, and then all the songs were gone. Yang Kai returned to the wing room, took a shower, and dispelled the smell of alcohol. Afterwards, Yu Shi, He Zhao He Miao and his disciples came to visit together and thanked him. To him, this kind of thing is just a trivial matter. The materials used to refine Qichao Linglong are also collected by himself over the years. The only precious one is the inner alchemy of the colorful elk. That was what he gained after killing a monster mutant of a colorful elk in the Emperor Garden. There is no use for the storage so far, and it happened to be used to refine the panacea this time. But for the 3 masters and apprentices, it is a major event related to the future. Yang Kai could feel the gratitude from the heart of the 3 masters and apprentices, which made him feel a little emotional. The status is different, the power they have is different, and the things that everyone can do are also very different. Just like an iron rod that an ant can't shake with all its strength, a mortal can pick it up. Sending away the 3 masters and apprentices, Yang Kai closed the door to thank the guests, and while there was still some time left on the journey, he began to practice various secret techniques of his own. Whether it is the golden blood thread, the immortal 5 elements sword, or the power of space, it takes time to accumulate and settle. The road ahead is safe. Since the surprise attack by Li Minghai and others, the battleship has not encountered any disturbances, until more than 20 days later, it finally arrived at Greenwood Planet. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1745, Planet Aoki. In the star field, many cultivation stars have different laws of heaven and earth, so there is still a big gap between them. Whether it is the aura of heaven and earth, the materials produced, or the number of warriors living on it and the achievements that can be achieved, there are huge differences in comparison according to the different stars of cultivation. For example, in Tongshuan continent, the aura of heaven and earth there is extremely thin, and warriors can only cultivate to the saint realm and they have reached their limit. Also on some cultivation stars, the limit of warriors is Saint King realm, void return mirror. Although the gloomy star is full of aura, which is enough for a warrior to advance to the Void King realm, but because of the suppression of the law, the warrior can't feel the mystery of the Void King realm, and can only sigh. Among the many stars of cultivation, the most fertile ones will be regarded as the main stars of the major forces, such as Shuiyuexing of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Jiangxing of Jianmeng, Zioxing of Zixing. These main stars surpassed other cultivation stars in various aspects. As for the Cyanwood planet, it can only be regarded as an ordinary cultivation star, and it is almost the same as the Gloomy Star. Its area is about twice as small. In front of the Qingmu Palace, Ji Jiangxin's warship landed slowly, and below, warriors from the Sword Alliance had already greeted him. The leader is a beautiful woman with a pretty face and a graceful figure. She is wearing a dark robe, her breasts are about to burst out of her clothes, but her graceful waist is unbearable. Her legs are straight and slender. With a gentle smile, there are thousands of styles in Jianshui's eyes, and a mature atmosphere lingers around. As soon as Ji Jianxin got off the battleship, he greeted enthusiastically, "Aunt Lan, long time no see." The beautiful woman called Aunt Lan smiled and said, "I have seen the young leader, and I have been waiting for you for a long time." Saying so, she bowed gracefully, and the warriors behind her also quickly bowed to greet her. "They're not outsiders, why is Aunt Lan being so polite?" Ji Jianxin said with a smile, and it was obvious that he had a very good relationship with this beautiful woman. Etiquette is undeniable. Aunt Lan smiled sweetly, a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be able to talk turned around behind Ji Jianxin. She nodded slightly at Qin Wuhui as a greeting, and then fixed on Yang Kai. Her face there was a trace of suspicion. Ji Jianxin was surrounded by people she naturally knew very well, but Yang Kai's face was very strange to her. After scanning her spiritual mind, she found that Yang Kai was a Void Return 3-layer warrior. She was naturally a little puzzled. "It's windy outside, let's go in first." Ji Jianxin didn't immediately introduce Yang Kai's background to the beautiful woman, but said such a sentence. Aunt Lan's beautiful eyes flashed brightly, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Yes, the young leader is here." Saying so, he should lead the way first. Qingmu Palace is a symbolic building on Qingmixing. It is the main rudder of Jianmeng established on Qingmixing and the place to manage Qingmixing. Yang Kai followed behind calmly, observing the beautiful woman named Aunt Lan a little more. Although he didn't release his divine sense to investigate carefully, judging from the feeling this beautiful woman gave him, the other party is clearly a Void King realm powerhouse. It's right to think about it, the Green Wood Star is very important to the Sword Alliance, and it is understandable that there will be a Void King realm powerhouse here. This beautiful woman named Aunt Lan should be a first-level Void King warrior, because her aura is almost the same as that of Li Minghai, but far from Luo Hai's level. The Cyanwood Palace occupies a large area, entered it, dispersed the idlers, and Ji Jianxin introduced Yang Kai. Through Ji Jiangxin's introduction, Yang Kai learned that this beautiful woman was named Luo Lan, and as he expected, she was indeed a Void King 1-layer. Aunt Lan is the Star Lord of planet Cyanwood, in charge of all affairs of the Sword League here. Ji Jianxin said. "Star Lord." Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Hee, brother Yang, don't be surprised." Ji Jianxin seemed to know what kind of reaction Yang Kai would have, and said with a smile, "This Star Master is not the kind of Star Master you think, it's just a title." It turned out to be just a title. Yang Kai was relieved. After all, in his understanding, any Star Master is a strong person at the 3rd level of the Void King, and it seems that only the 3rd level of the Void King has the ability to refine the origin of the stars. Luo Hai's ability to become the Star Master of Kuiwei Star was only due to luck, and it was Yang Yan who helped him a lot to become the Star Master of Gloom Star. Luo Lan is only at the 1st level of Void King. If she can become a Star Master, it can only be said that she has a great opportunity. But if it's just a title, then it's no big deal. Any Void King realm sent by the Sword Alliance to Qingmixing to take charge of everything here can be called the Star Master. This Star Master is just a position, a title, without the convenience and advantages that a real Star Master should have. Little brother is surprised. Could it be that he has seen a certain Star Master before? Luo Lan has a woman's naturally keen intuition, and immediately deduced something from Yang Kai's changes in expression. "Well, a few years ago, I was lucky enough to meet Mr. Luo Hai once on Kuiwei Star." Yang Kai explained casually. "Luo Hai," Luo Lan murmured, "a few years ago. It seems that the little brother has participated in the blood prison trial." "Yep, brother Yang, have you even participated in the blood hell trial?" Ji Jianxin was shocked and looked at Yang Kai in amazement. From this point of view, Yang Kai's success was not just due to good luck. He had learned from Yang Kai before that he had been there when the Emperor Garden was opened, and he had also been to the Blood Hell trial. It is impossible to retreat from the two fierce places one after another without any ability, just relying on luck. Admiration, admiration, Ji Yujianshin said sincerely, clasping his fists again and again, with a look of admiration on his face. He. Yang Kai pulled the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, less than 2 years after the Blood Hell trial, Luo Hai seemed to have been killed. This incident shook the entire star field. Luo Lan said quietly. My young master has also heard about this matter. I really didn't expect that people like Luo Hai would be killed, and I don't know what he did. Yang Kai remained silent, with a calm expression on his face. By the way, Aunt Lan, when I came here, I was ambushed by Li Minghai. Ji Yujianshin changed the subject. What? Luo Lan turned pale. Are you injured? The injury has healed, thanks to Brother Yang who drew his sword to help, otherwise, I am afraid I will be doomed. Luo Lan glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, although she didn't know exactly what happened, but since Ji Yujianshin said that it was Yang Kai who helped him out of danger, she naturally wouldn't question it, and said with a serious expression, Thank you little brother for your kindness, I will definitely repay you. Senior, you're being polite, Brother Ji Yu and I also hit it off right away, it's a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. Yang Kai said modestly. Small things. Luo Lan's expression was extremely strange. Being ambushed and attacked by a Void King realm powerhouse is not a trivial matter, she can almost imagine the astonishing risks involved. If one is not good, Ji Yujianshin may not stand in front of her at this moment, and has already been buried in the star field in an unknown corner. Where's that bastard Li Minghai? Luo Lan turned his gaze to Ji Yujianshin again, with a stern look on his face, murderous intent flashed in his beautiful eyes. He dared to do such a thing, there will be no place for him in the star field. He's dead, Ji Yujianshin said in a deep voice. Luo Lan opened his mouth, and asked after a while, how did you die? Ji Yujianshin glanced at Yang Kai. Luo Lan turned his suspicious eyes around. Yang Kai smiled, and said with a harmless face, when he was fighting with Brother Ji Yu in full swing, I secretly gave him a hit. Luo Lan was speechless for a moment, and after a long while, he suddenly smiled, little brother is hiding something. He was a bit too complacent at the time. Yang Kai shrugged. Seeing his casual expression, Luo Lan immediately knew that Yang Kai didn't want to talk more about this topic, and said very wittily, Li Minghai is looking for a dead end, no wonder others, but the young master was able to escape this time because of the help of nobles, you cannot be so reckless in the future. Eh? Understood. Ji Yujianshin nodded solemnly, well, Aunt Lan, I brought Brother Yang here this time mainly to tell you one thing. What's up, Brother Yang? He wants to build a palace on Qingmixing, and needs a place of 100,000 li. Does Aunt Lan have a suitable place? 100,000 miles. Luo Lan pondered for a while, and said, there are many places, but I don't know what kind of location the little brother likes. How about this, I will ask you to bring the map of Aoki planet tomorrow. How about the little brother's own choice? Okay, then there will be Senior Lao. You are welcome, little brother. You saved the young master's life. This 100,000-mile boundary is nothing to the Sword League. The kid will leave first, and I will come to bother the senior tomorrow. Yang Kai knew that Ji Yujianshin brought him here just to meet with Luo Lan, so that he could discuss the matter of the 100,000-mile site, and then they must have their own. It's not appropriate to stay by yourself to discuss confidential important matters. I'll see you off. Ji Yujianshin stretched out his hand to signal, and took Yang Kai out. Outside, a maid led Yang Kai to a certain wing of the Cyanwood Palace to rest. After Yang Kai left, Luo Lan released his divine sense to sense it, then reached out and opened many restrictions in the room to ensure that no one could spy on this place, and then said with a serious expression, Young master, that is Yang Kai the young man, believable. Well, according to my observation along the way, he has nothing to do with my sword alliance. It is just a coincidence that he appeared at the place where Li Minghai ambushed me, because when he was passing by, he was attacked by Li Minghai. Being attacked by Li Minghai, he didn't die. Luo Lan's expression changed slightly. I can't even imagine how he resolved it. Ji Yujianshin slowly shook his head, but his strength is beyond doubt. What he said before was just to give me face. Li Minghai ji, so it can be said that it is his own power to die, although there is a suspicion of sneak attack, but... Aunt Lan, you have lived for so long, have you ever heard of the Void Return Mirror that can kill Void King Realm? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1746 Enclosure. No, Luo Lan shook her head solemnly, then glared at Ji Yujianxin again. What? Has Aunt Lan lived a long time? Is Aunt Lan old? Ji Yujianxin scratched his head in embarrassment, and quickly said in a serious manner. Also, according to my observation, it seems that he used the power of space in his methods of attacking Li Minghai and killing Li Minghai. Sure enough, Luo Lan was distracted, and whispered, the power of space. Can he use this kind of power to fight against the enemy? More than that, Ji Yujianxin recalled the scene at that time, his expression kept changing, and his voice gradually became lower. His attainment of the power of space seems to have reached an unprecedented level. He can condense the power of space into a blade, banish Li Minghai's body. Luo Lan couldn't help covering her small mouth with her hands. All in all, I just want to make friends with this person, and I don't want to offend him, so I will ask Aunt Lan to pay more attention to him in the future. Don't worry, since he wants to go over 100,000 miles, there will always be a chance to contact him in the future. Luo Lan's beautiful eyes glowed strangely, as if he was very interested in Yang Kai, and then said, and it would be very interesting to tell Aunt Lan about the process of your battle with Li Minghai. John Meng's speed is very fast, or Luo Lan's efficiency is very high. Yang Kai stayed in Cyanwood Palace for a day, and on the second day, someone suddenly came to tell Yang Kai that Luo Lan had invited him over to discuss something important. This immediately reminded Yang Kai of the matter of the 100,000 li boundary, so naturally he didn't procrastinate, and followed the servant and left the room. As the other party turned left and right in the Cyanwood Palace, after a while, Yang Kai saw Ji Yujianxin in casual clothes, standing in a corridor, smiling and waving at himself. The left sword guarding Ling Yu and the right sword guarding Engxing stood behind him. Brother Ji Yu, Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. Brother Yang, are you still used to living here? Ji Yujianxin asked enthusiastically. Extremely comfortable, Yang Kai replied. That's good. Ji Yu is afraid that the hospitality will not be good. Since Brother Yang lives comfortably, then I can rest assured. Well, Senior Luo told me to go there. As you think. Ji Yujianxin winked at Yang Kai, hooked his shoulder enthusiastically, and said, follow me. Walking on this corridor, soon, it came to the end, and the front was covered by a light curtain, making people unable to see the scenery ahead, just like a water curtain blocking it. Above the light curtain, there were countless rice grain-sized talismans. The seal script and patterns are like fish swimming and shuttling, appearing mysterious and complicated. Ji Yujianxin regarded it as nothing, and still walked straight forward, and told the left and right sword attendants, you stay here, anyone who dares to approach will be killed. Yes, Ling Yu and Engxing agreed in unison, standing still. And Ji Yujianxin took Yang Kai directly through the light curtain. With a flash in front of his eyes, Yang Kai found himself as if he had come to another world. It was silent, and there was nothing but a huge spherical object. The diameter of the sphere was about 10 feet in size. On the sphere, some irregular patterns of khaki, water blue, and green wood colors interlaced and formed a component of the surface of the sphere. When Yang Kai arrived here, the ball was still spinning clockwise at a subtle speed. And Luo Lan stood aside and greeted with a smile, little brother. Senior Luo. Yang Kai quickly returned the gift, but soon his attention was attracted by the ball in front of him. Luo Lan and Ji Yujianxin didn't seem to have any intention of explaining, but looked at Yang Kai's expression with great interest. After a while, Yang Kai showed a look of sudden realization, turned his head to look at Luo Lan and Ji Yujianxin, and said in surprise, this thing is the form of Cyanwood star after it has been shrunk countless times. Little brother has good eyesight. Luo Lan nodded with a smile, it is indeed the form of planet Cyanwood after it has been shrunk countless times. Our Sword Alliance has spent a full 100 years dispatching countless warriors to survey the entire geographical environment of planet Cyanwood, to measure the size of the major areas, and it took a lot of effort to get it out. The map that Senior said yesterday, could it be this? Yang Kai was thoughtful. That's right. Ji Yujianxin smiled and nodded. The map that Aunt Lan mentioned yesterday refers to this thing, so I have to wait until today to let Brother Yang see it. With this, it is much more convenient. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement, and circled the ball, and soon, he figured out what the various colors on the ball meant. The khaki color undoubtedly represents the land, while the water blue color is the sea, and the green wood color is the jungle. There are also a small number of other colors that do not belong to the three colors, and they also correspond to some rare areas, such as swamps and deserts. The Sword Alliance's method is quite remarkable, but it took 100 years, and only such a powerful force can do it. Looking carefully, on this sphere, there are many large or small city-like signs, which obviously mean the place where the warriors in the Cyanwood planet live. With this, it became much easier for Luo Lan to manage Qing Mu Xing. When Yang Kai was observing, Luo Lan took the initiative to explain to him. As Yang Kai expected, those different colors indeed corresponded to different geographical environments, and depending on the depth of the color, one can also see the rich aura of heaven and earth in a certain place degree. The lighter the color, the weaker the aura of heaven and earth, and vice versa, the stronger the expression. After briefly talking to Yang Kai, Luo Lan said, because the little brother wants a place with a radius of 100,000 li, which is not too big or small, so I have also selected a few places for you to choose from. Of course, this is just some humble opinions of this palace. If you are not satisfied, you can choose here, anywhere on Greenwood planet, you can. Yang Kai was slightly moved, cupped his fists and said, Senior is kind, I dare not refuse, so please give me some pointers. Little brother, you don't have to be so polite. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled, stretched out her hand and flicked it. The ball in front of her spun faster, and soon stopped. Luo Lan then pointed to a place and said, this is the place where the palace is for you. The first place I chose was surrounded by mountains and faced the Ning River, and the materials produced were relatively rich, and the aura of heaven and earth was relatively strong, and there was a Ning city nearby that could also belong to my little brother. A city? Is this good? Yang Kai asked in surprise. He just wanted a piece of land that wasn't considered barren, but he didn't expect that the other party would even give him a city. It's no big deal, it's just a city. Yu Jianxin chuckled. That's right, on Greenwood planet, there are 8,000 if not 10,000 cities like this. It's a blessing for the little brother to be able to see it. Luo Lan also said with a smile, not knowing that Yu Jianxin told her yesterday what. Yang Kai always felt that Luo Lan's attitude towards him had some subtle changes today, and seemed to be much more enthusiastic. If little brother is not satisfied with this place, then take a look here. Luo Lan waved his hand again, and the ball started to spin again. After the frame was frozen, Luo Lan pointed to a place in it and said, this place is also good. I have been to this place before, the scenery is beautiful, the people are outstanding, and there are many beauties. Seeing Yang Kai's indifferent appearance, Luo Lan immediately introduced him to the next place. After introducing 7 or 8 places in succession, Yang Kai still didn't say anything. Strictly speaking, the places that Luo Lan chose for Yang Kai were indeed quite good. The aura of heaven and earth was extremely rich, and all aspects were considered comprehensively, which can be described as thoughtful. But Yang Kai didn't seem to be satisfied with anything, which made Luo Lan a little puzzled, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted. Senior Luo, is there a suitable place in the sea? Seeing that she was about to introduce the next place, Yang Kai quickly interrupted her. On the sea, Luo Lan raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, so the little brother wants to live next to the sea. How about this location? Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out from that magical place with a satisfied look. After some investigation and comparison, he finally chose a place called Double Shark Island. This place can be said to be 2 islands, or 1, because they are connected to each other. Looking down from above, the 2 islands look like 2 sharks running side by side in the sea, and the image is lifelike. That's why it's called Double Shark Island. The occupied area is in line with Yang Kai's requirements, no more, no less, about 100,000 miles. And 500,000 miles away from Shuangsha Island, there is a city facing the sea. This island is relatively remote on the planet Cyanwood. Neither Luo Lan nor Yu Jianxin understood why he chose such a place. After all, compared with the locations that Luo Lan introduced to him before, Shuangsha Island is not a bad place. Apart from aura, there is no other big advantage. Yang Kai is looking for a long way, and he is looking for a second. No matter how you look at it, it is a loss-making business. But since Yang Kai agreed, they have nothing to say. As a result, Shuangsha Island has become Yang Kai's territory from now on. As long as Yu Jianxin's faction is still in charge of the Sword League, no one will be able to take Shuangsha Island from him. This is also Yu Jianxin's promise to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't care too much, since the territory was in his hands anyway. If someone really dared to grab it in the future, he had to weigh himself first. On the second day, Yang Kai bid farewell to Luo Lan and Yu Jianxin, preparing to leave for Shuangsha Island. Outside the Cyanwood Palace, Yu Jianxin said with some guilt, Brother Yang, Yu can't send you there in person, and I have important things to do when I come to Cyanwood planet this time, so I really don't have the time to spare. Brother Yu, you're welcome. I still know how to get to Shuangsha Island. Moreover, with the letter and token given to me by Senior Luo, it's very convenient to deal with things there, so you don't have to worry about Brother Jiyu. Yang Kai smiled. Jiyu Jianxin said, that's good. He smiled mysteriously again, but Brother Yang, there are a few people who want to go to Shuangsha Island with you, and I hope you don't refuse. To be continued. This book. The text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at High. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1747 Double Shark Island. Someone wants to go with me. Who? Yang Kai frowned, but he hadn't heard any news beforehand. Jiyu Jianxin looked aside. Yang Kai followed his line of sight and saw three familiar faces. Young Master Yang. Yu Shi came slowly and stood still not far away. Brother Yang. He Zhao and He Miao also called out crisply. Yang Kai looked at Jiyu Jianxin, who shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, I have expelled them from the Sword Alliance. As the young leader, I still have this right. Yang Kai's expression changed. Then I asked them what their plans were in the future. They said they wanted to follow you, but they didn't know if you would take them in. Jiyu Jianxin added with a smile. Brother Jiyu, thank you, Mr. Yang. Yang Kai said seriously. With his shrewdness, how can he not see that Jiyu Jianxin is doing him a favor? After all, I am on the Cyanwood planet, and I am just a lonely family. Although I am powerful, there are some things that are inconvenient to handle by myself, and I don't have any capable people to help. But if the three master and apprentice UXE follow him, then the situation will be different. Some complicated and trivial matters can be entrusted to them. It also avoids the embarrassing situation that the three masters and apprentices of UXE may encounter in the Sword League in the future. As Yang Kai said before, after the incident with Qin Qiang, it may be difficult for the three masters and apprentices of UXE to survive in the Sword League. Once you get a foothold, no matter where you go, you will be charged with a crime of ingratitude, and you will inevitably be pointed at. Now that they have been expelled from the Sword Alliance, such things will naturally not happen again. Jiyu Jianxin was very thoughtful, and it could be said that he tried his best to impress Yang Kai. That's why he made this happen. For his kindness, Yang Kai naturally has no reason to refuse. He looked up at the three of Yu Zai's master and apprentice, and asked solemnly, are you willing to follow me? As long as the young master is willing to take him in, UXE is willing to do the same for him. UXE replied hastily. We are willing too, the two sisters said in unison. Well, from now on, you all come with me. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you, young master. Yu Shi Yingying bowed, her face was full of joy. Little brother, Luo Lan had been standing by the side until this moment before she interjected, saying, as for the ethereal crystals you need, I can't find too many here at the moment, but I will try my best to get them. Collect, after a while, how about I have someone send it to you? Then there will be Senior Lao. Before Yang Kai chose Shuangsha Island as his territory, he asked Jiyu Jianxin and Luo Lan to buy a large number of void spirit crystals, but this thing is really scarce, and Luo Lan can't find it for a while. There are too many, but with her promise, Yang Kai will be able to get some sooner or later. Afterwards, Yang Kai took the three masters and apprentices of UXE, sacrificed the star shuttle, and left the Cyanwood Palace. Jiyu Jianxin and the others watched Yang Kai go away before returning. It would take half a month to go to Shuangsha Island, even if you use the space magic circle on Cyanwood planet. Fortunately, Yang Kai has the token given by Luo Lan. With this token, all the space magic circles in the major cities are open to Yang Kai. According to the route Luo Lan set for him, Yang Kai continued to use space magic circles one after another, and finally arrived at Double Shark Island in less than half a month. Although Shuangsha Island is located in a remote place, there is still a space magic circle to communicate with the outside world. When the figures of Yang Kai and others appeared in the magic circle, the warriors in charge of guarding here immediately stepped forward. After looking them up and down, he asked in a routine way, everyone, what's your business in Shuangsha Island? Yang Kai glanced at him, and found that this person was only a warrior of the third level of the Saint King, and the remaining warriors responsible for guarding this place were not strong. From the level of these fighters, it can be inferred that the combined strength of the entire Double Shark Island should not be strong. He didn't answer, but took out the token that Luo Lan gave him, and waved it in front of the warrior. What is this? The warrior stared wide-eyed, with a blank expression on his face. Don't you know? Yang Kai frowned. Well, it's fine if you don't know. What is your island owner's name and where is it? Take me to see him. The martial artist was shocked by Yang Kai's aggressive questioning and domineering attitude. Although he didn't know what the token represented, he also vaguely guessed that Yang Kai seemed to have a lot of background. Immediately restraining his previous casualness, he replied suspiciously, "The owner of this island, Zhu Liang, may I ask where some of your friends are from, and do you know the owner of the island?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but Yushi snorted coldly, "You can also ask about my son's identity. Hurry up and lead the way." While speaking, he inadvertently released his own potential field. The warrior immediately changed his face, realizing that the man and 3 women were not something he could contend with at all, so he hurriedly made a gesture of invitation obediently and led the way. This is the benefit of having subordinates. Yushi can make a bullying posture, so as to raise Yang Kai's identity and status, and avoid some complicated inquiries. Yang Kai gave Yushi an approving look, and the latter smiled. Zhu Liang, the owner of Shuangsha Island, is not very strong. He only has a first-level void-returning realm cultivation. On such an isolated overseas island, it is difficult for some powerful warriors to appear. After Yang Kai showed the token and Luo Lan's letter, Zhu Liang immediately surrendered to the ground, respecting Yang Kai as the master. Taking over Double Shark Island so smoothly made Yang Kai very satisfied. Well, you will still be your island owner in the future. How you managed Shuangsha Island in the past will be managed in the future. I will not interfere. If there is anything that needs to be reported, just tell Madam Yu. Will pass it on to me. Yes, it seemed that Yang Kai was easy to talk, so Zhu Liang gradually became less nervous. Island Master Zhu, your subordinate is here. Zhu Liang quickly responded, I don't dare to take the word, Island Master. You can just call Zhu Liang by his name directly in the future. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Tell me, how is the situation on this Shuangsha Island? Yes. Zhu Liang pondered for a while, as if he was sorting out his words, and he said after a while, Double Shark Island covers an area of about 100,000 miles. There is a shortage of supplies. The current permanent population on the island is about 200,000. The cultivation level is generally not high, and the subordinates are not talented. Although they are only at the first level of returning to the void, they can be regarded as the strongest in Shuangsha Island. Yes, besides the subordinates, there are 3 other void returning first layers, who are the deputy island masters and elders on the island. The subordinates have set up a council of elders, and jointly manage it with several elders. Twin Shark Island. 500,000 miles to the east of Shuangsha Island, there is a city adjacent to the sea. The space circle of my Shuangsha Island is connected to that city. And the distance to the west and south is tens to millions of miles. There are several other islands. The situation is roughly similar to that of Shuangsha Island. The relationship between these islands is fairly peaceful, and there are occasional contacts. The biggest danger here is the sea beasts, and every time the sea beasts plunder, they will die. There are few people, but if there are adults sitting here, I think Shuangsha Island will be much more peaceful and safe in the future. While introducing, Zhu Liang also flattered Yang Kai without leaving a trace. Yang Kai looked indifferent, non-committal. Zhu Liang continued. The biggest output of Shuangsha Island and the nearby islands is the inner alchemy of sea beasts. Every year, many foreign warriors come to Shuangsha Island to go out to sea to hunt beasts. After half an hour of inquiry, Yang Kai had a little understanding of the situation on Shuangsha Island. Overall, he is still very satisfied with this place, which is very suitable for his next plan. It's just that a place needs to be chosen here before the plan can be implemented. Yang Kai decided to check it out himself. After letting Zhu Liang leave, Yang Kai said hello to Yu Zai's master and apprentice, and then sent Xing Shuo alone to investigate the terrain of Shuangsha Island. This investigation took him 8 days and traveled all over Shuangsha Island. In the end, Yang Kai chose an area in the southeast, which is close to the sea, and the scenery is good. The most important thing is that there is a large open space, and there are few traces of warriors. Yang Kai found Zhu Liang again and asked him to recruit some warriors from Shuangsha Island to build a palace for himself in that place. Naturally, he would not let others work in vain, but would pay Saint Crystal as a reward. How could Zhu Liang not allow such a good thing? Even if Yang Kai doesn't pay Saint Crystal, he will do it properly for Yang Kai, not to mention that Yang Kai is so reasonable. There are 200,000 people on Shuangsha Island, and Zhu Liang ordered 1,000 people to be recruited casually, and started building large-scale construction in the place Yang Kai chose. The warriors moved at an extremely fast speed. In less than half a month, a grand palace with an area of more than 10 miles in radius was completed. Zhu Liang paid out of his own pocket to add some furniture and decorations to the palace. Until this time, Yang Kai brought Yushi and the others to move in. The palace was very large, and it seemed extremely quiet with only 4 people living there. The 3 masters and apprentices of UXE didn't know why Yang Kai built such a huge palace here, and it was not easy to ask, but they just followed Yang Kai obediently and served them wholeheartedly. It was night. Yang Kai called them to his room. Young master asked us to come here, what's your order? Yushi asked suspiciously. It's nothing serious, just sit down. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to signal. After they were seated, they opened their mouths and said, since you have chosen to follow me in the future, I will naturally not treat you badly. Let's put it this way, I have a sect called Lingxiao sect, and I am the suzerain. On the distant cultivation star, are you willing to join Lingxiaozong? The 3 masters and apprentices looked at each other, then looked at Yang Kai, almost without thinking, they all nodded and said, of course I am willing. And, then, from now on, you will also be members of the Lingxiao sect. Yang Kai smiled, the head of the Zongmen has a long way to go, and it will happen in a while. You may not have a chance to go there, but don't worry, one day, I will take you to take a look. Lingxiaozong will not be too weak in the future. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest power. Chapter 1748 Luo Lan visits. Next, Yang Kai asked about the exercises and secret treasures that Yu Zai's master and apprentice had practiced. All 3 told them in detail, without hiding anything. In terms of cultivation techniques, Yang Kai couldn't give too many suggestions and opinions, so he could only let them explore and practice on their own. As for secret treasure, he was not stingy. Yushi originally had 2 void-level secret treasures, but they were both void-level and low-grade. Although they could increase some combat power, they were extremely limited. Fiction, novel chapters are updated the fastest. Yang Kai gave Yushi his feather spirit arrow and the array card that sealed the light-splitting cloud sea formation. With the improvement of his strength, these 2 secret treasures are already a bit tasteless to him, they are the kind of things that are a pity to discard and useless to keep. Needless to say, the Yuling arrow is filled with holy energy, and once activated, it will have a strong explosive power. Unfortunately, the holy energy stored in this thing can only be activated twice at most. Charge the arrow. With Yang Kai's current method, he doesn't need to use secret treasure at all when he encounters the Void Return 3rd layer, and if he encounters the Void King stage, the power of the Feather Spirit arrow is not ideal. It happened to be given to UXE to enhance her strength. The same is true for the formation card that sealed the light-splitting cloud sea formation, and it is of little use to Yang Kai. But if these 2 secret treasures with strange effects were placed here, it would be different for UXE, which could greatly enhance her strength. With these 2 secret treasures by her side, with UXE's cultivation base of the 1st level Void Return, it would be enough to deal with the 3rd level monsters. The warriors in the environment pose a threat to their lives. UXE couldn't help being overjoyed when she got 2 secret treasures. Although Qin Wuhui took care of her in the Sword Alliance, she also followed Ji Yu Jianxin. But where is the chance to get such a good thing? The generosity of Yang Kai's actions and the richness of his wealth made her secretly shocked and pleasantly surprised at the same time. Yang Kai didn't give He Zhao and He Miao's sisters secret treasures, because the 2 sisters had just received the secret treasures from Qin Wuhui, and the 2 mid-level scimitar secret treasures, after their exploration and refinement for a period of time, gradually figured out how to use it. Combining 2 scimitars into one can form a round blade, and the grade of the secret treasure will be comparable to the top grade of the virtual class, and its lethality is astonishing. Something like a secret treasure. Not more is better, only if it can be used. Yang Kai handed the 2 void condensation pills to He Zhao and He Miao. With their current situation, they only need to accumulate for a while before they can hit the realm of the Void Return Mirror. Besides, Yang Kai gave the 3 masters and apprentices a large amount of saint crystals and spiritual pills for cultivation. So they sent them to retreat. Next, Yang Kai just started to set up a super space magic circle here, ready to connect to the transfer station he left before. He deliberately chose the innermost palace as the location for the space magic circle. Refining all kinds of materials with ease, and engraving the magic circle. Infuse space power. After a few days of effort, a super space law circle has been formed. The sky spirit crystal in his hand was completely exhausted with the layout of the magic circle. The number of void spirit crystals almost failed to meet the needs of the magic circle. Fortunately, Yang Kai was lucky, and there was nothing wrong with the calculations, and finally the magic circle could be completely arranged. Sending out his spiritual thoughts, he checked the situation of Yu Zai's master and apprentice, and found that they were still in retreat, so Yang Kai inserted Saint Crystal into the magic circle and activated the magic circle. After a transfer, Yang Kai quickly arrived at the Mine Star. Among the underground ruins discovered by Yang Kai before, the lights were brightly lit, and countless figures of warriors were busy in it. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that there were not only disciples of Lingxiao sect in Shadow Moon Hall, but also people from Qiantianzong and Luluman, as well as many martial artists who had made sects with Lingxiao sect. It seems that Yi Xian and others have gained a foothold here, so they let warriors from other sects come to mine. Sect Master Yang. Just as Yang Kai was observing, a suspicious call came from not far away. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and found that the person was actually Mo Yu of Qiantianzong. Senior Mo, Yang Kai greeted with a smile. It really is Sect Master Yang. Mo Yu was overjoyed, and hurried over. I thought I was mistaken, but I didn't expect it to be you. Where did Sect Master Yang come from? Cyan Wood Star. Yang Kai replied casually. Sect Master Yang is a great talent. Mo Yu expressed admiration. If it weren't for you, I would be trapped in one place forever as a Dark Star warrior. I didn't expect to be able to teleport on various stars at will. The feat, I am afraid that in the star field, no one can achieve it except our Dark Star warriors. Hee. Yang Kai laughed, but did not deny it. The fact is indeed the case, without the space magic circle arranged based on his space power, it cannot support ultra-long distance transmission at all. In the star field, there may be a few super magic circles, but they are absolutely impossible. It is something left over from the ancient times, far less stable and safe than Yang Kai personally arranged. No one dared to use those magic circles unless it was absolutely necessary. Sect Master Yang came here this time to find Elder Yi. Mo Yu asked again. Well, where is the elder? Come on, I'll take you there. Mo Yu hurriedly led the way. Gloomy Star, because of the rise of the Lingxiao sect, countless sects and families have benefited from it, not to mention the last time the Corpse Spirit sect plundered. It was the Lingxiao sect and the Shadow Moon Palace that turned the tide. This time, Qiantianzong was also because of the relationship with the Lingxiao sect, in order to get the opportunity to come to the Mine Star to mine rare minerals. Mo Yu and Yang Kai already had a good friendship, so they are naturally very enthusiastic at the moment. Soon, Yang Kai saw Yi Xian and Qian Tong sitting here somewhere in the ruins. After learning that he has now arrived at a cultivation star called Qingmu Xing, and has already owned his own territory, everyone is extremely excited. This means that warriors who have reached their limit on Gloom Star can finally get rid of the shackles of the law and try to sense the mystery of the Void King realm. Especially for Yi Xian, she has been waiting for this day for a long, long time. When does Great Elder want to leave? Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian and asked. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yi Xian shook his head and said, I won't go there for the time being. Yang Kai was silent for a moment, before quickly reacting, because of Yang Yan. Yi Xian lightly opened her lips. If I really break through to the Void King realm on the Greenwood planet, then it will be very difficult for me to stay in the Gloomy Star for a long time in the future. The state of the Lord Qian is the best example. I think, after she wakes up, she will deal with her own affairs. That's it. Yang Kai heard the words, but it was not easy to persuade. Yi Xian paid a lot for Yang Yan. Last time she had the opportunity to leave Gloom Star with Yang Kai, but because Yang Yan was still sleeping, she chose to stay and guard. This time is also the same reason. That's fine. Yang Kai smiled again. Anyway, with the Great Elder's situation, as long as the timing is right, it shouldn't be too difficult to advance to the Void King stage. You think too much of me. Yi Xian laughed at herself. Throughout the ages, the Void King realm has always been the highest realm for warriors, and countless void return mirrors are stuck at this juncture, and I can't understand the mysteries of it all my life, and I don't have complete confidence. Quote. Yang Kai chuckled. Yi Xian was being modest. If the previous Yi Xian was not fully sure, then Yi Xian, who is constantly absorbing the energy of the domain stones and comprehending the magic of the domain, has at least 80% hope that she can successfully break through to the Void King realm. Anyway, I came back this time to tell you the news. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. As for when you will go to Cyanwood Planet, you can just think about it yourself. Don't worry about this matter. When the time comes, the Great Elder, Brother Mo, and I will definitely organize a group of people to go to Cyanwood Planet. Qian Tong laughed from the side. If you don't grasp such an opportunity, how can you do it? It doesn't matter if you can't stay in the Gloom Star after being promoted to the Void King realm. Anyway, as long as there is a space magic circle, we can return at any time, and there will be no accidents in the Gloom Star. Okay, when you get there, Someone will welcome you. Yang Kai nodded. By the way, you have been mining here for so long, have you found the void spirit crystal vein? No, Qian Tong shook his head and said. The old man, the great elder, and Brother Mo will also go out to investigate from time to time, searching for the location of those ore veins. Not found. Yang Kai didn't report too much expectation, and the matter of Kongling Jing was just a random question, and now he got a negative answer, so he is not disappointed. He didn't stay on the mine planet for a long time. After explaining something, he passed the space magic circle again and returned to the palace of the Greenwood planet. It only took him half a day to go back and forth, so when he came back, the three of them, Yuexi and his disciples, were still practicing in seclusion. The days that followed were uneventful. Zhu Liang brought a few elders from Shuangsha Island to pay a visit, mainly because they were familiar with each other, but it was not a big deal. After all, Shuangsha Island is already Yang Kai's territory in name, and they will have to rely on Yang Kai's nose to survive in the future, so how dare they have any negligence? Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to the Void Return First Order, and sent them away after entertaining them a little. He is waiting for the news from the Sword League, and believes that such a big force of the Sword League will definitely collect some space spirit crystals for him. As long as there are space spirit crystals, Yang Kai can set off again and fill the entire star with the super space magic circle. Domain, when the time comes, the warriors of Gloom Star can go wherever they want. Distance will never be an obstacle for Dark Star fighters to travel in the star field. Especially Tongshuan continent, Yang Kai is very eager to connect Gloom Star with this piece of homeland. It's a pity that there has been no news from the Sword Union. It wasn't until one day 2 months later that Yang Kai, who was cultivating, received a report from Yu Shi, Sword Alliance has come. Yang Kai was very excited, got up quickly, and went to greet him, secretly looking forward to how many void spirit crystals he could get this time. He originally thought that Luo Lan would just send someone here to hand over to him, but what he never expected was that the person who came was actually Luo Lan himself. To be continued. Chapter 1749 The Lost Interface. Why did Senior Luo come here in person? After inviting Luo Lan to the palace and settling in the living room, Yang Kai asked. Little brother is the young master's friend, so I should come here in person. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled. Why, aren't you welcome? Don't dare, Senior can come here, it really makes the humble house flourish. Yang Kai laughed. The so-called not going to the Three Treasures Hall if there is nothing to do, he doesn't believe that people like Luo Lan will come to see the scenery when they have nothing to do. As for the reason she gave, it is not a reason. He just had a material transaction with the Sword League. Luo Lan can send someone to deal with such a trivial matter, so why would she need to come forward in person? Yang Kai faintly sensed that Luo Lan should have some other purpose for coming here, but the other party didn't mean anything to say, so he just pretended not to know. It's very quiet here. Luo Lan turned his head and looked around. In the palace covering an area of 10 miles, only Yang Kai and Yu Zai's master and apprentice lived, and Yu Zai's master and apprentice had been practicing in closed doors. It can be said that in the entire palace, only Yang Kai walks around occasionally. Normally, the palace is indeed quiet and silent, extremely quiet. Why didn't Zhu Liang find some servants? Luo Lan asked with concern. Yang Kai laughed and said, there is no need for that, I will deal with it myself, where do I need any servants? That's right, it's better to be quiet. Luo Lan smiled, and suddenly said, well, this is the sky spirit crystal that my little brother needs. Although I have made people work hard to collect it, you also know that sky spirit crystal is still very rare. Yes, I don't know if these quantities can meet your requirements, eh? While speaking, Luo Lan took out a space ring, flicked his fingers, and the space ring flew towards Yang Kai lightly. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to catch it, and let out his spiritual mind to investigate it, his brow wrinkled indistinctly. Luo Lan looked at his words and said in surprise, what? There are so many void spirit crystals, do you think there are too few of them? Yang Kai pondered for a moment, nodded and said, not much. Luo Lan looked serious, what do you want so many void spirit crystals for? Apart from refining space rings, this thing seems to have no other purpose, right? Yang Kai chuckled, but did not answer. Luo Lan also seemed to know that he asked a question that shouldn't be asked, and said apologetically, I'm really curious, so you don't have to worry about it. Well, why don't you wait a little longer, and I'll send a message to the main star for help. Do you collect? In this case, how long will it take? Yang Kai asked. The main star is not close to here. Even if it is collected and sent over, it will take time, at least a year, but I don't know how many void spirit crystals can be collected there. Forget it. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. The void spirit crystal that Luo Lan brought this time is quite a lot in a sense. However, there is not much demand for Yang Kai, because these void spirit crystals are only enough to set up a super space magic circle at most, and cannot meet his needs. If he needs to connect Tongshuan Continent and Gloom Star, at least 2 or 3 space magic circles must be arranged in the middle as a transit. It is very difficult to generate void spirit crystals. Generally speaking, they appear as associated mines of some ore veins, and the number is rare. However, I heard that a large number of void spirit crystals are bred in some space cracks. Luo Lan suddenly brought up an irrelevant topic, and immediately asked mysteriously, is little brother interested in finding it by yourself? Yang Kai squinted his eyes and said with a smile, this is the purpose of coming here in person, isn't senior? Luo Lan smiled and did not deny it. Since you have seen through, then I have nothing to hide. Senior, do you know where there is such a space crack that gave birth to the void spirit crystal? Yang Kai asked. Luo Lan nodded, I just don't know if little brother wants to go. What if I say I don't want to? Yang Kai replied with a smile. Luo Lan didn't seem surprised, and said with a light smile, well, besides the possible void spirit crystal, there is also a scary void beast. Space shocking beast. Yang Kai's expression was serious, and he let out a low cry, then stared deeply at Luo Lan, and said in a deep voice, it seems that senior knows that I am proficient in the power of space, and I got it from Jiyu Jianxin. Known. If that wasn't the case, why do you think I came here in person? Luo Lan smiled coquettishly, since you have used the power of space in front of the young master, you should have guessed that I would know. This is nothing unexpected, but don't worry, this I know about this matter, the young master knows about it, and no one else will know about it. It doesn't matter if you know. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, if I was afraid that people would know, I wouldn't use space power to kill Li Minghai. Luo Lan was startled, then smiled wryly. She couldn't help but have the illusion that the handle she was holding was smashed by Yang Kai's few words, which made her feel very powerless. After pondering for a while, he said seriously, little brother, since you have cultivated the power of space and made achievements in this field, you must also know the effect of Jingkong Beast's inner alchemy on you. The ancient alien beast has been extinct for a long time, but in a place I know, there is one that survived. If you can get its inner alchemy, you must go further in the attainment of the power of space, not to mention, there is a great possibility that there are many void spirit crystals, which is what you need, if I am not mistaken, you need void spirit crystals also to cultivate the power of space, right? Yang Kai was noncommittal to her guess, and asked, where is that place? Seeing that he finally showed some interest, Luo Lan's expression was startled, and he didn't answer directly, but said, if I tell you that there are higher realms above the Void King realm, do you think I'm here? Lie to you? No. Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Lan was stunned. Someone told me that there is no peak in martial arts. Void King realm is naturally not the ultimate goal of a warrior. Yang Kai explained casually. So that's it. Luo Lan quickly felt relieved. She thought that Yang Kai knew some incredible information, but it turned out to be just her own speculation. But in fact, Yang Kai knew it, but he didn't say it clearly. Luo Lan said again, whether the Void King realm is the highest realm for warriors or not, no one can say clearly, but there is such a legendary figure as the Starry Sky Emperor, so many Void King realm experts feel that there should be more warriors above the Void King realm. High realm, and above the star field we are in, there are also higher planes. Why do you say that? Yang Kai frowned, because the place I told you may be the corner that was lost from that plane. Luo Lan said solemnly, we call it the lost interface. Every star of cultivation is not the same. But it contains countless opportunities, not to mention that there are many precious cultivation materials there, and some people even brought out a kind of medicinal material that surpassed the Void King level. Let his cultivation go further. Let us say that Void King realm warriors like us can practice easily there, and if we are lucky, we may break through our own shackles and reach the next realm. The lost interface. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yes, the laws of heaven and earth there are more suitable for warriors to practice. This is the place you want me to go to? Yes. Luo Lan nodded. In this way, wouldn't those unborn Void King third layer powerhouses also go there? In order to break through? That's not possible. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled, after all, it's just a lost interface. Although it's separated from a higher level plane, it still belongs to the star field after all, and it can't satisfy the Void King's third level realm. Those who make breakthroughs. There have also been Void Kings who have entered the third layer, but the final result shows that they can't get much growth in cultivation. And, there are several Void Kings in the entire star field. Layer. They are all old monsters that are not born in the world, and they are not seen at all in normal times. Is there a Void King level 2 to go in? It's possible. Luo Lan nodded. Since this is the Void King realm experience and practice place, why are you looking for me? I only have the Void Return third layer. Yang Kai was puzzled. A third level Void Returning realm, can't be viewed with common sense. Luo Lan asked back, I have never heard of any Void Returning third layer realm that can kill a Void King realm powerhouse, not to mention the reason for the sneak attack. If the Void King realm can be killed by a sneak attack casually, then it is not the Void King realm. I came to you because your own strength is not weak, and you should not delay me legs. Secondly, I also need to rely on you. With me, Yang Kai thought about it, and quickly understood, the power of space. That's right, Luo Lan nodded, as if talking to a smart person is not tiring. That lost interface is filled with a lot of space cracks. Some of those space cracks are visible, some are invisible, and some even move. Also poses a great threat to the Void King realm. Every time someone enters the Void King realm to explore, someone will be swallowed by those space cracks. I don't want to be a victim this time. Since you are proficient in the power of space, sensing those space cracks should easy as pie. I understand. Yang Kai nodded, but, as you said, it's okay if you bring a Void Return mirror in. What's wrong with that? Luo Lan chuckled. Any Void King realm that is qualified to enter it can bring someone along, and you'll know when the time comes. You won't be the only Void Return mirror there. Quote. There will be more. Yang Kai was surprised. There won't be too many, but since it is suitable for Void King realm cultivation, the Void Return mirror is also very suitable. It is only natural for some people to use that place to go to Void King realm. At the end of the speech, Luo Lan said, that's all the information I know. This time I came here to ask my little brother to help me. Of course, this is also good for you. With the benefits come risks. You have already achieved the third level of Void Return at a young age. Have you encountered fewer risks this way? Luo Lan smiled lightly. Warriors practice, compete with the sky, compete with people, and compete with others. Fight for yourself and forge ahead. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1750 Tit for Tat. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone. Eat well, rest well. I am so hard, I still cough, my lungs are aching. Yang Kai took a deep breath, pondered for a while, and said, I need to think about this matter. It's natural. Anyway, there is still time, so please give me an answer after careful consideration, little brother. For Luo Lan to say that, it was already very sincere. Yang Kai said seriously, okay, then please senior stay here for a few days. After 3 days, I will tell you. Then I will be waiting for the good news. If I can get your help, I believe this trip will be much safer. 3 days later, Yang Kai and Luo Lan left Shuangsha Island together and set off for Cyanwood Palace. To be honest, the Void Spirit Crystal that Luo Lan mentioned before was not very attractive to Yang Kai. Although this thing is rare, Yang Kai only needs to run a few more stars of cultivation, can still be collected. With the financial and material resources he has now, he can already buy a large number of Void Spirit Crystals, but it will take some time. What really attracted Yang Kai was the shocking void beast that could travel through the void. This kind of ancient strange beast travels through the void and wanders in the cracks of space, and its inner alchemy is of great help to the cultivation of the power of space. Yang Kai's space power cultivation has reached a bottleneck state so far, and the matter of opening up the territory of the mysterious boundary bead has become extremely slow, but if he can get the inner alchemy of the Jingkong beast, use it as the main material to refine it into a spirit Dan's words, then he can make a qualitative leap in his attainment of the power of space. Since there is no Void King 3-layer strongman in the lost interface, Yang Kai has nothing to worry about. He also has some confidence that he can escape from the Void King's 2nd-layer powerhouse. So after 3 days of consideration, he agreed to Luo Lan's request and decided to go to the lost interface with her. Before leaving, Yang Kai told the 3 of Yu Zai's master and apprentice to stay in the palace and also told them that if someone suddenly appeared in the palace with a token engraved with the word Ling, don't panic because those are people from the Lingxiao sect, just let them receive them comfortably. Although the 3 of Yuxi, master and apprentice were confused and couldn't figure out why someone suddenly appeared in the palace, they didn't ask any further questions. A few days later, Yang Kai and Luo Lan came to the Cyanwood Palace. After arranging for Yang Kai to rest, Luo Lan began to prepare. She will leave Cyanwood planet this time, so naturally there are many things to explain, and she needs to make complete preparations for entering the Lost Interface. But this has nothing to do with Yang Kai, he is only meditating in his own room. Jiyu Jianxin is no longer here according to Luo Lan, the young leader of the Sword League has already left after being here for a month. Before leaving, Luo Lan had repeatedly told him to take care of Yang Kai carefully. Time flies, a month later. Yang Kai, who was meditating, sensed Luo Lan's spiritual call, immediately ended the retreat, opened the door and walked out. Outside the door, Luo Lan was waiting. Seeing him coming out, she nodded slightly and led the way. A virtual class mid-grade battleship was ready outside the Qingmu Palace, and the two entered the battleship. After a while, the battleship began to march towards the star field. The Lost Interface is located somewhere in the star field. The entrance is surrounded by countless space cracks, and it is impossible to enter at ordinary times. Only when the fluctuations of those space cracks stabilize slightly, can the entrance be opened. At that time it may require a number of Void King Realm powerhouses to join forces to perform secret techniques. Let's wait for the time to enter. Luo Lan led Yang Kai to walk around in the battleship while explaining to him. Do you know all the Void King stage powerhouses who entered there? Yang Kai asked. Some people know it, and some people have heard the name even if they don't know it. But I don't know who will pass by this time. The time to enter the Lost Interface is uncertain each time, so only those who get the news and hope to make a decision, only those who break through will venture into it. Luo Lan stopped in front of a wing and said, you are staying here for the time being, if you need anything, just give me an order, we will take about a month to get their place. Yang Kai nodded, pushed the door and entered. Entering the wing room, Yang Kai walked to the bed, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. There was nothing to do in January, Yang Kai only spent it in meditation. Luo Lan did not come to him during this time, and other Sword Alliance warriors would not bother him. It wasn't until a month later that Yang Kai felt the battleship stop. Luo Lan's voice sounded outside at the right time, Yang Kai. With a flash of Yang Kai's figure, he came to the door, opened the door, nodded slightly at Luo Lan, and the two walked out. The hatch of the battleship opened, and the two of them turned into streamers and rushed out. After the two left, the battleship sailed again and returned to the original road. Standing in the void, Luo Lan looked left and right, identified his position, and then said, follow me. After finishing speaking, he sacrificed the star shuttle and led the way, followed by Yang Kai. Two beams of light, one in front and the other in the back, galloped like thunder in the vast star field. Yang Kai remained silent, following behind Luo Lan, avoiding the ubiquitous meteorites and starry sky storms in the starry sky. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly he saw a white light in front of him, and when he looked up, there was a round object suspended in the void, emitting a dazzling light. Even if separated by a long distance, Yang Kai could feel the fluctuation of space power coming from there. Yang Kai turned to look at Luo Lan. That's the entrance. Luo Lan relaxed after seeing the scene in front of him. It seems that we came here quite early, and the entrance has not stabilized yet, so it cannot be opened for the time being. The fluctuation of space power is very chaotic. Yang Kai muttered to himself. Can you feel it? Luo Lan looked at him in surprise. You all know that I am proficient in the power of space, why can't I feel it? Yang Kai chuckled. Luo Lan's eyes brightened. Bringing you here is really a wise choice. From this distance, I can only feel that it is very dangerous over there. Even if the Void King third layer wants to force it, I'm afraid it will end in pieces. I don't know anything about the situation. But Yang Kai, you have to remember, don't expose your advantage in front of other people, otherwise. I know. Yang Kai interrupted her exhortation, how could he not know the truth of the innocence and the guilt? If this advantage is really exposed, he is afraid that he will be targeted by all Void King realms. Luo Lan nodded slightly, and continued to gallop forward with Yang Kai. The closer he was to the entrance, the clearer Yang Kai felt the situation. His eyes gradually showed a look of excitement. Originally, he came with Luo Lan this time, and his main goal was the Jingkong, the inner alchemy of the beast. But he didn't want to have just arrived here, and he had gained something. Others can only feel the danger at the entrance, but Yang Kai can perceive the essence of the power of space from it, and the chaotic power fluctuations are absorbed by him, allowing him to combine with his own understanding of the power of space. He couldn't help but feel a little enlightenment. A few hours later, the two had arrived not far from the entrance. Looking closely, this entrance is about 5 miles in size, exuding a pure white radiance, but in the entrance, from time to time, there are dark space cracks that swim and swim, as flexible as fish. These swimming space cracks blocked anyone's attempt to pass through the entrance, and they were also the most dangerous barrier. Near the entrance, there are already figures standing in the void. There are not many people, only 7 or 8 people. These people are obviously one step ahead. Most of them are alone, and some are in groups of 2, but less in number. Yang Kai didn't dare to investigate too presumptuously, but he knew that these people were basically Void King stage powerhouses. The positions of them are scattered, which shows that they all come from different forces, and they have no intention of joining forces. Some of them closed their eyes and rested their minds, while some looked left and right, and their attires were also very different. When Luo Lan and Yang Kai stopped and revealed their figures, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Elder Luo dares to come to this kind of place. Not far from the left, a high-pitched voice suddenly came, with a hint of frivolity in his tone. Luo Lan heard the words, her eyebrows frowned, followed the voice and looked over there, her expression changed slightly, and she said in a deep voice, "So it's Elder Kui, why, where Elder Kui can come, can't I come?" Quote. The warrior surnamed Kui laughed loudly. Of course Kui doesn't mean that, it's just, the Lost Land is extremely dangerous, and Elder Luo is personally involved in the danger, isn't he afraid that one will accidentally fall into it? Don't bother, Elder Kui should take care of himself. Luo Lan replied a little impatiently. As soon as the two met, they confronted each other like this, obviously there was some grievance, and judging from the names they called each other, they seemed to be quite familiar. Yang Kai stood beside Luo Lan, watching his words and expressions, silent, but in his heart secretly in fear. The warrior surnamed Kui was not annoyed at all when Luo Lan choked, and smiled softly. Elder Luo, although there are some misunderstandings between you and me, we are all elders of the Sword League after all, since here we are, why don't we join hands? In this way, the safety of you and me will be guaranteed. Elder Kui's kindness, Luo Lan appreciates it, but I am not alone this time, Elder Kui should invite someone else. Luo Lan replied nonchalantly, rejecting the other party's proposal. Yang Kai's expression changed, only then did he realize that this guy surnamed Kui is actually an elder of the Sword League. From the looks of it, the other party must be a member of the vice leader faction of the Sword League, otherwise Luo Lan would not have treated him so coldly. The warrior surnamed Kui stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, like a poisonous snake, his eyelids opened and closed and said, "This kid is Elder Luo. Why has the old man never seen him? Elder Luo took him come here, do you want him to gain something in the lost interface, or do you expect him to break through to the Void King realm?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1751 You Can't See Me. I don't need to tell you about my relationship with him, right? Elder Kui, don't you talk too much. Luo Lan looked at the other party in disgust. The martial artist surnamed Kui laughed lowly. It's fine if you don't say anything, why are you so domineering? Saying that, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and said in a piercing tone, "Boy, the Lost Land is very dangerous, so don't die in it." Yang Kai squinted at him, his expression was indifferent, and he didn't mean to answer. This annoyed Kui's martial artist greatly, so it's fine for Luo Lan to blow his face in public. After all, Luo Lan and him are both Sword Alliance elders, and their strength is no worse than him, but Yang Kai, a mere void return 3-layer, dares to being so defiant naturally gave him an excuse to attack. However, before he challenged Yang Kai, a cold snort came from not far away. What a joke, if there are disputes within your Sword Alliance, you should resolve them as soon as possible. What are you doing here? Do you want me to do it for you? A referee, the two fight first. The winner stays, and the loser gets out. The speaker was wearing a maroon-purple robe, with a resolute face and a calm and majestic expression, exuding an oppressive aura all over his body. The warrior surnamed Kui and Luo Lan could not help but change their expressions slightly upon hearing this. Luo Lan sneered. I made Mr. Ni laugh, this concubine didn't mean that. The warrior surnamed Kui also laughed and said, Mr. Ni, don't worry, I'm just joking with Elder Luo. HMPH. Mr. Ni snorted coldly, without any intention of paying attention to Luo Lan and Kui warriors, and said coldly, if that's the case, then be quiet and don't disturb the old man. Luo Lan and the warrior surnamed Kui both had embarrassing expressions, and they didn't make a sound anymore, but the warrior surnamed Kui still stared at Yang Kai coldly, as if he wanted to remember Yang Kai's appearance in his heart. Just came here just now, and was stared at by a Void King realm for no reason, which made Yang Kai feel very bad. That guy's name is Kui Hong. He is an elder of my sword league. He and Li Minghai are life and death acquaintances. They are both members of the Vice Leader's faction. When he enters the Lost Land, you must be careful and don't leave. I am left and right. If he dare not deal with me directly, he will definitely attack you. Luo Lan's voice quietly entered Yang Kai's ear and explained to him. Yang Kai nodded without any trace, and asked quietly, "Who is Mr. Ni? You all seem to be afraid." "His name is Ni Guang, and he belongs to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce." Luo Lan replied, "He has the cultivation base of the second level of the Void King. Do you think Kui Hong and I are afraid? So that's how it is." Yang Kairen raised his head and looked towards Ni Guang. Under this look, he happened to meet the eyes of a person next to Ni Guang. Yang Kai was taken aback. The owner of that line of sight was smiling at the corner of his mouth, with a strange light in his eyes, staring at Yang Kai with great interest, his eyes bright. Yang Kai looked bitter, and almost cursed. He quickly looked away, lowered his head, covered half of his cheeks with his hands on his forehead, and muttered in his heart, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can see less than me." This is obviously a bit of self-deception. After Luo Lan came here, Yang Kai didn't pay too much attention to the warriors who arrived here first. Until this time, he realized that there was actually an old acquaintance standing beside Ni Guang. The jade tree of life is facing the wind, with a tall figure and fairer skin than women. It seems to be indestructible, bullying frost and snow, with a modest smile on his face. That smile is enough to drive any woman crazy, even men will also watch him for a while. Holding a folding fan in his hand, he looks suave and suave. No matter what kind of young hero he is, he will feel inferior in front of him. He seems to be born superior. He is simply synonymous with perfection. This guy, who is it if it's not Xueyu, third young master? The last time I met Xueyu was in the Emperor Garden, and everyone had a fight. Fortunately, with the closure of the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai successfully got rid of her entanglement, but he didn't want to come to the Lost Land this time, and unexpectedly bumped into her. But it's not surprising when you think about it, opportunities and risks coexist in the Lost Land. Although its existence is only known to a few strong people, the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, as one of the most powerful forces in the star field, obviously knows the Lost Land. This time, a strong man like Ni Guang was dispatched, and it is understandable to bring a Xueyu to practice. In the blink of an eye, various thoughts flashed in Yang Kai's mind, allowing him to understand the current situation. Immediately, he sighed, raised his head, looked directly into Xueyu's eyes, and smiled at Xueyu with a gesture of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Xueyu was stunned, as if she didn't expect Yang Kai to be so daring. With Ni Guang by his side, he dared to look at her. She was a little annoyed, and gave Yang Kai a vicious look, showing a lot of flair. With her current appearance of a handsome man, it is really inappropriate to make such a gesture. People who don't know the truth may think that there is something wrong with Xueyu's heart. But Yang Kai was very clear about her details. Seeing her deflated, Yang Kai smiled even happier. Yang Kai has been somewhat confused about the relationship with Xueyu. Let's say it's an enemy, and everyone hasn't reached the point where they have to score life and death. It's nothing more than Yang Kai mastering Xueyu's biggest secret, and Xueyu wants to kill him. But Xueyu didn't really put the murder into action. Even if people chased Yang Kai on the Rainfall Star, she still had room for energy. She only sent 2 warriors who were not strong enough, but Yang Kai finally turned her back, killed. Let's say they are friends, it is impossible for each other to treat each other with sincerity. The biggest possibility is that Xueyu felt that she was taken advantage of by Yang Kai, so she was annoyed and wanted to teach him a lesson so that he could remember better, but her life was saved by Yang Kai. In terms of the 2 choices, Xueyu is also in a dilemma, very difficult. Yang Kai didn't know how to deal with her relationship. Xueyu was also very confused. It would be fine if she was an ordinary woman, but she happened to be the successor that I.O., the chairman of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, placed high hopes on. Perhaps Xueyu will become the helm of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce in the future, and her status as a woman will definitely not support her to stand at the top of the Chamber of Commerce. Her hidden secrets cannot be revealed. The meeting of eyes between the 2 naturally couldn't be hidden from the Void King realm powerhouses here. Luo Lan looked at Yang Kai in surprise, and asked in a low voice, "Do you know that young man? Do you know who he is?" I know. Yang Kai nodded. Luo Lan was stunned and said, "You have such a wide network of contacts." Luo Lan only heard the name of the famous third young master Xueyu, but not the person. She can recognize Xueyu at a glance. It is entirely because Ni Guang's attitude towards Xueyu seems to be very humble. Ni Guang is also a powerful figure in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, but he has a modest attitude towards a third-layer void-returning realm. Who else can make him do this except Xueyu? Ordinary void-returning mirrors are not even qualified to meet him. Standing by his side will only be obsequious. Moreover, Xueyu's appearance is the same as the rumors, enough to fascinate thousands of sentient beings, men, women and children. All of them will be killed. Even a strong person like her couldn't help taking a few extra glances after seeing Xueyu. Are you friends? Luo Lan asked again. Hehe. Yang Kai didn't know how to answer this question. He hesitated and said, there must be some entanglement with her. Entanglement. Luo Lanfang's heart sank, subconsciously thinking that there might be some hatred between Yang Kai and Xueyu. If this was the case, then her situation would be in a bad place. When the two were whispering here, Ni Guang and Xueyu seemed to be talking about something. As the two communicated, Ni Guang kept looking at Yang Kai, as if he was very interested in him. Yang Kai felt bitter in his heart. He didn't know what Xueyu said to Ni Guang. If he spoke ill of him behind his back, Ni Guang might attack him here. Thinking of this in his heart, he told Luo Lan secretly, telling her to run away as soon as possible and stop thinking about lost places. How dare Luo Lan not agree? There is also some regret in my heart for dragging Yang Kai over. If she is alone, although the danger is greatly increased, she will not be targeted before she enters. It is only Kui Hong, she is not afraid, but Ni Guang is different. It was enough to make Luo Lan back away. Over there, the conversation between Ni Guang and Xueyu seemed to have come to an end. This Void King second-layer powerhouse looked at Yang Kai with piercing eyes, a pair of eyes bursting out with a real light, as if to look into Yang Kai. Open deep inside. Yang Kai was under such pressure, staring at Xueyu without speaking. Xueyu smiled innocently, opened the folding fan in her hand, and shook it gently twice, acting like a refined gentleman. In the days of confrontation with Yang Kai, she could rarely see Yang Kai's deflated appearance. Now with the help of Ni Guang's power, Yang Kai can't tell the pain. Xueyu is very happy. Young man, do you want to come to this old man? Ni Guang suddenly asked. As soon as this remark came out, the Void King realm powerhouses scattered all around were stunned, and they all looked towards Yang Kai with strange expressions, looking up and down. No one knew why Ni Guang suddenly invited a third-level void-returning warrior, and this warrior came with Luo Lan from the Sword League. This shows that the behavior of poaching makes everyone unpredictable. If Yang Kai is powerful enough to be comparable to Ni Guang, it is understandable that Ni Guang wants to draw a personal alliance to explore the Lost Land together. But Yang Kai is just a void-return third layer. What ability can make Ni Guang fancy? Yang Kai didn't expect things to develop like this. He thought that Xueyu would speak ill of him in front of Ni Guang, so that Ni Guang could teach him a lesson. So when Ni Guang sent out the invitation, he was also stunned for a moment. Suspicious, he glanced at Xueyu carefully, wondering what she was up to. Xueyu smiled triumphantly, still shaking the folding fan in her hand, as if she came here to see the scenery. Her expression on her face was unpredictable. Damn woman, Yang Kai secretly cursed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1752. Say no. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai clasped his fists at Ni Guang and said, Senior is so kind, I appreciate it, but my strength is low. If I go with Senior, I'm afraid it will drag Senior down. Hehe. Ni Guang smiled slightly. You are very self-aware. No. Since the old man invites you, he naturally has the confidence to protect you well. Why, are you questioning the old man's methods? Yang Kai frowned. Luo Lan's face changed slightly, and he gave Yang Kai a look, signaling him to pay attention to his wording. Yang Kai smiled, and said again, Senior's strength is profound, and his cultivation is superb. I dare not have any doubts. I just go. The boy is here with Senior Luo, so. Mother-in-law, the bad guys are interested. Ni Guang snorted coldly, as if he was very dissatisfied with Yang Kai's prevarication. He took a deep look at Yang Kai, and said, In that case, come with Elder Luo. Elder Luo, join hands with the old man to enter. What do you think? His last sentence was directed at Luo Lan. Luo Lan was startled. Hesitation and struggle flashed across his face, but he quickly recovered, and smiled and said, Mr. Ni's kindness, that concubine is disrespectful. Saying that, he gave Yang Kai a look and flew towards Ni Guang first. She had passed, and it was meaningless for Yang Kai to persist, so he could only sigh and chase after her. After a while, the two arrived beside Ni Guang and Xueyu, forming a small group. Among all the people present, only Niguang brought Shuiyu a void return mirror, and the other void king realms came alone. Now that Luo Lan and Yang Kai have joined, Niguang's side will be there in an instant. 4 people. The advantage in numbers alone has already crushed everyone, but whether the 2 void return mirrors are holding back or can play some role is unknown. After inviting Luo Lan and Yang Kai, Niguang lost the interest to speak and just stood in the void with his eyes closed. After Luo Lan came over, she also seemed a little cautious. After all, her cultivation was not as advanced as Niguang's, and she didn't belong to the same faction as Niguang, so she was somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Kai was even more sullen and silent. Shuiyu folded her hands and folded her shoulders away, and said with a smile, "Brother Yang met again in Shanshui, I didn't expect to see you here, it's really a destiny." "Why?" Yang Kai glared at her, and said unceremoniously, "Let's say it first, I have no interest in Longyang Zihao, don't get close to me." Luo Lan turned her head abruptly, her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light, she glanced at Yang Kai and Shuiyu, her expression shocked and bewildered. Even Niguang, who was about to close his eyes and meditate, opened his eyelids in an instant, and his expression was as weird as it could be. Where did Shuiyu think that Yang Kai would say such shameless words as soon as she came up? She immediately blushed and trembled with anger. What is so good about Longyang? Don't talk nonsense, okay? HMPH. Yang Kai breathed out through his nostrils, putting on a haughty look, only you know what you think in your heart. The ambiguity of these words made Shuiyu more and more at a loss. Coupled with Luo Lan and Niguang's weird eyes looking at her, Shuiyu couldn't control her emotions for a while, and the blush on her face immediately spread to her neck. Hey. Luo Lan didn't know what to say, and let out a meaningless laugh, as if he wanted to ease the embarrassing situation, but he didn't want to make Shuiyu more embarrassed. You dare to speak rudely again, and I will kill you. Shuiyu gritted her silver teeth, and tried to clarify her orientation as if she was at odds with Yang Kai. Are you willing? Yang Kai sneered, looking directly into Shuiyu's eyes. Shuiyu was speechless, her teeth were gnashing loudly, and her saint chi was about to go berserk. Niguang narrowed his eyes, and said with a chuckle, the young man is quite timid, and he dares to talk nonsense in front of the old man, no wonder the 3rd young master treats you differently. No, let's stop the nonsense, if it continues it will be a bit of a sensationalist. Quote. Yang Kai grinned and shrugged. Niguang has already warned him like this, so naturally he will not be ignorant, and he is just angry that Shuiyu insisted on tying himself to her, so he came to disgust her. After saying that, Niguang closed his eyes again as if nothing had happened just now. Luo Lan, on the other hand, was in a restless state of mind, and her eyes were wandering, looking at Yang Kai for a while and Shuiyu for a while, as if she wanted to know if there was any dirty secret between the two of them. Could it be that the famous 3rd young master Shuiyu really likes men and dislikes women? Otherwise, why would he be so guilty? What happened between these 2 young heroes? Luo Lan thought about it for a while, and his face turned red. Come here. Shuiyu suddenly sank, the blush on her face receded like a tide, she coldly yelled at Yang Kai, and then flew into the distance. She obviously wanted to find a quiet place to chat with Yang Kai, lest he say anything embarrassing later. Yang Kai frowned, determined not to follow, but when he thought of Niguang's possible reaction, he still had no choice but to follow. Young people are always arrogant. Elder Luo doesn't need to worry about it. After the 2 of them left, Niguang suddenly said something that didn't make any sense. What Mr. Ni said is true. Luo Lan forced a laugh. Somewhere 30 miles away from the entrance, Shuiyu stopped, turned her head and looked back, a pair of beautiful eyes glowed with complex light, and after Yang Kai followed, she shouted, "Why are you so like this?" "What? Then why are you doing this?" Yang Kai asked back. "What's wrong with me?" Shuiyu gritted her teeth. "You see me when you see me, just pretend you didn't see it, what do you have to do with me?" Yang Kai was annoyed. "Do you know how dangerous the Lost Land is? Even the Void King realm may not be able to guarantee your safety there. I let you follow Uncle Ni. Naturally, I don't want you to have any accidents. I really don't know good people," Shuiyu said angrily, almost spraying saliva on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai suddenly smiled alluringly, staring at Shuiyu's face. "What are you doing?" Shuiyu felt a little guilty when she was stared at by the aggressive eyes, and she couldn't help but took 2 steps back. "Don't you want to kill me? Why do you care about me so much?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "I know your secret, isn't it what you want when I die? In this way, no one will reveal your secret go out. You care about me so much, you act like you like me, beauty, isn't that bad?" Shui Yu heard the words, curled her lips and said, "Don't be so sentimental here, who do you think you are, and who do you think I, Shui Yu, would like a shameless guy like you? You think highly of yourself, don't you?" Quote. Yang Kai's expression became serious, and he rubbed his chin to contemplate. Shui Yu's heart skipped a beat, thinking that what he had said had hurt Yang Kai's self-esteem, and she couldn't help feeling a little regretful in her heart. Clinker, Yang Kai suddenly said seriously, "Aren't women supposed to have a special feeling for their first man? Am I wrong? Who is the first man?" Shui Yu gritted her teeth and shouted every word. "Although there is no substantive progress between you and me, at least we have a skin-to-skin relationship. Be honest with Liu Yang." Before he finished speaking, his face changed, and he stretched out his hand to grab the void in front of him. In the void, a surge of holy energy suddenly erupted, but it was Shui Yu's hand wrapped in the breath of death that came over. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's shocked body trembled, but he also took this opportunity to grab Shui Yu's little hand, twisted his figure, and ran behind her, wrapping her hand around her neck, bind it. Shui Yu still wanted to struggle, but Yang Kai struck out swiftly and grabbed her other hand. In an instant, Shui Yu was subdued. Her face changed slightly, and she whispered, "Are you so powerful now? I want to look down on people, beauty." Yang Kai blew in her ear, holding her tightly. "Also, it's not good to fight like this as soon as we meet." Quote. "Let go." Shui Yu bit her thin lips lightly. The hot air coming from her ears made her whole body itch, and the body that was close to her back also transmitted amazing heat, which made Shui Yu instantly recall all the things that happened with Yang Kai on the Death Star. That was the scene that made her feel hot every time she thought about it. "Don't do this." Shui Yu struggled for a while, but found that she couldn't break free from Yang Kai's shackles. Her voice couldn't help but lowered. "If someone saw it, how do you want me to explain it?" Yang Kai stared at her red earlobe, and laughed frantically. "I said no, but I am quite honest." These ambiguous words made Shui Yu even more ashamed, took a deep breath, tried to calm her tone, and said, "Stop messing around, can you let go? I promise I won't shoot you." Yang Kai thought about it for a while, nodded and said, "Okay." Shui Yu's attack just now didn't bring murderous intent. Obviously she didn't really want to take her own life. Yang Kai certainly wouldn't take this to heart. While speaking, Shui Yu's two hands had already been loosened. The moment she got out of trouble, Shui Yu rushed forward more than 10 feet, quickly opened the distance with Yang Kai, gritted her teeth and stared at him, with an expression of wishing to eat his flesh and drink his blood. It took her a while to straighten her somewhat messy clothes, and with this movement, her mood gradually calmed down. "Tell me, what is your purpose?" Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious, completely different from the wretched and obscene just now. Shui Yu felt really uncomfortable. "You asked Ni Guang to invite me for no reason, what exactly do you want?" "For your own good, don't you believe?" Shui Yu raised her eyebrows. "You really like me," Yang Kai said deeply. "Shameless." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Just kidding, don't be so excited." Shui Yu took a few deep breaths, and then said in a calm tone as much as possible, "The last time in the Emperor Garden, the transaction between you and me has not been completed, you will not forget it, right? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 1753 Strong Like Clouds. "Deal." Yang Kai frowned. "What deal? You don't really forget, do you?" Shui Yu looked at him and sneered again and again. "I see, it seems that you were only interested in flirting with that demon girl from Dichen at that time, and didn't remember what I said at all." Yang Kai curled his lips. "Why do I smell a sour smell?" "Stop messing around," Shui Yu shouted angrily. "However, how do you know that she belongs to Dichen? Did you inquire about her later?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. "So what?" Shui Yu raised her chin slightly, and snorted coldly. "Where could that shameless witch come from besides Dichen?" "I really inquired about it." Yang Kai said to himself, "Forget it, don't mention this, I also remember the deal you said." "Just remember. What about that thing? You mean what's in the steel?" "Good." Yang Kai frowned slightly. He naturally remembered the scene at that time, and also remembered the transaction between himself and Shui Yu. Shui Yu said at the time that as long as the stone tablet in the stone tablet is handed over to her, the grievances between her and Yang Kai will be wiped out, and she will never trouble him again. At that time, Yang Kai also agreed, but before he handed over the stone tablet to Shui Yu, the Emperor Garden closed without warning, resulting in the failure of that transaction to be completed. Only later did Yang Kai know that what was hidden in the stone tablet was a shocking secret technique, star refining art. That is the supreme secret technique of refining the origin of the stars and making warriors become star masters. Little senior sister Shaning Shang was able to refine the origin of Tongshuan continent at the Saint King realm. Apart from the own reason that Tongshuan continent was declining, there was also a great contribution from the star refining art. Otherwise, with Shaning Shang's cultivation level at that time, she might not be able to successfully refine her original power and become the star master of Tongshuan continent. This is undoubtedly a secret art that can shock the entire star field and make the strong in the star field set off a bloody storm. It is of great value and immeasurable. It's fine if you don't know the existence of the star refining art, but now that Yang Kai knows it, it is naturally impossible to hand it over easily, even if the opponent is Shui Yu. The relationship between the two is still a little unclear. How could Yang Kai hand over this secret technique to her casually? Do you know what is recorded in that stone plaque? Yang Kai asked back. I don't know. Shui Yu shook her head. Don't you know you want it? Although I don't know what is recorded in it, I know that it is the key to my father's promotion to the 3rd level of the Void King. So I must get it. President I.O. Yang Kai frowned. Shui Yu's father is naturally I.O., the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai has heard a lot about this famous figure in the star field, but he has never seen it. He knows that I.O. is a Void King 2 layer. He is a strong man, but he has not been able to break through the barrier of the 3rd layer. In this way, I.O., who is backed by the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, is not an existence that can be underestimated. Yes, so I hope you can give me that stone tablet and let me give it to my father. Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. How can you be sure that what is recorded in it will definitely allow your father to advance to the 3rd level? You don't even know what the use of that thing is. Shui Yu smiled and said, my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce has been passed down for so many years, and there are always some information that others don't know. I don't need to tell you about this. Yang Kai nodded, thinking in his heart. In a sense, Shui Yu is right, the star refining art may really be the key to I.O.'s promotion to the 3rd level. After all, with the identity and background of I.O.'s old Void King realm, if he cooperates with the star refining art, he may not be able to refine the star source of a cultivation star. Once he succeeds, with the feedback and nourishment of the star source, he will be able to successfully break through promotion. Of course, there must be some unavoidable risks in it, and if it is not done well, it will end in extinction. Wanting to understand this point, Yang Kai was also secretly surprised by the information held by the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. The star refining art was sealed in a stone tablet deep in the Emperor Garden. Before breaking the stone tablet, Yang Kai didn't realize that there was something inside, but the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce was able to know in advance. I hope you can give me that thing. Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Even if it is a rubbing copy, it doesn't matter. The stone tablet should contain some kind of secret technique, right? You don't need the stone tablet itself, you just need to rub a copy of it. I need to think about this. Yang Kai thought for a while and replied. No problem. Shui Yu readily agreed, but before that, you must act with me. Yang Kai chuckled. With Ni Guang here, it's impossible for me to leave you. Who knows, you are very slippery, and you will run away if you are not careful. Shui Yu snorted softly, that's why I asked Uncle Ni to invite you. This is Shui Yu's main purpose for letting Ni Guang bring Yang Kai. The moment she saw Yang Kai arrive here, Shui Yu knew that the task she hadn't completed back then had been fulfilled. Since it's agreed, let's go back first. The entrance may be opened in a short time, and when you get inside, don't run around. Shui Yu warned worriedly. Understood. Not long after, the two returned to the entrance again. Ni Guang was still resting his eyes with his eyes closed. Luo Lan also stood aside and waited quietly. Seeing the two reappear, Luo Lan just nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. Shui Yu. Yang Kai suddenly approached Shui Yu and called out softly. What are you doing? Shui Yu was inexplicably nervous, and frowned, can you stop getting so close? Yang Kai glanced at her strangely, and then said, who are the people who come here, do you know them? Shui Yu said, some know, some don't. Then, do you know this person? Yang Kai winked in one direction while talking. Shui Yu quietly glanced over there, and found that the Void King realm experts over there were all wrapped in a cloud of black air, and they couldn't see their faces clearly at all. The black air writhed like a living thing, revealing the extremely uncomfortable breath makes people shudder. I haven't seen it, and I haven't heard of it. Shui Yu shuddered involuntarily, and whispered back, what's wrong? What's wrong with him? I don't know if it's my illusion, but he seems to care about me. Yang Kai frowned. Shui Yu was surprised. Of course she would not think that Yang Kai was acting affectionate. Yang Kai's strength is not weak. If someone really pays attention to him, he will definitely feel it. Since he said so, the strong man wrapped in black air must be really paying attention to him. As if to confirm Yang Kai's statement, when Shui Yu secretly observed the other party, from the black air, there was a strange laughter. The laughter was extremely ear-piercing. Shui Yu couldn't help but turn pale. This person is very dangerous, don't provoke him. Ni Guang suddenly opened his eyelids, and said softly, with a serious expression. Uncle Ni, what is this person's background? Shui Yu asked. I don't know. Ni Guang shook his head. Among the Void King realm experts I know, none of them can match up with this person. But this old man can feel that he is very strong. Perhaps he is not inferior to this old man. So, he is also at the second level of the Void King. I can't tell whether it's a second level man or not, unless I fight him. Ni Guang said slowly, anyway, you just don't want to provoke him. This person has an evil aura, and he must have practiced some kind of sinister technique. I understand. Shui Yu nodded obediently. Next, in order to prevent Yang Kai from provoking someone who shouldn't be provoked, Shui Yu carefully introduced to him the origins and identities of the Void King realm powerhouses present. There were more than 10 people present. Shui Yu probably knew each other. Occasionally there are 2 or 3 she doesn't know, and she can make some guesses. Yang Kai remembered the appearance and identity of these people one by one in his heart, in case of emergencies. Outside the entrance, everyone waited quietly. From time to time, newcomers from the Void King realm rushed to this place, find a place for themselves, and close their eyes to rest their minds. About 3 days later, a bright streamer suddenly appeared in the distant starry sky. The streamer showed a purple light, which was extremely dazzling. When the purple light appeared, Ni Guangwo opened his eyes, looked deeply at the direction of the purple light, and said with a cold snort, this old man is here too. He seemed to recognize the identity of the person at a glance. But it's okay, he's here, it's almost enough. Ni Guang said again. The aura contained in that purple ray of light is extremely powerful, not inferior to Ni Guang at all. It can be seen that the person coming must be a strong person at the second level of Void King. Realizing this, the complexions of the first layer Void Kings who came here before all changed slightly. Only the figure wrapped in the black air still made a strange laugh, and he didn't care, but the laughter was creepy. After a while, the purple light escaped not far in front of everyone, and the brilliance dispersed, revealing the 2 figures wrapped inside. Both of them have the same tall and strong figure, as if they were carved out of the same mold, and both have long purple hair that hangs over their shoulders, looking unrestrained and unique. These 2 seem like brothers. But if you observe carefully, you will find that this is not the case, because the cultivation bases of the 2 are very different. One of them is at the second level of Void King, while the other is only at the third level of Void Return, which is the same as Shui Yu and Yang Kai, the same realm. After the figure appeared, the eyes of the 2 people squinted and closed, looked around, and turned their attention to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Ni Guang looked at the Void King's second layer powerhouse. Shui Yu collided with the Void Returning third layer martial artist. No one showed weakness, no one flinched, and everyone looked calm. Ha ha ha, shocking laughter rang out, and the purple-haired strong man at the second level of Void King laughed out loud, looking extremely bold. I kept you waiting for a long time. The old man came a little late. No one is waiting for you, Zilong, you still like to be affectionate. Ni Guang sneered. That's right, I thought brother Ni, you wish I could come over quickly. Zilong chuckled. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1754 The Lost Land. Without you, this entrance can be opened, but we need to wait for a few more people. Ni Guang said lightly, but if you come, then there is no need to wait. Since that's the case, let's do it. Zilong smiled. Hearing the conversation between the 2, Yang Kai immediately knew the identity of the person who came. That purple-haired person with the second level of Void King is obviously the owner of Zixing, Zilong. Once this point is understood, the identity of the other person will be revealed to a young master Zixing, Zidonglai. Yang Kai was able to know about Zidonglai because of Ji Yu Zhengxin's inadvertent mention of it. Ji Yu Zhangxin mentioned Zidonglai and Shui Yu side by side, naturally acknowledging Zidonglai's powerful strength. These 3 handsome young men are the most famous 3 in the entire star field. Because the 3 of them represent 3 different major forces, and all 3 of them are the future successors of these 3 forces. Under them, there are also many strong men of the younger generation, who are famous far and wide. such as Shu Binbai, the disciple of Lord Wudao, Shan Qinglo on Dichen Star and the heirs of several monster clan lords, but their names are not as famous as these three people. But it is undeniable that the star field in the future will be dominated by these people. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of grievances there was between Zidonglai and Shui Yu, or it was just the younger generation's rivalry with each other. Anyway, when the two met each other, they both showed eager expressions, as if they couldn't wait to fight here. The look of a game. But now is obviously not a good time. The arrival of Zilong allowed the opening of the entrance to be implemented. Siniguang and Zilong presided over it without hesitation, calling on all Void King Realm powerhouses to start contributing. After a brief discussion, the Void King Realm powerhouses present dispersed one after another, each chose a position close to the entrance, and waited intently. Then, let's start. Zilong cast his eyes on Niguang and asked inquiringly. Niguang nodded slightly, and the next moment, the majestic Saint Yuan in his body suddenly burst out, and complex imprints formed on his hands, and then he pointed forward with one hand. A beam of energy visible to the naked eye shot out from his hand and poured into the pure white circular entrance. Zilong also laughed loudly, urging his own holy yuan, and poured it towards the entrance. Other Void King Realm powerhouses did the same thing. Even the guy who had been wrapped in black air without revealing his true face and had a rather suspicious background didn't mean to be negligent at this moment, and cooperated with other people to act. Suddenly, there was a humming sound from the entrance emitting pure white light, and the space crack that was originally wandering at the entrance seemed to be bound by an invisible force, and it was frozen in place. And the entrance itself seems to have become a bottomless pit, greedily and crazily devouring the Saint Yuan power of many Void King Realm powerhouses. Among the people present, only Yang Kai, Shui Yu and Zidonglai, the three Void returning mirror warriors, did not do anything, just watched from the sidelines. After all, no matter how outstanding their aptitudes and backgrounds are, the three of them still have some gaps compared with the Void King Realm fundamentally. This act of forcibly opening the entrance of the Lost Land, the efforts of the three are just a drop in the bucket. Instead of wasting energy, it is better to preserve their strength and deal with the possible dangers after entering the Lost Land. Time passed slowly. The expression of every Void King Realm powerhouse is not relaxed, and they are constantly pouring Saint Yuan into the entrance, which makes them consume a lot. Fortunately, they have all prepared a lot of panacea to restore the Holy Yuan, and they are all using them at the moment. The level of cultivation level is already clear at a glance. Like Luo Lan and Kui Hong at the first level of Void King, everyone's faces and foreheads were dripping with sweat, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Only those at the second level like Niguang and Zilong were stronger. Or, remain calm. More and more space cracks were fixed at the entrance, and, with the injection of Saint Yuan, the fluctuations of those space cracks gradually dissipated, showing faint signs of becoming stable. Seeing this, Yang Kai probably figured out how everyone would enter the Lost Land. The fact is indeed as he guessed. When the number of space cracks stabilized by the round entrance emitting pure white light reached a certain number, Niguang suddenly shouted, "It's done." As soon as the words fell, all the virtual kings stopped their hands one after another, each chose a different space crack, turned into a streamer, and scrambled to enter the entrance. And after they entered, those space cracks that were stabilized suddenly rioted and began to swim and shuttle. Niguang and Luo Lan stood side by side, beckoning to Yang Kai and Shui Yu, and after the two flew over, they released their Saint Yuan respectively, wrapping one around each other, and rushed towards the largest space crack. On the side, purple light suddenly appeared, and Zilong's laughter came. "Brother Ni, this old man is going to take a step first, you must not die inside." After the words fell, Zilong took Zidong and disappeared into the entrance. Niguang snorted coldly, and then rushed in. In an instant, the void that was originally filled with shadows was empty. After everyone disappeared, the entrance began to distort and change, and more space cracks emerged, gradually becoming more dangerous. It is conceivable that even if there are as many Void King Realm powerhouses as before, there is no way to open the entrance again. If you want to enter, you have to wait for the next opportunity, and you don't know when the next opportunity will be. After Yang Kai followed Luo Lan into the crack in the space, he felt a weightless feeling, as if his whole body was falling towards the endless abyss, and he also felt great pressure on his spiritual consciousness, which is the most obvious effect of space transmission. Sign. He could sense that Luo Lan was using his strength to resist the pressure from all directions, but this kind of teleportation was nothing to him. After all, he is proficient in space power, and this kind of pressure from space power has long been accustomed to him. The entire teleportation process was very fast, almost entering the entrance the moment before, and the scenery of another world appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes the next moment. The sky was dark, and there seemed to be a chaotic force surging above. There was no sun, moon, or stars. The land was desolate and dry, with no grass growing, and cracks like gullies appeared. The place where everyone appeared was in midair, so as soon as you came here, he fell down involuntarily. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, and found that Niguang, Shui Yu, and Luo Lan were all there. It's just that other people are not here. This is also easy to understand. After all, everyone did not enter this place through the same space crack, and the corresponding teleportation location for each space crack should be quite different. Turning the holy yuan, the four of them fell down lightly. Niguang and Luo Lan both showed expressions of relief. Fortunately, I didn't run into danger as soon as I came up. Luo Lan said softly, stronger than Niguang, and nodded in agreement, feeling that he and others were lucky. The Void King realm powerhouses who have always entered the Lost Land are not all smooth sailing, not to mention that there are many crises that cannot be resolved even by the Void King realm, but the dangers that may be encountered just after entering this place are enough to make ordinary the Void King realm is exhausted. If you encounter any extremely ferocious monsters, you may fall here. 9th order monsters abound here, 10th order monsters are as numerous as cow hairs, and there are even legendary 11th and 12th order monsters. But the luck of the four is good. After falling down, Yang Kai noticed the difference between this place and the star field. The power of the law of heaven and earth here seems to be extremely powerful, and his Saint Yuan and divine sense have not been affected, but the power of the potential field has been suppressed. He tried to release the power of the potential field, but found that the power that could be exerted was weakened by at least half. Sensing his movements, Shui Yu said from the side, "Don't try it, everyone is like this, not only our potential field, but Uncle Ni's domain will also be suppressed. The power of the law here is powerful and profound, and it is very powerful for the potential field. Fields have varying degrees of influence." Yang Kai nodded slightly, his expression slightly relaxed. Niguang looked around, released his divine sense, and after confirming that there was nothing that could threaten him, he turned around, looked at Luo Lan and said, "Elder Luo, what are you going to do next?" Luo Lan was startled, and said suspiciously, "Mr. Ni means?" Niguang pondered for a while, and said, "Let's put it this way, the reason why I invited you is because the third young master wants this young man to be by his side. As for Elder Luo, you are not considering it. I haven't entered this place before, old man Ida's hard to say clearly, but now that you have come in, the old man wants to ask, are you going to act with us or alone? But Lita's say it first, this young man must be with me, eh?" Although he didn't know why Shui Yu insisted on keeping Yang Kai, but he was well aware of Shui Yu's character, and knew that San Xiao would definitely not aim at nothing. Since Shui Yu wants to keep Yang Kai, it must be reasonable. Seeing Luo Lan pondering, Niguang said, "If you are with the old man, your safety will definitely increase a lot, but the old man does not guarantee that you will get any benefits. If you are separated from the old man, although the risk factor is higher, if you can get some benefits here things, that's not worth the trip, eh?" What this means is that even if Niguang finds something good, he won't distribute it to Luo Lan unless he needs Luo Lan's cooperation. In the end, he will distribute the benefits in proportion to what he paid. "I understand." Luo Lan nodded, "But I still want to be with you. After all, Yang Kai is the person I brought, so I can't just ignore him." She dare not act alone without Yang Kai. Before learning that Yang Kai was proficient in space power, Luo Lan didn't even plan to come to this lost place. Although she had already received the news, she was not entirely sure that she could survive here alone. She also came here temporarily after knowing that Yang Kai was proficient in space power. So she doesn't want to be separated from Yang Kai anyway. Seeing her choice, Niguang didn't show too much surprise. "In that case, let's go together." "Well, Elder Luo, what is the main purpose of your trip?" Luo Lan glanced at Yang Kai, pursed his lips and said with a smile, "There is no special purpose, just follow the fate." She didn't dare to tell about Jing Kong Beast, otherwise, with Niguang's shrewdness, she would definitely deduce something. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at AA Copyright CC. Chapter 1755 The Past is Like a Dream. A group of four, after some discussions, decided to find a place nearby to adjust their breath. After all, Niguang and Luo Lan both consumed a lot in the process of opening the entrance to the Lost Land before this. They must maintain the best condition in order to cope with the dangers that may be encountered next. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual nearby. Niguang led the crowd into a ravine at will, hiding his figure. The ravines here are crisscrossed and crisscrossed, like canyons of different sizes. After escaping into the bottom, looking up, you can only vaguely see the dim light from above. The distance here is at least a few hundred feet from the ground. At the bottom of the gully, the wind was blowing and it was quite cold. Yang Kai and Shui Yu are full of energy, although their cultivation is not as good as the Void King realm, their strength is not weak, so they are naturally responsible for protecting the law. Niguang and Luo Lan each chose a place not far from each other, took the elixir, and sat cross-legged. Yang Kai guarded Luo Lan, while Shui Yu guarded Niguang, each performing their duties. The world is silent, everything is quiet, only the gusts of wind blowing from the bottom of the gully enter the eardrums, adding a sense of horror. Shui Yu looked left and right from time to time, seeming a little nervous. No matter how advanced her cultivation is, no matter how powerful she is always a woman, and she has instinctive fear and vigilance against this environment. Yang Kai looked indifferent, he simply closed his eyes, and released his spiritual mind to monitor the surroundings to avoid any accidents. Time passed slowly, and I don't know how long it took. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He found that he was lying on a bed at the moment. The bed should be a wooden bed with a hard texture. When he looked up, he saw a simple roof with air leaks everywhere. He turned his head and looked around. This scene seemed familiar. Yang Kai couldn't help showing doubts, his mind was muddled, making his thinking unable to coherent. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten some important things, but he tried hard to think about it, but it only caused pain in his mind. He can't even remember what he was doing before. He shook his head, stood up from the crude plank bed, pushed the door and walked out, stood outside the house and took a look. The memories in his mind came like a tide, and Yang Kai immediately remembered that he is now a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, but because he has been in the sect for almost 3 years, he has not yet reached the sect's requirements for cultivation, so he is late. Kai was unable to be promoted to an official disciple, so he could only sweep the grounds for the sect to make a living while practicing, hoping that one day he would be able to fulfill his wish and be promoted to an official disciple. There is a broom outside the house. It is not yet bright at this moment, it is the darkest hour before dawn. Yang Kai laughed at himself, stepped forward to pick up the broom, and started his day's work. All the big and small roads of the sect, Contribution Hall, Martial Arts Hall, and Martial Arts Hall left behind Yang Kai's busy figure. All the roads were cleaned. He is the lowest disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, and also the busiest disciple. The sky gradually brightened, and many senior brothers gathered around Yang Kai, ready to challenge him. In the end, a junior whose strength was only at the 4th level of Qi training stage won the first place, beat Yang Kai to the ground, and walked away. Lying on the ground, panting heavily, feeling his weakness and physical pain, Yang Kai slowly clenched his fists. As if aware of it, he shifted his gaze to a big tree not far away. On that big tree, there is a figure standing quietly, standing on one foot on the crown of the tree. Her face is hard to see, because her face is covered with a veil, her figure is slim, and she wears a sapphire on her forehead like decoration, the eyes are clear and innocent, as flawless as clean water. Yang Kai looked at her quietly, feeling inexplicably that this woman seemed to be very important to him, but why he had such an idea, he couldn't figure it out at all. The 4 eyes met for only a moment, and the masked woman flickered and disappeared. The disappearance of the woman caused him a sudden pain in his heart, as if he was being grabbed by someone, making him breathless. Yang Kai shook his head, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, picked up the broom on the ground, and took a step at a time. Back to his cabin with difficulty. In the end, he still failed to complete the requirements of the sect before the time limit, and he still failed to become a disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion. When he was expelled from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai just packed his things silently, packed them into a small package, and went down the mountain along the road that he had traveled countless times. Standing in front of the mountain gate, Yang Kai looked back at the plaque engraved with the 3 characters of Lingxiao Pavilion. He stopped and his thoughts fluttered. Today, he is only 15 years old, but he is at a loss for the future. At the foot of the mountain, a group of senior brothers and sisters came. The leader was holding a saber. Her temperament was cold and pure. She was like an ice doll, exquisite and translucent. She was dressed in a white dress and was spotless. Generally surrounded in the middle, a group of people talked and laughed, and soon came not far from Yang Kai. Aware of his abnormality, the leading woman stopped, looked at Yang Kai, and lightly opened her lips and said, "This junior, do you want to go down the mountain?" Yang Kai turned his head to look, and after seeing the other party's face, he couldn't help being slightly stunned, and blurted out, "Su Yan." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Yang Kai was stunned. Although he had been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, he was familiar with this senior sister and had seen her heroic appearance many times, but the two of them never even said a word. After all, senior sister Ling Xiao's is superior, and Yang Kai is just a trial disciple. The difference in strength and status between them is too big. They are not people who can talk at all. He didn't know why he would suddenly call out the other party's name, and he called it so familiarly, as if he had called it countless times. This name also seemed to be a name that haunted him in his dreams. Su Yan's black eyebrows frowned. She didn't express much, but those brothers and sisters who were not weak who had been following him all the time cast contemptuous eyes at Yang Kai. There was even a hot-tempered brother snorted coldly, and said unceremoniously, "You can call out the name of the elder sister." After the words fell, suddenly volley punched Yang Kai. The palm wind was powerful. Yang Kai was directly thrown out, his body spun a few times in midair, and landed on the ground with a touch. Blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, his clothes were covered with dust, and he looked embarrassed. Yang Kai was indifferent to the pain in his body. He frowned, fell on the ground, and fell into deep thought. He didn't understand why he was like this. Everything here was both familiar and strange to him. A fragrant wind hit. A pair of jade feet stayed not far in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up, and saw Su Yan standing in front of him. That beautiful face, that awe-inspiring temperament, let her she looks as unattainable as a goddess. Elder sister, why bother with him? The senior brother who shot at Yang Kai before snorted coldly, with a displeased look on his face. Su Yan didn't answer, but stretched out a hand to Yang Kai, as if trying to pull him up. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, put his hand into Su Yan's palm, and stood up with a little help. The senior brother who had a lot of opinions on Yang Kai, his face was distorted, and he was half dead with hatred in his heart. He never thought that because of his own mistake, Yang Kai would have the opportunity to have a skin-to-skin kiss with senior sister. Yang Kai stood there dumbly, but Su Yan reached out and patted the dust on his body. At this moment, the eternal coldness on her face dissipated invisible. That gentle appearance made Yang Kai startled, but he felt it was natural. The outside world is very dangerous. Since junior brother is going down the mountain, he should set off early, be careful on the road, go early and return early. Su Yan gave a few instructions, took a deep look at Yang Kai, then turned and continued to walk in the direction of Ling Xiao Pavilion. Yang Kai stood where he was, watching her leave, feeling inexplicably empty in his heart. In the distance, the senior brother's mocking voice was faintly heard. "Eldest sister, that guy is a trial disciple who was expelled from the master's school and will not come back again. Don't worry about him." "That's right." Su Yan's voice sounded enlightened, "he should be back." The beauty's figure gradually drifted away, and finally disappeared. Yang Kai turned his gaze to the other side, and in that distant corner, a senior sister wearing a green dress and tulle stood quietly. The noisy wind blew and shook her veil, and Yang Kai saw her red lips squirm, as if saying something to himself. But the distance was too far. Yang Kai didn't hear clearly. Just when he was about to open his mouth to ask questions, the senior sister disappeared. In the end, he only knew the name of this senior sister. Shaning Shang. This may be a name that he will remember for a lifetime. Yang Kai picked up the package on the ground, turned around, and strode away. Yang Kai did not participate in the battle for the Yang family in the central capital, because he was not strong enough and could not attract too much help. Even if he participated, he would be humiliating himself. Eldest brother Yang Wei successfully became the candidate of Yang Kai's next patriarch with his own extraordinary strength and prestige of connections. He placed high hopes on the family and vigorously cultivated him. Time flies. Yang Kai is 18. His father, Yang Yingfeng, and his mother, Dong Suzu, arranged a marriage for him. The other party was a woman from his mother's natal family, so he was considered a good match. Yang Kai didn't have too many choices, and his persistent pursuit of martial arts didn't bring him much gain. As the Yang family, when he reached a certain age, he had to make contributions to the Yang family at least. He should multiply the sons and heirs will keep the Yang family thriving. He married the woman smoothly and had a son. During the day, he worked hard for some businesses of the Yang family. At night, he returned to his mansion to enjoy family happiness. His wife was obedient to him, and his children were well behaved and obedient. This is a very happy family. But a certain part of Yang Kai's heart was eager to move for a long time. He felt that his life shouldn't be like this. He should have another opportunity, another earth-shattering feat. He tried to dispel such absurd thoughts, but found that these thoughts were like a cellar of wine, and the more they were hidden, the stronger they became. Not only could they not be dispelled, but they wanted to burst out all the time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1756 The Calendar of One Life. Chapter 1756 A Lifetime Calendar. In addition, some faces that Yang Kai has never seen flashed through his mind. There were men and women, old and young. They are so familiar that they can even be called by their names. Old Demon, Ling Taishu, Chuling Xiao, Fei Yu, Li Wan, Fei Jian, Kang Yan, Li Rong, Han Fei, Shui Yu, Wu Yi, Yi Xian, Dai Yuan, Qian Tong. These people were entrenched in Yang Kai's mind. Each of them opened and closed their mouths, trying to tell him something, but Yang Kai couldn't hear it anyway. The days passed without any surprises and dangers. Yang Kai entered and stood there, entered without confusion, reached half 100, and reached 60. At the age of 70, he has a full house of children and grandchildren. His parents have long passed away. Everything has changed a lot. The only thing that has not changed is the faces that have been flashing in his mind for many years. These faces became more and more clear, and faint voices could already be conveyed into his audiovisual. A sudden serious illness broke Yang Kai's vitality. Lying on the hospital bed, there was a burst of crying outside the house. It was the voice of children and grandchildren. Yang Kai knew that his time was numbered. The wife who had accompanied him all his life had long since lost her former beauty. At this moment, she was just an ordinary old woman, but at the last moment, she still stood by the bed, taking care of Yang Kai's daily life. Such a life seems pretty good, right? Yang Kai thought weakly, and looked at his wife beside the bed with cloudy eyes. After decades of hard work, she also had gray hair on her temples. Yang Kai forced a smile at her. But what Yang Kai didn't expect was that his wife, who had always been obedient to him in the past, now had an indifferent expression on her face, just staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. You. Yang Kai opened his mouth and spit out a word. The voice from the other party was clear and sweet, not the voice of an old woman, but it sounded like a young woman's voice. I'm finally free. I've been dragged down by you for a lifetime. Until now, I'm free. You. Why do you say that? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously, his eyes full of pain and disappointment. Then what should I say? The other party sneered. Should I thank you? If it weren't for your powerful Yang family, how would I have married in decades ago? You Yang Kai is just a mediocre person. If you weren't born in Yang family, I'm afraid you're not even as good as an ordinary person. Even so, you've just wasted your life. Is this what you have in mind? Yes. Disappointed, the other party still sneered, with a cruel smile, like a sharp knife, trying to pierce Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai chuckled and closed his eyes. The old woman sitting by the bed smiled even colder. Yang Kai suddenly said, no dreams, no illusions. To be honest, you have done very well in the past few decades, but I know, this is just an illusion. What? The old woman's complexion changed drastically. She stood up suddenly, and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Do you know what you are talking about? At this time, shouldn't you tear your face away from me, severely hit my satisfaction with this period of life, and make me fall into despair? Yang Kai opened his eyes again, and the cloudy eyes had long since disappeared, replaced by the eyes were shining brightly, and he sneered, even those guys outside who are about to cry, shouldn't rush in, scold me, count my faults over the years, so that I can die without regret, right? Quote. How could you? The old woman's face was extremely livid. Why can't I detect it? As early as more than 30 years ago, I have noticed it. None of this is real. I remember everything I should remember. Since you've noticed it, why are you still cooperating? The old woman's expression turned ferocious. Hee. Yang Kai smiled, sat up straight from the bed, pondered for a while and said, because this period of life is something I have never experienced before, since I have this opportunity, of course I want to experience it. It can also hone my state of mind, can't it? Those familiar and unfamiliar faces that kept flashing in Yang Kai's mind, those words that kept trying to ring in his ears, finally made him remember everything in this illusion decades ago. Yang Kai was shocked at the time. He didn't know when he was recruited, and he didn't notice the existence of any enemies. He remembered that he was protecting Luo Lan and Ni Guang with Shui Yu, and there were no enemies around. This situation is too weird. This shows that the unknown enemy's soul power is so powerful that it is unimaginable that he can invade his sea of AA consciousness without anyone noticing, tamper with his memory, affect his thinking, and make him forget what he should remember everything, and turn to believe in this falsified life. So he didn't rush to do it. Firstly, he doesn't know who the enemy is, so it may not be appropriate to act rashly. Secondly, as he said, this kind of life is something he has never experienced before, and it is indeed very good. Of course, if this it would be the best if the wife can calm down to the end and send herself to the end. But at the last moment, she wanted to destroy Yang Kai's rare and precious experience, making him feel desperate. A person will only have one life forever. A second life is just an extravagant hope, and reincarnation is vague and unbelievable. Even if there is reincarnation, who can reincarnate with the memory of the previous life and start a new life? Yang Kai experienced it once, although it was only a short 70 years. When his voice fell, the group of crying children and grandchildren outside also stopped their meaningless crying for an instant, and then there was a burst of howling ghosts and wolves, which made people's hair stand on end. The old woman sneered and said, "Do you think you can sit back and relax after seeing through the illusion? You think too highly of yourself. If you expose it earlier, you may still get rid of this place, but in your thinking, time has passed for so long, and now you will never be able to get rid of this place, your soul will only perish here forever." Really? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. He laughed and said, "It seems that you don't have the ability to attack directly, you can only influence others by manipulating their memories." This sentence obviously exposed the ability of the old woman, which made her face change. After all, if she had the ability to attack directly, judging from the current situation, the old woman would definitely not wait to die, she would have already attacked, but her stern roar betrayed her lack of confidence. "That's all, let's stop here, but I still want to thank you. The experiences in this life have indeed made my mind calm a lot, and I am more confident about hitting the Void King realm." Yang Kai smiled slightly. His problem is that his strength has improved too fast. Since he practiced to the present, he has returned to the third level of the void in less than 40 years. Strong strength must be matched with the corresponding Xinxing cultivation base to live in slavery. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will become obsessed in the process of cultivation. This is his short board. But this experience has made up for this deficiency. No matter how long he has spent outside, his thinking has spent at least 70 years here, and the accumulated Xinxing cultivation is enough to satisfy his own realm need. He really wants to thank the other party for giving him such an opportunity. This alone is enough to make this trip worthwhile for him, even if there is no gain in the next experience, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai planned to find a place to advance to the Void King stage after leaving the Lost Land, and he had already chosen that place in his heart. He already has great confidence in breaking through the Void King realm, and with this experience, it must be a matter of course when the time comes. After Yang Kai's words fell, the old woman with an uneasy expression on the other side was speechless. Suddenly, her appearance changed dramatically, turning into something like a mass of black air. With a roar, he rushed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, outside the room, there was also a lot of black energy, rushing towards Yang Kai with teeth and claws. Yang Kai snorted coldly, his eyelids opened and closed, and the world-exterminating demon eye had already exerted its power. The world-exterminating demon eye has the miraculous effect of seeing through emptiness, and is the greatest nemesis of this kind of illusion. As soon as the magic eye came out, the whole world began to collapse, like a shattered mirror. This room, the entire Yang mansion, and even the world of Central Capital all began to shatter. And the black shadows pounced on Yang Kai did not harm him at all. As he had guessed before, these black shadows had no means of direct attack, and everything they did was just to trigger the negative emotions in the hearts of those who had fallen into the illusion, that's all. The black shadow passed through Yang Kai's body and disappeared. In an instant, the illusion was shattered. Yang Kai returned to the real world. Before he could react, a gust of cold wind suddenly came from behind him. In a hurry, he rolled forward to avoid the attack from behind. After he stood still, he turned his head and looked back. He saw the black shadow like in the illusion, but this black shadow was in the shape of a human being, without facial features, only limbs and shape. From the looks of it, the previous illusions were all caused by this black shadow, and Yang Kai knew it immediately. But at this moment, the black shadow also seemed to be seriously injured. After all, it used a secret technique to drag Yang Kai into the illusion, and if the secret technique was broken, it would also be damaged. Between the roars, the black shadow rushed towards Yang Kai again. Yang Kai waved a golden blood thread and cut it towards the opponent. Unexpectedly, the golden blood thread had no effect on the black shadow, and directly passed through its body without causing any effective damage to it. Yang Kai frowned, Sheng Yuan burst out, and patted down with a move that covered the sky. The huge slap covered the black shadow's body, but it also didn't affect it in any way. After a brief hesitation, the black shadow had already rushed in front of him. Golden blood thread is useless, Saint Yuan's secret technique is useless, it seems, only the soul attack is useful to you. Yang Kai sneered again and again, standing in place without moving, but a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared in his left eye pattern. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1757 Escape. The secret technique of giving birth to lotus. Yang Kai's most powerful soul attack method. Facing such a strange black shadow, he didn't dare to test it any further, and the first move was a killer move. The lotus pattern was fleeting, and the next moment it appeared in Sombra's body. The lotus flower began to bloom slowly, and the source of the blooming power was Sombra's original power. The black shadow suddenly stopped when it was less than a foot away from Yang Kai, and then fell to the ground, screaming miserably. After the lotus bloomed completely, the black shadow had long since disappeared. Instead, a black lotus was left in place, which immediately disintegrated and became invisible. Until this time, Yang Kai had no time to investigate other people's situation. Luo Lan was the closest to him, and when Yang Kai turned his head to look around, he suddenly found a human-shaped black shadow standing behind this Void King first layer powerhouse. This black shadow was exactly the same as the one he had just eliminated, they were both shape, there is no weird existence of facial features. At this moment, the black shadow seemed to be lying on Luo Lan's back. From the position of its face, something like a suction device stretched out, piercing through the back of Luo Lan's head. An evil force emanated from the black shadow, affecting Luo Lan's thinking and pulling her soul into the illusion. It's just that Luo Lan didn't know what kind of illusion he was experiencing. Her delicate body was trembling constantly, her complexion was constantly changing, the hair on her forehead was already wet with sweat, and her breasts rose and fell constantly as she breathed. There's more than one. Yang Kai was shocked. He originally thought that the enemy attacking him and Luo Lan was the same black shadow, but now he saw that there was more than one such thing in the depths of the ground. Looking at Shui Yu and Ni Guang who are not far away, the situation behind them is exactly the same as that of Luo Lan. They are both pressed on their backs by a black shadow. Something like a suction device protrudes from the black shadow's face and pours into the back of their heads. No one noticed when these black shadows attacked, because even Ni Guang was caught. But looking at it like this, I must be in the same situation as them just now. There was a gusty wind blowing all around, and the sound of misery and mourning was endless. Yang Kai's whole body suddenly turned cold, and he turned his head to look around, his complexion couldn't help but change. At this moment when he was stunned, countless human-shaped black shadows emerged from the cracks in the ground in all directions. As soon as these black shadows appeared, they all turned their faces towards Yang Kai, even though they had no eyes, but Yang Kai still gave birth to a feeling of being stared at by countless eyes. So many. Yang Kai's face really changed. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards Luo Lan quickly, and the power of his spiritual consciousness gathered into a spike, bombarding the black shadow lying behind Luo Lan. His soul power is extremely powerful, not inferior to a strong man like Ni Guang, so just a single impact caused the body of the black shadow that attacked Luo Lan to shake for a while, and its staring body seemed to have dimmed a lot. Seems to be seriously injured. When Yang Kai used his divine soul to attack again, it howled miserably and disappeared in smoke. Yang Kai felt relieved, only then did he realize that it is actually not difficult to eliminate these black shadows, with the power of his soul, 2 impacts are enough. It's just, there are too many of them. The black shadow was wiped out. Luo Lan couldn't help groaning. She got out of the illusion, opened her eyes and saw Yang Kai who was close at hand. Her eyes were still a bit confused, she should not have come out of the illusion before. Completely break free. Yang Kai yelled at her. Senior Luo, if you don't want to die, wake up quickly and deal with them with the power of your soul. They. Luo Lan frowned slightly. Who are they? There was no need for Yang Kai to answer, as many black shadows rushed towards Luo Lan and Yang Kai amid howls. Luo Lan let out a strange cry, and finally reacted belatedly, stretched out his hand and flicked it. A short sword without a hilt and exuding bright light suddenly appeared in front of her. Under her control, the short sword fluttered up and down. Any black shadows that approached the short sword were all killed by the sword, and turned into nothingness one after another. After all, she is a Void King realm powerhouse, and the handleless dagger that radiates bright light is obviously also a powerful soul treasure. Driven by the power of the soul, it is the nemesis of these shadows. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt relieved, and shouted, Persevere, I'll wake up Mr. Ni and Shui Yu. Hurry up. Luo Lan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Even though she had only fought against these black shadows for a moment, she had already noticed the difficulty of the opponents. The number was huge. Luo Lan fought and retreated, and rushed towards Niguang and Shui Yu's position together with Yang Kai. There were black shadows blocking the way, all of which were defeated by Yang Kai's soul power. Although he doesn't have the soul treasures like Luo Lan, but his own spiritual consciousness is very strong, so wherever he goes, he is smooth. After a while, he came to Niguang's side, and the human-shaped black shadow rushing behind Niguang sent out a shock of spirit and soul. After 2 times, Niguang was saved. At the moment when the black shadow was defeated, Niguang opened his eyes abruptly, his eyes radiated a monstrous anger, and his clothes were calm and automatic. He stood up and yelled sharply, "The demons and ghosts dare to harm the old man's state of mind, and you almost succeeded." Looking at his posture, Yang Kai knew that he was much better than Luo Lan. At the very least, even if Niguang was recruited, he still knew his situation in his heart. The reason why he didn't wake up by himself must be because he couldn't escape from the illusion. After getting Yang Kai's help, he immediately regained his glory. With a flick of the big sleeve, only the sound of swoosh can be heard endlessly, and countless attacks shoot out in all directions. Mr. Ni, these things are not afraid of Saint Yuan, not afraid of secret treasures, they must be attacked with divine soul. Seeing him stunned for a moment, Yang Kai quickly reminded him. So that's how it is. Niguang suddenly realized. When he opened his mouth, he spit out a round bead. As soon as the bead appeared, it immediately burst into light. Although the light was dazzling, it was extremely soft. In an instant, the depths of the ground became bright as day. And with the round bead as the center, within a radius of 10 feet, every detail is completely visible. All the black shadows rushing into the coverage area of this light are all distorted and changing, while howling, the color fades and quickly dissipates. This scene, like pieces of snowflakes falling into the crater, evaporated without a trace in a very short period of time. Seeing this, Yang Kai was so relieved, he came to Shui Yu's side with one stride, followed the same pattern, and killed the black shadow lying behind Shui Yu's back. Shui Yu's situation is undoubtedly the worst. Although she is the young master of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, her aptitude is against the sky, and she has already reached the cultivation level of the void returning 3rd layer at a young age, but her background is different from that of the other 3 people present. Neither can be compared. When Luo Lan was rescued by Yang Kai, although he was confused for a moment, he quickly figured out the situation. On the contrary, Shui Yu, after Yang Kai rescued her, still closed her eyes tightly, showing no signs of waking up. However, the expression on her face was extremely weird. There was a smile on the corner of her mouth, and she was extremely relaxed. That smile was full of happiness and sweetness, as if in a fantasy, she was experiencing something good. Shui Yu, Yang Kaijong put his hands on her shoulders, shouting while shaking. After 3 or 2 times, Shui Yu frowned, and opened her eyes with some displeasure, but when she saw Yang Kai standing in front of her, she suddenly smiled and stretched out her hand to stroke her ear. Her beautiful hair, the posture of a little woman is very good, but she does this action in the image of a man, which is really unsightly and a bit nondescript. Fortunately, apart from Yang Kai, Niguang and Luo Lan are all rushing towards those people. The black shadow beat the killer, but no one noticed this detail. She asked softly, "Are you awake?" "What am I awake?" Yang Kai was confused and shouted, "You should wake up quickly." "Me?" Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai blankly, her beautiful eyes full of happiness and sweetness gradually became sober, and immediately, as if she finally came back to her senses, she began to look at the situation around her. At a glance, Shui Yu understood everything in an instant. Her beautiful eyes showed a disappointed expression, as if she didn't really want to wake up from the illusion just now. "There are too many of these things, they can't be killed, it's better to go first." Seeing Yang Kai awakening Shui Yu, Niguang quickly shouted, and while speaking, through the round bead emitting soft light towards the sky, I followed closely behind, shouting, "Follow me. You guys go first, the concubine is dead." Luo Lan was very good, and did not leave in a hurry, but took the initiative to take on the task of the queen. Yang Kai nodded, grabbed Shui Yu's arm with his hands, and flew her upwards, followed by Luo Lan. A group of 4 people flew at an extremely fast speed, trying to escape from the place of right and wrong. But the black shadows below were chasing after them, and more black shadows rushed out of the cracks in all directions. Each of them howled, sending out a kind of energy fluctuation similar to the impact of the soul. The shadow is invisible, although 1 and 2 are not powerful, but they cannot be underestimated when they come together. These energy fluctuations affect the spirits of the four people, impact the sea of AA consciousness, and seem to drag the four into the bottomless abyss again. But under the prestige of the secret treasures of Niguang and Luo Lan, they couldn't get close at all, and they were killed one after another. Yudi, Luo Lan, who was in charge of the breakup, exclaimed, "This is." The next moment, she shouted with all her might, "Go!" There was panic in her voice, as if something bad had happened. Yang Kai took a break from his busy schedule, turned his head and turned pale with shock. He saw the countless black shadows below, and they began to merge during the pursuit. The black shadows gathered towards a certain place like water droplets, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a huge human-shaped black shadow. With the addition of those small black shadows, this big black shadow is still growing. It seems that its head is reaching the sky, and its feet are on the ground. This posture alone gives people a strong sense of oppression. It took only 3 breaths of time before and after, and this huge black shadow took shape. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at ch8296929 Dian Hanji. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1758 Unexpected. As soon as the huge black shadow took shape, it waved its 2 long arms and drew them from below, like 2 black long whips, attacking fiercely like lightning and thunder. Sensing the terrifying power contained in these 2 attacks, the broken Luo Lan's face changed color, and she bit the tip of her tongue without hesitation and spit out a mouthful of blood. Cut down severely. There was a silent collision, the 2 arms of the black shadow were blocked for a moment, and Luo Lan's secret treasure long sword was also thrown flying. The attack that the fused black shadow can send out is countless times stronger than those little black shadows. The divine soul secret treasure is driven by the power of divine consciousness. Although its power is unpredictable, if it is damaged, it will also affect its own divine soul, so when the long sword was knocked into the air, Luo Lan had a pretty face. Bai opened his mouth and sprayed out a cloud of blood. With her powerful cultivation in the Void King realm, she was wounded by 1 blow. At this moment, everyone clearly realized the power of these strange shadows. Fortunately, at this moment, the 4 of them had already escaped from the ground and flew up into the sky. They didn't dare to look back, and didn't dare to stay, they continued to fly upwards. And in the depths of the gully, there was also a terrifying roar at this time. 2 huge black arms protruded from the ground, spread their 10 fingers, turned into huge claws, and grabbed the 4 of them. But the distance seemed to be insufficient, the 2 giant palms were more than a dozen feet away from Luo Lan at the end, and they grabbed nothing. The next moment, the 2 giant palms slowly retracted, and the howling that had been filling everyone's ears gradually subsided, and the whole world returned to calm again. Niguang, the leader, slowed down and finally stopped in midair, looking down thoughtfully. These things don't seem to be chasing them out. Yang Kai also discovered the problem. It looks like this. Niguang nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view, but still can't take it lightly, it's better to leave this place first. Quote. The other 3 nodded quickly, followed Niguang and continued to fly into the distance. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 of them landed in a safe place again. Although the vicinity was still deserted, there were no such crisscrossing ravines. After confirming that there was really no danger around them, the 4 of them stopped and walked for a while, for rest. Although the crisis experienced before was resolved, until now, everyone still has lingering fears. Because the attack encountered this time is simply impossible to guard against. After all, before entering the underground ravine, everyone has checked the surroundings. With 2 Void King realm powerhouses sitting in the town, they still cannot avoid the bad luck of being attacked. It's unbelievable. Elder Luo, how is your injury? Niguang asked, looking at Luo Lan, who was pale. It's nothing serious, it's just that the soul is a little turbulent. Luo Lan frowned, and then answered. That's good. Niguang also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that with his cultivation at the 2nd level of the Void King, even if it would not be smooth sailing in this lost land, it would be impossible to encounter any fatal threats. After all this, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. If Yang Kai hadn't helped him out of danger just now, he didn't know how long he would sink into the illusion, maybe until his body withered, and he couldn't wake up, and he would definitely die at that time. Uncle Ni, what are those things? Lei Yu asked with some lingering fears. All the things she experienced in the illusion before were just like what happened in real life. Even after being awakened by Yang Kai, she still remained failed to adapt to the real world. I don't know either, I've never heard of such a thing in the Lost Land. Has Elder Luo heard of it? Ni Guang shook his head, looked at Luo Lan and asked. I don't know much about the Lost Lands, and I haven't heard of such weird things. It seems that the people who encountered these things before did not survive, so the information about them has not been disclosed. Ni Guang thoughtfully, but fortunately judging from the previous situation, although they are extremely hidden, even the old man can't detect their existence, but they can only live in the dark underground. As long as we don't enter the underground, we shouldn't encounter them again. And, we haven't been delayed for much time. In that illusion in the middle, the old man seems to have spent many years, but judging from our current state, we have only wasted an hour or two at most, and the means of these things are really terrible. Hearing what he said, the other three nodded slightly. Elder Luo, heal your injuries first, and we'll leave when you're almost ready. Ni Guang looked at Luo Lan again and said. Then I will thank you all as soon as possible. Luo Lan said gratefully. She didn't have much friendship with Ni Guang, but Ni Guang was willing to wait for her at this time, which naturally made her grateful. This also verified Ni Guang's character from the side, and he was a candidate for cooperation. Ni Guang's strength is stronger than hers, so it is naturally what Luo Lan can only wish for to cooperate with such a person. However, it may also have something to do with her voluntary breakup just now. Ni Guang's attitude towards her is obviously much more pleasant than at the beginning. Luo Lan didn't arrive either, and he brought Yang Kai into this lost place. He originally wanted to count on Yang Kai's attainment in space power, but because of this, he got Ni Guang's help. Without Yang Kai, it would be impossible for Ni Guang to invite her act together. Next, Luo Lan took the elixir and began to make up for the wounds on his soul. But Yang Kai's eyes turned to the void not far away. He could feel that there was a weak wave of space power coming from somewhere in the void, and he could even deduce from the trace of the energy wave that there was a hidden space crack in that position. It seems that what Luo Lan said is correct. This lost land is really a dangerous place, and there are indeed some spatial cracks that are invisible to the naked eye. But if someone passes through it rashly, they will definitely be cut in half by the crack in space, and they will die with regret. What are you looking at? Shui Yu suddenly came over and asked softly. I don't know if it's an illusion, since just now, Yang Kai has noticed that Shui Yu's attitude towards him seems to have some subtle changes. Before Shui Yu paid attention to him, his eyes were extremely entangled, a bit like a love-hate relationship. But now, her eyes are very gentle. Even when she was running away just now, Shui Yu was holding Yang Kai's arm tightly, with a look of peace of mind. I didn't see anything. Yang Kai shook his head. What's the matter with you? What kind of illusion did you experience just now? With your heart, you shouldn't be affected so deeply, right? He was asking casually, but when he didn't expect, Shui Yu's face turned red, as if remembering something embarrassing, and hummed, it's none of your business. Yang Kai was choked speechless, couldn't help but sneered and said, forget it, I just don't ask, it's definitely not a good thing. Shui Yu gritted her teeth and stared at him. Yang Kai was immediately made uncomfortable by her gaze, and quickly looked left and right, trying to divert Shui Yu's attention. At this time, he noticed that Ni Guang actually took out a piece of animal skin map from his hand, and stared at it with frown, as if he was looking for something, releasing divine thoughts from time to time, comparing it with the surrounding terrain. There are no clear things on the map, most of them are intersecting lines, and there are also several locations that are marked with different marks. Your Chamber of Commerce actually has a map here. Yang Kai was shocked. Shui Yu smiled. What's so strange about this? It's not the first time that people from our Chamber of Commerce have come to this kind of place. There are 1 or 2 maps of places, so it's nothing to make a fuss about, but the lost land is too big. It is also impossible to grasp all the maps here. What Uncle Ni has is only a small part. So that's the case. Yang Kai nodded. So, do you have a clear destination for this trip? Well, we are going to a medicine valley, where there are many elixir that have never existed in the star field. It is said that the elixir there is beyond the Void King level. Some can bring the dead back to life, and some can rejuvenate and prolong life, and some can even increase a person's strength greatly. Yang Kai looked at her strangely. What's wrong? Shui Yu asked suspiciously. You really don't have any precautions at all. Luck is not like you. Yang Kai laughed. Although everyone is now in a cooperative relationship with each other, what Shui Yu revealed is undoubtedly very important information. She is not the kind of woman with big breasts and no brains, otherwise, she would not be the young master of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. She revealed this to herself for no reason, which really surprised Yang Kai. Hearing what he said, Shui Yu was also taken aback for a moment, as if she realized something. She immediately looked away and sneered, so what if I tell you, with Uncle Ni here, can you still snatch food from a tiger's mouth? These words are a bit of a taste of trying to cover up, and Yang Kai is not good to ask anymore. However, after such a comparison, Yang Kai realized that Luo Lan's actions this time were a bit too reckless. Ni Guang dared to enter this place because he relied on his tyrannical cultivation and was prepared, but Luo Lan was obviously passionate. Shang Yang Kai can run rampant here at will, she doesn't understand lost land too much. At the underground ravine where Yang Kai and the others stayed before, an hour after they left, a figure descended from the sky and landed nearby. His whole body was wrapped in a black air, exuding an evil and violent taste. This person was the Void King realm expert that Yang Kai had paid attention to before. After the man fell down, he turned his head and looked around, took a deep breath, and let out a strange laugh in his mouth. Very good, as expected, it is near here, and it seems that I haven't been away for too long. Boy Yang, I didn't expect to be here. It's really unexpected that you can grow to this level after not seeing each other for so many years, eh? If Yang Kai heard this, he would definitely change his face in shock, because he didn't know who this Void King realm powerhouse was, but it was not difficult to infer from his words that this person obviously knew him and was very fond of him. The look of the heart. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A unknown currency plus minus A3/4 A. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1759 The Tree of Eternity. The man stopped for a while, and suddenly he seemed to have discovered something. His eyes looked towards the underground ravine, and his divine sense flickered to investigate. After a while, he laughed loudly and said, "There is such a thing, although I don't know what you are, but it is useful to the old man, let's accept you first." Saying so, he jumped directly into the underground ravine. As soon as he landed, countless small black figures sprang out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, and rushed towards him with their teeth and claws open. This person was happy and not afraid, instead he shouted excitedly, "Haha, good job, good job." While speaking, he suddenly raised a large pitch-black banner, and the sound of howling ghosts and wolves could be heard instantly from that banner. The human face is distorting its face and screaming with its mouth open. This person pinched the seal with his hand, poured holy yuan into the black flag, and softly shouted, "Go." The next moment, the black banner turned into a black curtain covering the sky, covering the bottom, and all the little black shadows that rushed over were swallowed by the black banner one after another, as if they had encountered a nemesis. And with the process of devouring, the aura emitted by this black flag became stronger and stronger, and its color became darker and darker. It seems to be able to swallow everything, even light. The terrifying devouring of the black banner obviously made these black shadows panic, and soon, they began to merge and become larger, just like when Yang Kai and others fled just now, trying to unite against the black banner. Seeing this scene, the Void King realm powerhouse wrapped in black air was not only not shocked, but showed excitement, and muttered in his mouth, "There is still this ability, good, good, my 10,000 souls are afraid. It's time to make up for it, ha 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 ha. Eh." He laughed loudly, stretched out his hand and pointed towards the falling black curtain that suddenly twisted and squirmed, and then, it turned into a huge and terrifying human face. The face was hideous and terrifying, with countless pairs of eyes, each eye reflects a dazzling divine light, which contains incredible power. In addition, there was a big bloody mouth on this person's face, and a violent and treacherous roar came from that big mouth. It opened its mouth wide, and the crack was bigger than the entire human face, biting fiercely at the human-shaped black shadow gathered below. Naturally, the huge black shadow fused from countless small black shadows would not wait to die. Its two black whip-like hands swung and whipped in an attempt to block the attack of the Wanyun banner. In an instant, sand and rocks flew in the underground ravine, creating chaos. But it was still in vain. Wanhun banner was not afraid of the huge black shadow's attack at all, so he rushed down and bit the huge black shadow on his mouth, then raised his head, swallowing the huge black shadow like a bird. Indistinctly, there was a sound of mourning coming from the inside of the human face. The frightening human face transformed by the 10,000 soul banner actually showed a satisfied expression at this moment, and the countless pairs of eyes on that face were shining with excitement. Hic. It also hiccuped vividly. The moment the huge black shadow was devoured, the remaining fish that slipped through the net escaped into the cracks in the surrounding ground one after another, daring not to show up again. They seemed to have realized that this 10,000 soul banner was simply their nemesis. Can't resist it at all. Seeing this, the Void King realm expert who was completely wrapped in black energy stretched out his hand, and the 10,000 soul banner re-manifested and flew back to his hand. On the surface, the 10,000 souls banner has not changed much compared to before, but the degree of evil it exudes is significantly greater. Hey hey hey, the strong man in the Void King realm played with his secret treasure with a piercing smile in his throat, and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad, I have gained such a harvest just after I came in, it is worthy of being a lost place. Look forward to. Just like he was mentally abnormal, he talked wildly for a while, then laughed and put away the Wanyun banner, wrapped in a cloud of black energy, sprang out of the underground ravine, and left precisely towards Yongkai and the others chased in the direction of the past. Somewhere in the Lost Land, Kui Hong, the elder of the Sword Alliance, is desperately mobilizing his secret treasures to fight a bloody battle with a monster that is more than 10 feet long and shaped like a winged snake. His luck was not very good. Not long after entering the Lost Land, he broke into the territory of this monster, and naturally fought with it after being discovered. The most dangerous thing in the Lost Lands is the shadowless and invisible space cracks. These space cracks are scattered irregularly, invisible to the naked eye, and unperceivable by the mind. Skin. And the second most dangerous are the monsters living here. The monsters here all inherit the bloodlines of the ancient alien species. Affected by the laws of the heaven and the earth here, none of them can be strong. Even the monsters of the same level are 3 points stronger than those in the star field. And the one that Kui Hong met was a genuine 10th order monster. Judging from its appearance, it obviously inherited the blood of the flying feather pterosaur, but the passage of time, the change of the laws of heaven and earth, and the tidal power the changes made it no longer have the majesty of its ancestors, otherwise Kui Hong would become a dead body after a face-to-face meeting. However, it is a 10th level monster after all. Looking at the star field, a 10th level monster is equivalent to a Void King realm powerhouse, and it is an extremely rare existence. Fortunately, this monster seems to have been promoted not long ago, and as the elder of the Sword Union, Kui Hong's armor and secret treasures are not low grade, so he did not lose much in the process of fighting this winged snake, but relying on various secret techniques to gradually gain the upper hand. This winged snake is more than 10 feet long, with a pair of bat-like wings on its back, and a long snake core in its mouth. On Kui Hong's body, he was shocked and staggered. After fighting fiercely for 2 or 3 hours, Kui Hongkai managed to get injured and killed the winged snake with one blow. He stood there gasping heavily, his whole body was stained red with blood, he cursed angrily, and after resting for a long time, he had the strength to put the winged snake's body into the space ring. At this moment, he doesn't have the time to take care of the corpse carefully. He can only wait to leave the Lost Land and then deal with it slowly. The value of the corpse of a 10th level monster is almost unimaginable, especially the inner alchemy of a 10th level monster. It is a huge attraction for any Void King realm. It is extremely difficult for warriors to advance to the level of Void King realm, because this is already the limit of warriors in the star field. If they want to make great achievements, apart from long-term meditation and cultivation, they can only comprehend the way of heaven and martial arts. Collect those extremely rare panacea that can match their cultivation strength. It is very common for a Void King realm to be unable to break through its own shackles, perhaps for 100 years or 1,000 years. Because of this, in the entire star field, the top powerhouses of the Void King's third layer realm are rare, and all of them are old monsters that have not been born in the world. Because there is nothing in this world that can interest them. After resting on the spot for a while, Kui Hong immediately left this place of right and wrong. He was afraid that the bloody smell here would attract other monsters. With his current state, he really couldn't support a battle like the one just now. Up. In another place, Zilong, the owner of Sword League, took Zidonglai to walk like flying in the Lost Land. He seemed to have a very clear goal, and he passed along the road without stopping at all. And their luck is quite good, since entering here, they have not encountered any danger, allowing them to walk here with peace of mind. Father, is there really an immortal tree in this lost place? Zidonglai followed behind Zilong, and asked suddenly. Hearing the words, eternal tree, Zilong's originally calm eyes suddenly burst into dazzling light, and his purple hair rose automatically without any wind. But there is 80% certainty. After all, it is the information left by your great-uncle. The tree of immortality does exist here. 2,000 years ago, your great-uncle once came here and saw the legendary and similar tree of immortality, but failed to succeed, and was seriously injured by the monster guarding the tree of immortality, and had to retreat, and finally died in depression. Zidonglai's complexion changed slightly, and he whispered, "My child remembers that grand-uncle should be at the second level of Void King, but he was also severely injured by the guardian monster." What kind of monster is that? Sacred bird, the ancient peacock. Zilong took a deep breath. Divine bird. Zidonglai couldn't help but change his face in astonishment. But all monsters that are linked to the word, ancient, are all easy to provoke, because they all have the means to destroy the world, and they have cruel personalities. If such a monster breaks into the star field, I'm afraid that countless cultivation stars will be destroyed, and it will inevitably become a disaster for the star field. At this time, Zilong said in a deep voice, in the star field, the names of the three major divine waters are widely circulated. One is the life nectar, the other is the soul-cleaning divine water, and the other is the undead liquid. Among these three divine waters, the cleansing soul water occasionally appears, but the amount is not much. It may appear once in hundreds of years or thousands of years, but life nectar and undead liquid are both extinct things. At least after living for my father for so many years, I have never heard of it. It is said that someone has succeeded in these two things. The three major divine waters have their own special effects, and they are treasures that warriors dream of. The soul-washing divine water can cleanse the soul and make the soul more concise and powerful. It can enhance a warrior's physique and energy and blood power, get a drop of it to regenerate, cleanse the scriptures and cut the marrow, and make the physical strength extremely powerful. But, these two things are much worse than the undead liquid. Father, what does this undead liquid have to do with the immortal tree? Zidonglai was very curious. It is naturally related. As the overlord of one party, Zilong is majestic, but when facing his son, he is amiable. After all, Zidong has never failed his expectations, and he has placed high hopes on him, successor. Father, please teach me, Zidonglai said solemnly, pretending to be taught humbly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1760 Spirit Flower. Zilong pondered for a while, and then said, well, the undead liquid is originally the dew formed by the essence of countless years condensed on the leaves of the immortal tree. Rebirth of severed limbs is just an overkill for the undying liquid. It is a natural panacea that can bring people back from the dead. Quote. Back to life. Zidonglai looked horrified. It's just the dew that has such a magical effect, and the tree itself. HMPH, if you can get the tree of immortality and refine it, you will be able to achieve immortality, and your lifespan will be as long as the sky. What? Zidong was really shocked when he came here. Even as the young master of Zixing, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. He couldn't believe these words, if it wasn't from his father. If I can have an endless lifespan, as a father, I will be able to achieve an achievement that has never been seen before. At that time, I will surpass the Void King realm and get a glimpse of the mystery of the great emperor's realm. When Zilong said this, the whole everyone is in a state of excitement and fanaticism. Zidonglai stared blankly at his father. He hadn't seen him with such an expression for a long time. One can imagine how powerful the old tree's temptation to his father was. Father, is this news only as Zixing in possession? Zidonglai asked again. No, Zilong shook his head, with a look of apprehension on his face. I'm not sure about others, but the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce must know the existence of the Tree of Immortality, because 2,000 years ago, your great-uncle came in together with the former head of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. So, that old man Niguang probably came here with his eyes on the Tree of Immortality. Zidonglai couldn't help frowning, and said suspiciously, if that's the case, why don't you call more powerful people? Zilong smiled slightly. This kind of thing cannot be handled by a large number of people, and there is only one Tree of Immortality. If you succeed at that time, who will own it? In front of this kind of treasure, only you can believe it. Everyone else is the enemy. Zidonglai thoughtfully nodded and said, the child has been educated. Well, you are still young and you have a long way to go. The purpose of my father bringing you here this time is to hone you and expose you to some unimaginable dangers as soon as possible. This will be of great benefit to your future growth. I hope you won't let me down. My child must work hard. Zidonglai said in a deep voice. As the owner of Zixing, Zilong has countless children, but the one he likes the most is Zidonglai. Among the countless children, only this child stands out. Of course, he must cultivate it well. Zidonglai also knows this very well, so he has worked harder these years and dare not neglect his cultivation in the slightest. Entering the Lost Land this time is dangerous, but it is a good test. As long as he passes this test, his position in Purple Star will be unshakable from now on. Zidonglai secretly clenched his fists and decided to perform well this time. At the same time, somewhere far away, led by Niguang, Yongkai and his party of 4 were advancing in the Lost Land. Along the way, they didn't encounter any great dangers, and they didn't get any benefits. The lost land seemed to be a bit misnamed. However, Ni Guang took out something that Yang Kai and he cared about. It was a secret treasure like a communication compass, but it was a little different, because there was a pointer-like thing in the disc of the secret treasure. Ni Guang took it out 2 hours ago and kept it in the hands, shaking from time to time from side to side. And as it shakes, the pointer occasionally changes subtly. Every time at this time, Ni Guang will change direction and go to another place. Luo Lan looked at it in a daze. She didn't know what magical effects this secret treasure had. She secretly guessed that this thing might be able to avoid some dangers. However, this matter was related to the privacy of others, so it was not easy for her to ask, she just kept it in her heart. But Yang Kai was amazed, because he discovered that this secret treasure could detect the location of some hidden space cracks. Whenever the pointer on the secret treasure points to a certain place, Yang Kai can feel the obscure space power fluctuations from that direction, and Ni Guang can always avoid it in advance. This is obviously a specially made secret treasure, which was refined for entering the lost land. The person who refined it most likely also practiced the power of space. Yang Kai secretly guessed, after all, the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is such a big force, capable people emerge in large numbers, it is only natural that some people have cultivated space power. However, Yang Kai keenly deduced from the reaction of this secret treasure that the person who refined it had far less attainments in space power than himself. Because of this secret treasure, it is impossible to discover and perceive all the hidden space cracks. There are some cracks even if they are more than 10 meters away from everyone, it will not respond, but Yang Kai can clearly perceive that every time this time, he is worried, for fear that Ni Guang will rush over. Fortunately, there were no dangers along the way, and there was no need for Yang Kai to reveal his secrets to remind Ni Guang to change his route. In the void, sometimes there will be torn marks, which are space cracks that can be seen with the naked eye. This kind of thing is like a scar in the sky, permanently affixed to the void, adding a dangerous atmosphere to the lost land. And as they move forward, whether it is obvious space cracks or hidden ones, the number is increasing. Yang Kai and the others even saw a chasm-like crack stretching across the void, and there was a horrifying strange fluctuation coming from the crack, and no one knew where the other end of the crack was. When he saw the crack, Yang Kai looked eager to try. He clearly felt that in this huge crack in space, there was a high possibility of hiding what he needed, the ethereal crystal bred in the void, or the insight into the power of space that he longed for. He felt that if he rushed in, he would definitely gain a lot. It's a pity that he is now acting together with Ni Guang and others, and he didn't leave the team recklessly. He can only pass by the crack. Anyway, in the Lost Land, there are many such opportunities, and there is no rush. Hey, Ni Guang, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, turned his head to look in one direction, and let out a surprised voice. Following the direction he was looking, the other three immediately saw a person lying on the ground hundreds of feet away. This is, Luo Lan whispered. This person's clothes seem familiar, is it the person who came in with us before? It seems so. Ni Guang looked dignified, let out his divine sense to sense it, and his face changed slightly, but it seems to be dead. Luo Lan's pretty face paled. Among the warriors who entered the Lost Land before, except for Yang Kai, Shuiyu and Zidonglai, all the people stabbed were Void King realm, and none of them were worse than her. But after just a few hours, she unexpectedly found a dead body here. It's hard to imagine what kind of attack this person encountered. With his powerful cultivation base of Void King realm, he died here, and judging from the surrounding situation, he didn't experience any fighting at all. It seems that he was attacked by something powerful. Sneak attack to death, instant death. Being in this situation, Luo Lan felt that his fate might not be so good. She began to congratulate herself on her good luck. Would you like to take a look? Shuiyu pondered for a moment, pointed to the direction of the corpse and said, there seems to be something next to his corpse. Without her reminding, everyone noticed that there was indeed something next to the corpse of the Void King realm powerhouse. It was a small flower like a coxcomb, and it grew upright on the ground. Even if it was hundreds of feet away, everyone could smell a scent of fragrance wafting from there. This breath is refreshing, and it can't help but relieve everyone's nervousness. What kind of magic herb is this? Who of you know? Ni Guang turned his head and asked. Luo Lan shook his head embarrassingly. Shuiyu also expressed that he didn't know. Even Yang Kai, who was a king void alchemist, was also confused. He really has never seen this kind of elixir. It stands to reason that he obtained the true solution of alchemy in the Emperor Garden, which not only records countless lost alchemy recipes, but also has detailed records of countless exotic flowers and herbs. It can almost be said that it is all-encompassing. In terms of understanding of herbal medicine knowledge, Yang Kai is confident that he is not inferior to anyone in the star field. But Yang Kai didn't see many similar records in the true explanation of the Tao of alchemy. Ni Guang frowned, pondered for a while and said, "I'll go over and have a look, you all stand here and don't move." Relying on his own skill and courage, he really doesn't want to give up the opportunity in front of him, and no matter what kind of magic herb it is, at least there is the corpse of a Void King Realm powerhouse over there, as long as he can get the other party's space ring, it will be a fortune. Nice harvest. Do you want me to go with you? Luo Lan asked. Ni Guang glanced at her and nodded. Then you should be careful. My concubine will. Luo Lan replied with a smile, and immediately approached with Ni Guang. Yang Kai and Shui Yu stood in place, nervously paying attention to the movement over there. With a distance of more than 100 feet, the two quickly approached, but to everyone's surprise, there was no danger until Ni Guang and Luo Lan approached the corpse. Ni Guang looked puzzled, looked down at the corpse, and exclaimed in a low voice, "This man was attacked to death from behind by something. There are 2 bite marks on the back of the neck, it looks like it is a monster like a snake, and it is highly poisonous." Luo Lan nodded, she also noticed this. Because this corpse is in a face-down posture, the situation at the back of the neck is clear at a glance. It is conceivable that this person should have been bitten on the back of the neck by something without warning, and then fell to the ground immediately to death, so this posture appeared. This is simply the poison that seals the throat at the sight of blood. Even Void King Realm is powerless to resist. Elder Luo, please take this corpse with you, and I will pick the spirit flower. Ni Guang ordered. It is good. Luo Lan nodded, but he didn't take it lightly. He didn't directly touch the corpse with his hand, but shot out a holy element, wrapped it up, and quickly retreated outward. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A unknown currency +- A3/4 A. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1761 Tailed Crested Snake. Luo Lan's movements were careful and swift, and she didn't dare to stay there for a long time without being able to find out how dangerous that place was. At the same time Luo Lan wrapped up the corpse of the Void King Realm powerhouse and retreated, Ni Guang also reached out and grabbed the coxcomb-like spirit flower. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Somewhere behind Ni Guang, a piece of the plain earth protruded, and then, a flat, triangular-shaped snake head protruded from the raised ground, facing Ni Guang's neck. Lightning flashed. Generally attack. The whole process was dizzyingly fast, and there was no sign at all. When the snake head that came out of the ground attacked Ni Guang, Shui Yu turned pale and exclaimed, "Uncle Ni, be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, the snake head bit Ni Guang's neck. Shui Yu's complexion suddenly changed. Seeing this scene, how could she still not know how the previous Void King realm died? Obviously, like Ni Guang, at the moment when his attention was attracted by the coxcomb-like spirit flower, he was attacked and killed by this snake-like monster hiding behind his back waiting for an opportunity. She didn't know if Ni Guang could handle it. After all, judging from the current situation, Ni Guang was also tricked. But Ni Guang is Ni Guang after all, not to mention his advanced cultivation, and knowing that this place is dangerous, how could he be unprepared? So when he was preparing to collect the spirit flower, he was secretly vigilant in case of accidents, especially paying attention to protecting the back of his neck. This sneak attack was doomed to return in vain. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and a halo-like energy circle suddenly appeared around Ni Guang's neck. Under this blow, Ni Guang's whole body seemed to be hit by a strong force. Fly forward. With a low shout, he turned around forcefully in midair, waved his palm and slapped behind him violently, while the other hand did not forget to grab the spirit flower. The backhand attack of the Void King's second layer should not be underestimated. The ferocious force kicked the head of the snake that attacked again, and it was unable to attack again. But the moment Ni Guang grabbed the spirit flower, his face suddenly changed. He felt a different sense of touch from the spirit flower. It was definitely not the feeling of gathering a spiritual herb, but rather like grabbing something cold and slippery, like grabbing some living thing. He let go decisively. At this moment, the fragrant spirit flower also changed suddenly. It suddenly protruded from the ground, and the whole flower emitted a green light, piercing towards Ni Guang's palm. In an instant, sand and rocks were flying in that area, and Ni Guang's cold snort and the hissing sound of a spirit snake spitting out its core could be heard from time to time. After a while, Ni Guang jumped out of the battle circle and stood in the air with an extremely dignified expression. And Yang Kai and others looked around, also with a look of surprise. The dust gradually dissipated, and it wasn't until this time that they understood what the trap in front of them was all about. Where the coxcomb-like spirit flower was before, there is no spirit flower at this moment. There is only a khaki demon snake about 3 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. There is no distinguishable aura from the whole body of this monster snake. If you don't look at it with naked eyes, you can't find its existence at all. It doesn't seem to be a living thing, and on its tail, there is a coxcomb-like sarcoma. The spirit flower that everyone saw before was an illusion created by hiding its body underground and leaving its tail on the ground. Anyone who tries to get their hands on the spiritual flower will definitely be attacked by it. Tail-crested snake. Niguang's eyes lit up, and he called out the name of this monster. It is also because he is very knowledgeable, has a high position in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and has been able to come into contact with many ancient books. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this strange monster that only survived a long time ago. Tail-crested snake. Luo Lan frowned, and looked at Niguang with some admiration. I have never heard of it before, but there are so many extinct existences in this lost land. Everyone didn't know what the black shadow they encountered under the underground ravine before was. They only felt that it was somewhat similar to a ghost, but it was completely different. The other 3 people who appeared at the moment had never even heard of the tail-crested snake. What the lost land unfolded for them seemed to be a strange world that they had never touched before. Niguang smiled. Don't worry, although the tail-crested snake is dangerous, its own strength is not strong. Its strength lies in its concealment and sneak attack. Since the sneak attack fails, it can only be the prey of the old man. Saying so, he rushed straight towards the crowned snake. I don't see him using any powerful killing moves, but he just bullied the tail-crested snake and fought with the tail-crested snake with his hands like claws. Yang Kai observed silently, and found that this monster was only about 9th order strength, and such a level would not make any waves in front of Niguang. Even though he had the ancient blood, he could shoot up from the ground in less than 10 breaths of time. He grabbed the tail-crested snake that was about to bite Niguang. Immediately, Niguang shook it fiercely like a long whip, and the holy energy poured fiercely into the snake. There was a crackling sound from the long body of the tailed crowned snake, and then its straight body lay down limply, directly becoming a corpse. Niguang stretched out his hand and picked at the belly of the snake, and he picked out an oval green snake gall about the size of a longan. He opened his mouth to swallow it, smashed his mouth, and laughed happily. I don't know what magical effect the tail-crested snake's gallbladder has. Anyway, Niguang's happy appearance may be of great benefit to him. After finishing all this, Niguang casually put the tail-crested snake's body aside, and said indifferently, this kind of monster has no inner alchemy, and the most valuable thing on it is snake gallbladder. If you take it, it is said that it can be invulnerable to all poisons. It is a pity that there is only one, it is better than nothing. While talking, he stepped back and came to the corpse that Luo Lan had picked up, looked down at it, and sighed, hey, it really is Tong Lei. He was obviously referring to the name of the corpse in front of him. Mr. Ni knows him? Luo Lan asked. Niguang nodded slightly. There was a relationship once, he made a deal with the old man back then, but it was many years ago. I didn't expect that he would die in the mouth of a 9th level monster. This kind of place really shouldn't be careless at all, eh? Putting it outside, how could a Void King Realm powerhouse die under the attack of a 9th level monster? 9th level monsters are nothing more than void returning mirror warriors. Once the Void King Realm is out, 9th level monsters can't even get close to them, but in this lost place, 9th level monsters cannot be treated normally. Shuiyu, take off the ring. Niguang ordered lightly. Shuiyu responded, bent down and took down the space ring of the Void King Realm expert named Tong Lei, without checking what was inside, just put it away. Both Yang Kai and Luo Lan didn't say anything. Yang Kai's strength is low, and he didn't contribute much in this matter, so he is naturally not qualified to distribute the spoils. As for Luo Lan, Niguang had greeted her before. Even if Luo Lan followed him, he would not guarantee that Luo Lan would have what a gain, so Luo Lan can't criticize him for what he's doing now. Let's go, you must be careful in the future, and don't approach anything you think is strange. Niguang warned, and he was about to leave. Wait for a few. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and popped out a golden blood thread, and shot towards the corpse of the tailed crowned snake on the ground. The 3 of them stood still, watching the scene strangely, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. I saw the golden blood thread instantly submerged into the body of the tail-crested snake, and then, there was a squirming movement from inside, and the body of the tail-crested snake seemed to be sucked dry by something, and the flesh and blood withered quickly. Only one piece of snake skin remained. After a while, the golden blood thread exuding golden and red light returned to Yang Kai's hand. Niguang looked at the golden bloodshot on Yang Kai's hand thoughtfully, and asked in surprise, "Boy, is this a secret technique, or a secret treasure?" He felt different weird fluctuations from the golden blood thread. The golden blood thread looked like a secret treasure, but it exuded extremely strong power of qi and blood, and it was like a living thing, which looked extremely weird. It exists between the secret art and the secret treasure. Yang Kai smiled and explained casually. The golden blood thread is the essence condensed from his own golden blood. Strictly speaking, it is a secret technique, but it has the function of a secret treasure and can be recycled and used repeatedly, so it is really hard to define. Weird. Niguang slowly shook his head. He has lived for so many years and has never seen such a weird secret technique. It can be good, but it can't cause any harm to him. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "Since this thing can swallow the flesh and blood essence of the tail-crested snake, what changes might happen?" "Yes." Yang Kai grinned and smiled, and with a movement of spiritual mind, the golden blood thread wrapped around his hand suddenly twisted and changed, turning into the appearance of a crowned snake. The tailed crowned snake transformed from golden blood threads is exactly the same as the one everyone saw before, the only difference is the color. The live-tailed crowned snake is khaki, while the one in Yang Kai's hand is golden and red. The colors complement each other. You can actually imitate the shape. Niguang's eyes lit up. Could it be that your secret technique is now equivalent to a tail-crested snake? Almost. Yang Kai nodded, no longer showing off, but put away the golden blood thread. All of what he did belonged to the golden blood thread's method of transformation out of the category of blood beasts. The golden blood thread can devour the essence of a monster, transforming into the appearance of the monster before it was alive, possessing all kinds of abilities of the monster. This is the blood beast, and it is an extremely powerful secret technique. The warrior who created the golden blood thread secret technique was a genius, but unfortunately, neither he himself nor the later warriors of the demon blood sect could carry this secret technique forward, because they could not condense too many blood threads in their bodies. Even the beautiful female leader of the demon blood sect back then tried his best to make up for it with the technique of harvesting yang and nourishing yin. After spending a lifetime of energy, he could only condense 2 streaks of magic blood in his body. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1762 Blood Beast Army. Because of these reasons, the original version of the Golden Blood Thread Secretary, the Magic Blood Thread Secretary, is difficult to exert its power in the Magic Blood sect, especially the many ways of transformation require a large number of blood threads to support. No one in the Devil Blood sect can meet this requirement. It can be said that the martial artist who created this secret technique only put forward a beautiful idea, but could not really perfect it. But Yang Kai is different. This secret technique is tailor-made for him. In a sense, as long as the amount of golden blood in Yang Kai's body is enough, he can use the golden blood thread secret technique to a level that even the founders can't estimate. As for the blood beast secret technique, he has only condensed 2 so far. It was condensed on the monster star Emperor Chen after killing the 2 thunder flame flying lizards that were evil-eyed and mad and young. The thunder flame flying lizards were only 9th order monsters, and for the current Yang Kai, they couldn't play too much role, so every time he fought, he never used it. Only when the number of blood beasts reaches a certain level can they cause considerable damage. A blood beast transformed from 2 9th level monsters will definitely not pose a threat to the Void King realm, but if there are dozens, hundreds of them, I am afraid that the Void King realm will have to avoid the edge for the time being. 9th order monsters are hard to find, and Yang Kai has never paid too much attention to the matter of condensing blood beasts, but in this lost place, he feels that this is an easier thing to achieve. Here is simply a high-level monster. It is a paradise for beasts, and all of them have ancient blood. It is really the best place to condense blood beasts. So he didn't avoid suspicion, and directly used the golden blood thread to condense the blood beast. Anyway, this is not his biggest trump card. Even if it is exposed, it doesn't matter. Seeing that Yang Kai had handled it properly, Niguang nodded again, without saying anything, took out the secret treasure that could detect space cracks, and led the way first. Dangers abound in the Lost Lands, but opportunities abound. There are many extinct spiritual flowers and plants here, as well as countless ancient monsters that have long since disappeared in the long river of history. They are still multiplying and surviving under the nourishment of the special laws of heaven and earth in the Lost Land. A group of 4 people, although there are 2 Void Return 3 layers that have lowered the team's average combat power, but overall, the strength of Yang Kai's 4 people is still beyond doubt. When going along the road to where the Medicine Valley is, there are occasional harvests. Just as Yongkai expected, he could meet all kinds of high-level monsters here. Although he dare not say that the 9th level monsters are everywhere, since entering, Yongkai has never seen one below the 8th level. The group of 4 even encountered 2 10th order monsters, both of which exuded extremely powerful auras, and one of them was even fearful of Niguang, so they could only avoid it from a distance, not daring to take it lightly. Go to provoke it, but the other one was unlucky and was killed by 4 people working together. Niguang and Xueyu took away the valuable things on the monsters that were killed, such as inner alchemy, gallbladder, sharp claws, and teeth. After all, the body materials of 9th and 10th level monsters are already valuable. There's no reason to let it go. Luo Lan also got some monster body materials as spoils of war. On the other hand, Yongkai had nothing to ask for but continued to use the golden blood thread to devour the flesh and blood essence of monster beasts to condense his own blood beasts and strengthen the lineup of blood beasts. In just a few days of effort, Yongkai's army of blood beasts has grown to a dozen or so, and among the dozen or so blood beasts, even the 10th order monster that was killed by the 4 of them together. Steel Flame Ghost Spider. This kind of monster's body defense is extremely strong, surrounded by pale spirit flames, enough to incinerate everything. If the void-returning mirror warrior hadn't been shot by Niguang, the other 3 alone might not be able to kill it. This can be said to be the blood beast that Yongkai has harvested the most. In addition to the Steel Flame Ghost Spider, such as the Zhu Very Bird, the Star Emperor Tortoise, the 8-eyed Magic Toad, the Leipo Purple Sky Leopard, all kinds of ancient monsters with different and unique bloodlines were all collected by Yongkai. It can be said that from the surface, Yongkai has gained nothing but fundamentally, he has earned more than anyone else. Because what he got was the improvement of his own strength, while what others got was nothing more than foreign objects, and another process was needed to transform foreign objects into strength. After getting along for a few days, Niguang and Luo Lan also began to be shocked. Because they found that Yongkai's golden blood thread seemed to be inexhaustible, when Yongkai dealt with the first tail-crested snake corpse, Niguang didn't care too much, it was just a golden blood thread, he really doesn't pay attention to the condensed blood beast. But now the blood beasts that Yongkai has collected are enough to move him. Even he would have a headache for a while after releasing more than a dozen blood beasts like that. And looking at this posture, this is far from Yongkai's limit. It's hard for Niguang to imagine what it would be like if Yongkai gathered a certain number of these weird blood beasts. He finally started to face up to Yongkai. Along the way, he occasionally communicated with Xueyu with his spiritual sense, wanting to find out about Yongkai's details, and asked if he could be recruited into the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Xueyu didn't know too much about Yongkai's information, so she couldn't give any definite answer for a while, but she also had the idea of inviting Yongkai to join. A few days later, Yongkai's blood beasts had reached more than 20, and the army of blood beasts had begun to take shape. Now that they encountered monsters, there was no need for Niguang and others to take action. After Yongkai's army of blood beasts was dispatched, he was able to beat the dead to death very quickly, which made his income show a snowball effect. On this day, Niguang, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, frowned and looked around, his divine sense expanding. "What's wrong with Uncle Ni?" Xueyu looked around, but didn't find any signs of danger, so she couldn't help asking in doubt. "Someone is coming." Niguang's eyes suddenly flashed, he looked in a certain direction, and said in a deep voice, "The speed is very fast." Hearing this, the others couldn't help but change their expressions and followed his gaze. Soon, Yongkai and Luo Lan also noticed the movement over there. In the extremely far position, there was indeed a breath of life approaching rapidly, and judging from the fluctuation of the other party's breath, it was obvious that it was a Void King Realm powerhouse, or even more than one person, but 2. After a while, 2 beams of light appeared in everyone's eyes. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, the direction of these 2 people is exactly where Yongkai and others stopped. After a short while, the distance between the 2 sides quickly narrowed. At this time, Niguang also recognized the identities of the 2, and said with a cold face, "HMPH, it's actually these 2 guys. It's actually them." Luo Lan couldn't help but change color, as if he was extremely afraid of the visitor. Yongkai also frowned secretly. Before coming in, Xueyu had introduced to him those Void King Realm powerhouses who were present at that time, so at this moment he also recognized the origin of the 2. Of these 2 people, one is a half-old man and the other is a middle-aged man, but no matter which one is a good person. The old man's name was Kong Fa, and he was an elder from the ridge of the galaxy. The spine of the galaxy is considered a powerful force in the star field, but it is notorious just like another force, a abandoned lair. Most of the people gathered in these two forces are people who do all kinds of evil, and there are also many martial artists who have committed crimes in the major cultivation stars. They have nowhere to go and go to seek refuge. What they like to do most is to wander in the star field, and when they encounter a warship that is alone, they will go to rob it. They are real star field bandits. Whether it is the Sword Alliance, the Purple Star, or the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, they have suffered from these two forces for countless years. Many warships on long voyages have disappeared for no reason, and the accompanying warriors and supplies are all missing. Although there is not much evidence to prove that these two forces were responsible, everyone understands that those who dare to attack so recklessly are very likely to be this group of lawless people. The people on the spine of the galaxy and the abandoned lair are all people who are hated and abandoned by the entire star field. It's not a big deal just to rob warships. These two forces even occasionally send out a group of people to go to some cultivation stars without Void King Realm powerhouses to search for cultivation materials and warriors, and bring them back to their own main rudder to enslave them. Wanton abuse. It can be said that the spine of the galaxy and the abandoned lair are the two major cancers of the entire star field. But because their power is not weak, they cannot be eradicated at all. Prior to this, Shui Yu had reminded Yang Kai that Kong Fa, who was born on the ridge of the galaxy, was not a good thing, and if he encountered it alone in the future, he must be careful. Because this person looks friendly, but in fact he is extremely cruel. And the middle-aged man who came with Kong Fa is another big cancer from the star field, Shui from the abandoned lair, and in the abandoned lair, he is also an elder-level figure. Rumor has it that he used to be a martial artist from Zixing, but he didn't know why he rebelled and fell into the abandoned lair. And before he rebelled, he even slaughtered everyone in his sect, leaving no one behind. Back then, this incident shocked the entire Zixing, and Zixing also dispatched strong men to chase and intercept him, but Shui forcibly used his superb cultivation to fight his way out and fled into the abandoned lair. This incident made Zixing lose face. After many years, he gained a firm foothold in the abandoned lair and took the position of elder. These two guys can be said to be like-minded, like dogs of the same feather. I don't know how they hooked up together, let alone why they flew in the direction where Niguang was. After recognizing the two, Niguang not only was not frightened, but sneered again and again. It's okay, I don't want to act rashly outside, but now that you are looking for your own death, the old man will fulfill you. Elder Luo, I will invite you later. If you entangle one person, the old man will kill one first, and then join you. Leave it to me. Luo Lan's pretty face turned cold. My Sword League also has many enmities with these two people. Since we met here, there is no reason to let them go. You two stay away, just pay attention to protecting yourself. Niguang gave Yang Kai and Shui Yu another order. Yang Kai and Shui Yu nodded at the same time and prepared to evacuate from this place. The 4 Void King stage battles are about to break out. After all, it is an earth-shattering battle, and Yang Kai has no interest in being involved. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A unknown currency +- A3/4 A. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1763 Phantom Butterfly. Just when Yang Kai and Shui Yu were about to withdraw quietly, Kong Fa who flew over there raised his voice and shouted, as Mr. Ni from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce in front. He obviously recognized Niguang, but he didn't mean to avoid him at all. Instead, he went straight to greet him, and even took the initiative to say hello. This scene was very unusual, because no matter Kong Fa or Shu Wei, the background behind him was extremely different. Guangkai, his hands were also stained with the blood of many Hangluo Chamber of Commerce warriors. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to meet Ni Guangfu in time, so how could they take the initiative to meet him and throw themselves into the trap? Ni Guang was stunned for a moment, his brows were slightly frowned, and while he was thinking about the other party's conspiracy, he gave Luo Lan a sneaky look, told her to be careful, and said with a cold snort, "Yes, it is Ni." Kong Fa was overjoyed, and immediately shouted, "That's great, please help Mr. Ni, and Kong will be rewarded in the future." Help? Ni Guang was taken aback, as if he had realized something, his eyes instantly became extremely deep, and he looked behind Kong Fa and Shu Wei. The next moment, his face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Not good." He finally understood what happened to Kong Fa and Shu Wei, and why they approached him knowingly that he was here. These two guys are actually being hunted down by a group of ancient beasts. At this moment, Yang Kai and others also discovered the clue. Since the appearance of Kong Fa and Shu Wei, their situation has been uneventful, but the two of them look very embarrassed. They have obviously experienced a big battle, and they look slightly damaged. Originally, Yang Kai was quite puzzled, what could make the two Void King Realm powerhouses suffer, but at the same time as Kong Fa shouted for help, a colorful light suddenly flashed from the position less than 3 miles behind him, and the light let people were dazzled. At first glance, they couldn't figure out what the light was, but after a closer look, Yang Kai found that it turned out to be a group of countless insects like butterflies. With their colorful wings fluttering, their shapes are unpredictable, and every time their wings flicker, they can make teleport-like movements to shorten the distance to Kong Fa and Shu Wei. From the point of view of the crowd, the butterfly-like insects chasing after Kong Fa and Shu Wei numbered at least 1,000, gathered into a large area, as ferocious as a swarm of insects, and swarmed not far behind them. What is this? Luo Lan's pretty face turned pale. Although she didn't know what this butterfly-like monster was, it could be seen that Kong Fa and Shu Wei were in such a mess, and she also knew that the other party would not be easy to mess with. Phantom butterfly, Ni Guang quickly replied, an ancient insect born with the power to activate space, whose body is stronger than steel and extremely ferocious. Once dispatched, it will pass through like locusts. Before he finished speaking, a larger area of colorful light shone behind Kong Fa and Shu Wei, and more phantom butterflies showed their figures. The scale is more than 1,000, more than tens of thousands. At least tens of thousands of illusory butterflies flew towards this direction overwhelmingly, and the scene was horrifying. Every time they waved their wings, ripples and fluctuations visible to the naked eye would appear in that space, as if even the space was affected. Let's go, Ni Guang shouted and quickly urged Shengyuan to wrap up Shuiyu, turned around and ran away. He was different from Luo Lan. He had done a lot of preparations before entering the Lost Land. He knew that there were phantom butterflies here, and he also knew how difficult and ferocious they were. That's why Yu Yi discovered that he was chasing Kong Fa and Shu Wei. It was such a ferocious beast, he didn't hesitate anymore, he just wanted to run away as soon as possible. Seeing his posture, Yang Kai and Luo Lan didn't know the seriousness of the matter, and they used secret techniques to escape quickly. Luo Lan is a Void King Realm expert, so his escape speed is naturally not too slow. Although Yang Kai's cultivation level is relatively low, he has advantages that many warriors do not have. The superordinary void returning mirror, so he didn't lose the slightest speed, and followed Luo Lan closely. Mr. Ni, Kong Fa shouted from behind, I also hope that Mr. Ni will help Kong and Brother Shu get out of trouble. Ni Guangda was furious, and shouted without turning his head while running, get out. If you dare to follow this old man, you will die. He was so annoyed that this kind of thing happened to him for no reason, and the other party shamelessly followed behind him, with a posture of attracting trouble, and even chattered for help. If it wasn't for Ni Guang, he would be extremely afraid of those illusory butterflies. He must turn around and kill Kong Fa. This is undoubtedly a good time to kill Kong Fa. Mr. Ni is really so unreasonable. Kong Fa's voice suddenly turned cold. The old man and you have no human relationship at all. Ni Guang snorted coldly. Kong Fa smiled strangely. Since Mr. Ni is not benevolent, then don't blame Kong and Brother Shu for being unrighteous. While talking, he and Shu Wei looked at each other, and while running away, each of them resorted to a secret technique, striking Ni Guang from a distance. The power fluctuated one after another, and the bright light shot across the sky like a shooting star, and instantly bombarded Ni Guang on the way forward. Ni Guang couldn't help but froze, turned around and shouted angrily, you two bastards, I remember you. Despicable, shameless, Luo Lan scolded coquettishly. These two Void King Realm powerhouses who came from the cancer of the star field are both ready to drag Ni Guang and Luo Lan into the water, because only in this way can they reduce the pressure and survive the pursuit of these tens of thousands of illusory butterflies. Take advantage of the chaos and flee. After a brief stay, Kong Fa and Shu Wei quickly narrowed the distance, and the Wankongdi following them was also getting closer. After scolding, Ni Guang didn't dare to stop at all, and didn't even have time to fight back, so he continued to flee forward with Shuiyu. Yang Kai's complexion also darkened. He realized that this time, the situation is not good. Judging from the current situation, it is almost only a matter of time before Ni Guang and Luo Lan are involved. Once these two people or illusioned Kong Dai is entangled, with the power displayed by these monsters, then he and Shuiyu will be in danger. What's more, there are two insidious and cunning people, Kong Fa and Shu Wei, stirring up the wind and rain, making the situation even more confusing. Mr. Ni, this is the end of the matter. Why don't we join hands first to get rid of these monsters first, and then talk about other things? Kong Fa saw that the trick was successful, changed his previous attitude of begging for each other, and started to plan to cooperate with Niguang. Niguang said nothing with a gloomy face, but only glanced at Xueyu with a little worry. With his powerful cultivation at the second level of the Void King, he is not too afraid of these illusory butterflies. Even if he is surrounded, he is 80% sure to break out of the encirclement, but if he brings a snow moon, the situation will be different. As soon as he thought of this, he suddenly sent a message to Xueyu with his spiritual sense: if we separate, we must pay attention to protecting ourselves. Xueyu nodded imperceptibly. At this moment, Kong Fa and Xu Wei used secret techniques again to delay the speed of Niguang and Luo Lan. In order to drag these two virtual kings into the water, Kong Fa and Xu Wei obviously used all their strength. It is your strongest attack. After Niguang and Luo Lan resolved it, Kong Fa and Xu Wei were less than 30 feet away from the crowd, and the countless illusory butterflies chasing behind them were also close at hand. I swear, one day, I will crush you both to ashes. Seeing that he could no longer escape, Niguang pushed Xueyu out with a wave of his hand, turned around and roared angrily. Mr. Ni, why are you so angry? Let's talk about it first after passing the current stage. Kong Fa said bitterly, but before he finished speaking, his expression changed, because Niguang, who was opposite him, directly shot at him. Kong Fa immediately let out a strange cry, stretched out his hand in front of him, and sacrificed a blood-red shield for protection. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the violent attack hit the shield, and the shield glowed bright red. Although Niguang's hasty blow was resisted, the aftershock still sent Kong Fa back. Under Kong Fa's horrified gaze, he fell directly into the encirclement of countless illusory butterflies. I saw colorful butterfly shadows flying in that area. Kong Fa's figure quickly disappeared, and there were bursts of screams and violent energy fluctuations in the surrounding area. After a while, a figure soared into the sky. It was Kong Fa who escaped from the fight. However, in this short period of time, he looked seriously injured. His whole body was covered in blood, even his nose seemed to be missing half of his nose, and his face was even more pitted, as if it had been corroded, which looked extremely terrifying. This shows how terrifying these illusory butterflies are. Countless illusory butterflies gathered together and followed closely, like colorful beams of light soaring into the sky, relentlessly trying to drive them out. Kong Fa reaped the consequences of himself, and the situation was not good. Niguang and Luo Lan, who were dragged into the water by him, also had nervous expressions on their faces. Ding ding dong dong, the attack of the Void King Realm powerhouse hit those phantom butterflies, and there was a sound like gold and iron intersecting. Large pieces of phantom butterflies fell from the sky and died, but there were still more companions. The place where it was located was surrounded by water. The same is true for Xu Wei, who has been silent all this time. The four virtual kings can only fight on their own for a while, trying to protect themselves. And Xueyu, who was pushed out by Niguang before, has also merged with Yongkai at this moment. She knows that in such a scene, only by joining hands with Yongkai can she gain a chance of life. A bracelet secret treasure exuding powerful fluctuations was sacrificed by Xueyu. Once the secret treasure was activated, it would transform into 10 into hundreds. In a very short period of time, the entire world seemed to be covered by the phantom of the bracelet, flooded. This is obviously a virtual king-level secret treasure. With Xueyu's status, it is quite normal to have a virtual king-level secret treasure, but it would be strange to say that she does not have one. However, her cultivation base is not enough after all, so even if she has a Void King-level secret treasure, it is only a low-grade Void King-level treasure. Under the urging of her Saint Yuan, the phantoms of the countless bracelets made buzzing sounds, and began to swipe around like arrows leaving the string. The dead phantom butterfly floated down from the sky. But Xueyu didn't like to be surprised, and whispered, "These things are such a strong defense." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest reward. Power. Chapter 1764. Want to leave? Void King level secret treasure, extremely powerful attack. Xueyu is not an ordinary warrior, her own strength is quite impressive, her attack can't kill all the phantom butterflies that pounce on it, which shows the horror of the defense of these insects. At the same time that Xueyu made a move, Yongkai also made a move. With a movement of the divine mind, more than 20 golden blood threads exuding golden and red rays of light fell out, and in a burst of twisting and illusion, they turned into the appearance of blood beasts one after another. Thunder Flame Flying Lizard, Tailed Crown Snake, Steel Flame Ghost Spider, Zigen Bird, Star Emperor Tortoise, Eight-Eyed Demon Toad, Thunder Soul Purple Sky Leopard. There are so many of them, and these blood beasts disperse as soon as they appear. Surrounding Yang Kai and Shui Yu, a strong protective circle was formed. Immediately, under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, they used their own methods to attack the surrounding illusory butterflies. The blood beasts inherited most of the abilities of these monsters during their lifetime. Although they need to be manipulated and seem a little dull, they are undoubtedly an excellent helper at this time. Once more than 20 blood beasts of different sizes were dispatched, an impregnable defense was formed in an instant, and the pressure on Yang Kai and Shui Yu was greatly reduced. Buzzing, buzzing. The sound of the wings of the phantom butterfly fluttering can be heard endlessly, and they are not afraid of life and death. They seem to have no fear of death, but only the instinct to kill living things. And the blood beast that exudes strong blood energy fluctuations has become the best target to attract the Wonkong butterfly. Yang Kai and Shui Yu were in the middle position, and they were safe and sound for a while. Seeing this, Shui Yu couldn't help feeling a little elated, and hastily let go of her actions, constantly manipulating her secret treasures to kill the phantom sky butterfly. Yang Kai also didn't stay idle. The remaining dozens of golden blood threads shot out, staggered and cut in the void, cutting one illusory void butterfly in half. But as time goes by, he found that the situation had not improved. The 4 Void King Realm powerhouses were still fighting each other, surrounded by countless illusory butterflies, and the corpses of illusory butterflies piled up on the ground had covered a thick layer. His brow furrowed. The situation in front of him made him realize. It is impossible to kill all these phantom butterflies. If M continues to fight like this, everyone will be exhausted. At that time, they can only be slaughtered by these phantom butterflies. And his more than 20 blood beasts were also damaged, although they were all transformed from golden blood threads, not living things. But under the continuous wear and tear of the Wonkong butterfly, the energy and blood fluctuations emanating from the blood beasts became weaker and weaker. Shui Yu, we have to leave here. Yang Kai whispered beside Shui Yu. But Uncle Ni. Shui Yu looked towards Ni Guang with some hesitation, but he couldn't see Ni Guang at all. Coming violent energy fluctuations. Mr. Ni's cultivation is as high as the sky. You don't need to worry about him, as long as we can escape, he should be fine. Yang Kai said in relief. Then are you sure you can escape from here? Shui Yu turned her head and asked. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, whether you are sure or not, you have to try to know. It is better than sitting here and waiting to die. Hearing what he said, Shui Yu nodded, gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll go with you. She had received Ni Guang's advice in advance, and she also had a premonition that the current situation would happen, so she didn't hesitate too much. Then you are ready. Yang Kai looked solemn, and with a thought, let the more than 20 blood beasts burst into a fierce attack in one direction, and in an instant, a gap was opened in the illusory butterfly that surrounded the two of them. Let's go, Yang Kai shouted, his body swayed, and he grabbed Shui Yu's arm and rushed out of the gap. The next moment, more than 20 blood beasts were also twisted, turning into golden and red golden blood threads, which were taken back into his body by him. Suddenly losing the target of the attack, the void butterflies seemed to be stunned for a while, but soon, they waved their wings and chased in the direction where Yang Kai and Shui Yu were fleeing. At this time, Yang Kai didn't care too much, wrapped in the power of space around him, and flew forward at an extremely impressive speed. Using the power of space, his speed suddenly increased sharply. Shui Yu was stunned for a moment, because until this moment, she didn't understand what real speed is. But soon, Yang Kai frowned, because he found that his space power was greatly restricted in this lost place. This ghostly place is full of spatial cracks, the power of space is inherently unstable, and the disturbance caused by the fluttering of the wings of the phantom butterfly makes it somewhat obscure for him to use the power of space. This discovery made his complexion sink, and what made him even more angry was that after he escaped from the encirclement, a person was chasing him from behind. That person is the elder Shu Wei who abandoned the lair. Shu Wei was also stretched at the moment, exhausted, and was followed by countless void butterflies, but he didn't care, and desperately pursued in the direction where Yang Kai and Shui Yu were escaping. Even if he was attacked, he didn't mean to fight back. What does he want to do? Shui Yu faintly realized something was wrong. Yang Kai snorted coldly. It's nothing more than wanting us to put our backs on our backs, and then run away by ourselves. There is a saying that is good, when being pursued by an invincible enemy, it is good not to escape from the enemy but to escape from the companion. Although Yang Kai Shui Yu is not Shu Wei's companion, but he obviously has this intention to chase after him. As long as he can use Yang Kai and Shui Yu to delay the speed of Wonkongdi, then he will have a chance to get rid of these annoying ancient beasts. On the other side, although Ni Guang discovered Shu Wei's attempt, he was unable to stop him at all. he couldn't even move at the moment, and could only look at Shu Wei's back from afar, screaming furiously. Despicable and shameless. After seeing Shu Wei's intentions, Shuiyu gritted her teeth and said, with a calm expression on her face. Yang Kai sneered. People don't kill themselves, he wants to plot against us, let's see if he has the ability. He was happy and not afraid, and he didn't mess up his hands and feet because of Shu Wei's actions. In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai and Shuiyu had already sped out for tens of miles, and Niguang and others had long disappeared in their field of vision, only a large number of illusory butterflies and Shu Wei who followed behind them. And Shu Wei was also chased by more illusory butterflies. While fleeing, Yang Kai's spiritual mind flickered, checking the surrounding environment. Soon, he made a discovery and rushed towards a certain direction with Shuiyu. In that direction, there is a space crack in the void, which cannot be detected by the naked eye. Yang Kai believes that at this time, even if Shu Wei releases his divine sense, it is impossible to notice it. As long as he followed his own pace, he might crash into the space crack, and he would have to shed a layer of skin if he didn't die. He intentionally took Shuiyu to brush past the space crack very close to interfere with Shu Wei's judgment. But what he never expected was that the countless illusory butterflies chasing after him could find the existence of the crack in the space. They circled around one after another, and flew past from both sides. This scene was naturally imprinted in the eyes of Shu Wei behind. Shu Wei's ability to become a Void King realm expert is naturally rich in experience, and he is also cautious enough. Although he can't detect the space crack in the void, he can deduce from the movement of the void butterfly that there must be something strange there. So he directly followed the position where the phantom butterfly flew over, and avoided the space crack unscathed. Yang Kai almost yelled. He didn't expect Shu Wei to be saved by Huan Kongdi in this situation. But with the passage of time, both Huan Kongdi and Shu Wei behind them are getting closer and closer, and the situation seems to be surrounded again. At this time, Shu Wei relaxed a lot, because the Huan Kongdi who had been chasing him and Kong Fa before had been scattered into several groups, and there were not many chasing behind him at this moment. With his method, if he fights hard, he may kill all the Wonkong butterflies chasing him. But in that case, he is bound to suffer a great loss of strength, and may even be injured. This was not what he hoped for. In this lost place, he had to maintain his best condition at all times to deal with possible dangers. So he has been making use of Yang Kai and Shuiyu's idea. The speed of the two young juniors made him a little surprised, but when he thought of Shuiyu's identity, he was relieved. He thought that Yang Kai and Shuiyu's speed could be so fast, all thanks to Shuiyu. This young master of the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce must have practiced some incredible secret technique. But that's the end of it. Looking at the two figures who were only a few miles away from him in front of him, Shu Wei's eyes flashed a sinister expression. Immediately, he secretly urged his own secret technique, holding the complicated seal in his hand. The next moment, a layer of bright red light suddenly appeared around Shu Wei, as if spraying blood mist from his pores. At the moment when the light appeared, Shu Wei's speed suddenly increased to an incredible level. In just a few miles, he was pulled closer by him in an instant, and then directly surpassed Yang Kai and Shuiyu, and rushed to their front. This is not over. Shu Wei also hit a backhand palm, and the mighty Saint Yuan turned into an attack, attacking Yang Kai and Shuiyu. There was no killing intent in this palm, because he didn't intend to take the lives of the two of them at all, he just wanted them to delay Huan Kongdi. The dead cannot be delayed. Damn it! Shuiyu yelled angrily, and she threw the bracelet treasure forward, facing Shu Wei's attack. With a bang, the energy exploded, and the bracelet was hit by the violent force. The light flashed wildly, and the strong impact that followed caused Yang Kai and Shuiyu's speed to drop sharply, and they had to stabilize their figures. Haha! Shu Wei laughed wildly, turned his head and looked at Yang Kai and Shuiyu jokingly and said, "Two boys, work hard to live." He looked as if he had succeeded in his trickery, and he was arrogant and arrogant. Want to leave? Yang Kai's face turned cold, and he looked directly at Shu Wei's eyes. His left eye suddenly turned golden, and immediately, a budding lotus pattern appeared in his pupil. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1765. Do you still know how to be shy? Yang Kai hated Shu Wei for using him to get away, so naturally he couldn't just let it go, so taking advantage of Shu Wei's arrogant laugh, the moment his expression relaxed, he directly blasted him with a recruiting lotus secret technique. This is not over yet. With a flick of his wrist, Dikyui, the keel sword, has been shot out. Accompanied by the sound of a high-pitched dragon chant, a giant green dragon swung its head and tail and rushed towards Shu Wei, with a stench coming out of its open bloody mouth. The breath is extremely toxic and corrosive. Shu Wei's smile instantly froze on his face, and his eyeballs couldn't help trembling slightly. He never thought that Yang Kai's Void King realm shot would be so extraordinary. The next moment, he sensed a pure spiritual power bombarding his sea consciousness barrier, shaking his Void King level sea consciousness barrier to the point that a gap was opened, and the pure spiritual power flowed smoothly, invading into one's own sea of AA consciousness through the gap, turning into a lotus flower, absorbing the power of the sea of AA consciousness, and slowly blooming. I have a splitting headache. Shu Wei couldn't help but let out a scream, hurriedly stabilized his mind, and mobilized the power of the sea of AA consciousness to fight against the weird lotus. Fortunately, his cultivation base is not weak. Even though he was caught off guard by Yang Kaiyan, he would not be completely defeated. Once the power of the sea of AA consciousness was stimulated, the slowly blooming lotus flower was completely suppressed. But if you want to get rid of it, you have to spend some hands and feet. Shu Wei didn't have time to pay attention to the abnormalities in the sea of AA consciousness, because the green dragon had already opened its bloody mouth and jumped in front of him. In front of this dragon, he was as insignificant as an ant. Seeing that the dragon was about to devour him, Shu Wei gritted his teeth, the bright red light on his body became stronger, his speed increased sharply, and he narrowly avoided the blow of the dragon. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away, but his face was slightly pale and his breathing was short of breath. He first fled with Kong Fa for a long time, then fought against countless illusory butterflies, and then performed 2 expensive secret techniques, and was attacked by Yang Kai with the Lotus secret technique. Even if he is a Void King realm powerhouse, it will be too much for a while. He turned his head resentfully, looked at Yang Kai and Shui Yu who were wrapped up by the front and back, and roared, "Boy, you'd better pray that you die here, or I will make you regret being born in this world." As a Void King realm, he was accidentally attacked by a junior who returns to the Void Mirror. This is a shame and shame. Fortunately, no one else saw the scene just now. At least it allowed him to save some face. Don't stop, run away immediately. Shu Wei didn't think that Yang Kai and Shui Yu could survive the attack of so many void butterflies. Even if it was himself, under such circumstances, he might not be sure of escaping from birth, otherwise he would not try his best to take advantage of the 2 juniors. Huh, Yang Kai snorted coldly, stopped where he was and didn't move forward. Being delayed by Shu Wei, he and Shui Yu had nowhere to escape. Now there are twice as many phantom butterflies surrounding them than before. After all, Shu Wei has disappeared, and the phantom butterflies who attacked him before have all shifted their targets. More than 20 blood beasts were released by Yang Kai again, and the ring guards attracted the attention of the Wonkong butterfly, and the green dragon transformed by the dragon bone sword also joined the camp, shining brilliantly. Shui Yu, who was standing beside Yang Kai, had a dignified expression, her nose was full of sweat, and she kept sacrificing the secret treasure of the bracelet, which consumed a huge amount of Saint Yuan, but she didn't have the intention of giving up, while killing the enemy, while stuffing the elixir into his mouth to restore his own holy Yuan. Even her accompanying demon Spirita A Ziaji was also released by Shui Yu. This companion demon spirit is extremely powerful in terms of combat power, not inferior to Shui Yu herself. Many years ago in the Emperor Garden, Shui Yu once used this companion demon spirit to fight against Shan Qingluo's Tianyu demon spider. We can see its ferocity. Even so, it was still impossible to restore the situation. The light on the blood beasts flickered, as if they might collapse at any time, and the defensive circle was once reduced. Why do you look like you're not worried? Shui Yu suddenly turned her head to look at Yang Kai, asking with a strange expression. Her hands were not idle, and she could always kill with a powerful secret technique. Pieces of illusory butterflies ease the pressure on the blood beasts. It wasn't until this time that she realized that Yang Kai's face was calm and breezy, and he didn't have the nervous look that he should have when he fell into a dead end. What are you worried about? Yang Kai chuckled, asking back, while manipulating the golden blood thread, precisely harvesting the life of the void butterfly. Aren't you afraid of death? Seemingly infected by his demeanor, Shui Yu's expression became much calmer. Nonsense. Yang Kai curled his lips, who is not afraid of death? But, there is a saying that goes like this, if you die under a peony flower, you can be a ghost. Shui Yu was stunned for a moment, and immediately glared at Yang Kai. It's already this time, you still have the mood to joke. Yang Kai laughed dryly and didn't answer any more. Although the situation in front of him seemed extremely dangerous, it was actually very easy to resolve for him. He had at least 2 ways to get rid of the entanglement of these phantom butterflies. The easiest way is naturally to sacrifice the mysterious boundary orb, and take Xueyu to hide in the mysterious boundary orb. By then, the two of them will disappear, and the Wonkong butterfly will not be able to stay here anymore. In addition, he can also tear apart the space to escape. Although the space power fluctuations here are chaotic and can interfere with his use of space power, it is not a problem to escape for 100 or 2 miles at a time, and he is afraid that he will encounter danger in the void if he is not careful. Both methods are very effective methods, and Yang Kai has full confidence that he can succeed. But, this is bound to expose some of his trump cards, especially the mysterious boundary orb. This kind of thing is a world of its own, its existence is too unbelievable, and Yang Kai dare not expose it in front of Xueyu. After all, she is the young master of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and my relationship with her is not good enough to share secrets. So he has been thinking about how to do it to get the best of both worlds. Yang Kai, Xueyu suddenly yelled again. What? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, feeling that her tone seemed a little strange at the moment. Have you always hated me? Xueyu asked, her eyes wandering, as if she didn't dare to look at Yang Kai. I hate what you do. Yang Kai was stunned, because I have people hunted you down. Besides, I feel sorry for you, and I'm a little bully. Xueyu said softly. Ha ha, Yang Kai laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Xueyu frowned, looking at Yang Kai with some displeasure. She wanted to chat with Yang Kai seriously, but the other party was in such a casual manner, which made her feel that she was not taken seriously. Yang Kai looked at her jokingly, with a smile on his lips, and said with a tisk-tisk, the dignified young master of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce also has such a sentimental time. After all, a woman is a woman. This sentence seemed to poke a hornet's nest. Xueyu gritted her teeth, and said coquettishly, I am a woman, what's wrong? I was born a woman, and I didn't want to be a man. You think I like it? After so many years, who will think about it? Over my feelings. As she spoke, she reached out and touched her chest hard. Accompanied by a flash of brilliance, Xueyu standing in front of Yang Kai changed her appearance in an instant. At this moment, she is no longer the heroic and extraordinary image of a man before, but a beautiful woman with an alluring beauty and a graceful figure. Her long hair reaches her hips and her breasts are straight. She stares at a pair of beautiful eyes and clenches her silver teeth tightly, staring at Yang Kai as if wanting to eat people. Coupled with the man's clothes she was wearing, there was a different kind of temptation for Xueyu at this moment. Yang Kai stared blankly, touched his nose in amazement. Let me just talk about it, why are you reacting so much? Xueyu just stared at her, her eyes flickered with the love-hate light that Yang Kai was familiar with. Hey, Yang Kai looked helpless, is it okay if you look like this? If people see it, it will not be good for your Chamber of Commerce. If someone sees your special physique again, maybe you will kidnapped. Xueyu's special physique is a great temptation to the Void King realm. Things like dragon marrow and phoenix body are rare and hard to come by. Any man who gets Xueyu's Yuanian power can become powerful without any hidden dangers. Rise. Xueyu's Yuanyan can be said to be the best panacea, which is an unimaginable temptation for those Void King realm who have been unable to increase their strength through countless years of hard work. Even if she is the young master of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, someone will definitely take the risk and try to trick her. There is no shortage of crazy people in this world. Xueyu sneered, stroked her hair around her ears coquettishly, squinted at Yang Kai, and said leisurely, is there anyone else here besides you and me? Besides, you already knew that I am a woman, I have known about my special physique for a long time, and I haven't seen what you think of me. What's the matter? Ben Xiao, this girl is not attractive at all. What are you talking about now? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became unnatural. Although he is well versed in the ways of men and women, sometimes he still feels that some women are unreasonable. In this kind of place, in this kind of environment, Xueyu actually discussed this with herself, he simply didn't know how to answer. You shameless person actually know how to be shy. Xueyu herself blushed slightly, but she continued to despise Yang Kai. I really didn't know that you were so thin-skinned. When you were on that Death Star, why are you so shameless? That was an accident, okay. Yang Kai glared at her. It happened many years ago, why are you mentioning it? Didn't we agree to forget it together? Who told you? I will never forget that kind of thing for the rest of my life. Xueyu's chest rose and fell violently, accompanied by the outburst of anger. With a wave of her hand, countless flying illusory butterflies were killed on the spot. Okay, what exactly do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at her dejectedly. Come on, I'm confused by what you're doing. What do I want to do? Shui Yu gritted her teeth and drank. What do you think I want to do? What else can I do? She looked hysterical, and yelled 3 times in succession, and there seemed to be a sense of grievance in her anger. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1766 You bastard. Shui Yu's unreasonable appearance made Yang Kai angry. Staring at her coldly for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a cold snort, and took a step towards her position. His eyes gleamed with a murderous light, causing Shui Yu's expression to change slightly. The next moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took Shui Yu's soft body into his arms. Under her stunned and terrified gaze, he leaned over and kissed her thin and tender lips. At the same time, covering her breasts with his hands, he rubbed them vigorously. His movements were extremely rough, and he didn't mean to feel sorry for her at all. It hurts, you bastard. Shui Yu screamed in panic, stretching out her hands to push Yang Kai, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't push it away. The stalwart body clinging to her was like a towering mountain, standing still. Amidst the pain, there is also a strange feeling spreading all over the body. The sound of yelling came out. Shui Yu struggled a few times, and her body quickly softened. The surrounding phantom butterflies flapped their wings and made a buzzing sound, and the scene of colorful waves and butterfly shadows flying around surrounded the two of them. The blood beast fought and killed the enemy, the green dragon let out a roar, and the dragon club. After a long time, my lips parted. Yang Kai pushed Shui Yu away, squinting at her, as if she was abandoned like a shoe. Shui Yu's cheeks were flushed, her slender and fair neck was blushing, her body seemed to be still limp. She staggered slightly after leaving Yang Kai's arms, but at this moment she was looking left and right, her eyes wandering, and she was no longer the same as before. Aggressive posture. Brother man, Yang Kai. Walk through. You. Shui Yu blushed and opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Damn it, it's endless. Yang Kai scolded angrily, I don't even know when to pester me, I really don't know what it means. Shui Yu's face was aggrieved immediately, her eyes were red, and she was about to cry, but soon she adjusted her emotions, took a deep breath, and gritted her teeth. So what? Anyway, I got what I wanted. Is this what you want? Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically. So what? Shui Yu pursed her red lips. In this world, you are the only one who knows that I am a woman, except for my father and a few elders of the Chamber of Commerce. I don't want to die without realizing it. What it feels like to be a woman. So you thought you were going to die? Yang Kai suddenly thought, no wonder this woman would be so crazy. Yeah, what you said, when a peony dies, even a ghost is flirtatious, so what if I make you flirtatious? Shui Yu giggled coquettishly, flaunting herself like a fairy. At least, if I really die here, I also died as a woman, which can be regarded as fulfilling a wish. It's really unreasonable. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. Shui Mu twisted her neck and hummed softly, you can say whatever you want. After she finished speaking, Shui Yu seemed to relax a lot, and her whole body became much more energetic, even her face was filled with a dazzling brilliance. Let's say it first, you forced me to do this today, and I won't be responsible. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it in front of Shui Yu, with a posture of denying it afterwards. Who asked you to be responsible? Shui Yu curled her lips, I know you have women, and more than one, but, as the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as Shu. I know quite a lot. Yang Kai chuckled, suddenly sighed, looked at Shui Yu solemnly, and whispered, it's not easy for you. Shui Yu pouted, it's good to know. While speaking, she took the initiative to lean towards Yang Kai, and stretched out her jade hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai held her hand in his palm, teasingly said, what? Is this going to go to hell with me? Anyway, it's already like this. If you have any other means, use them quickly. Otherwise, your women may be widowed. I don't have the energy to fight anymore. Shui Yu looked indifferent, as if she had already done it. Mental preparation for death. Yang Kai nodded, reaching out to grab Shui Yu's waist. Seeing his unfathomable appearance, Shui Yu couldn't help but shine. She was really prepared to die here, but looking at Yang Kai's posture, it was clear that she still had some strength left. She couldn't help but see a bright light in her eyes, secretly looking forward to what cards Yang Kai still had not used. Yang Kai chuckled, and when Pang was about to use the power of space to tear apart the space and flee with Shui Yu, he suddenly remembered something. He couldn't help but pause, and the next moment, he took the thing out. It is a secret treasure in the shape of a bracelet, but the texture is ancient, and it is old at first glance, and the bracelet seems to be engraved with countless complicated and mysterious runes. Gazing at the bracelet, Yang Kai looked at the illusionary butterflies surrounding him, and with a hard move, he urged Sheng Yuan to pour into the bracelet. The next moment, the bracelet emitted a faint light, and the runes on it seemed to move for a moment, and a wave of mysterious power fluctuated leisurely. An unbelievable scene happened. When this layer of power fluctuations swept away, those phantom butterflies who had been besieging the blood beast and were not afraid of death unexpectedly fell from the air, fluttering their wings as if they had encountered a nemesis. Looking at the situation, it seems that the power of these illusory butterflies has been restrained. What is this? Shui Yu looked at the bracelet on Yang Kai's hand in surprise. Yang Kai didn't speak, and continued to urge Sheng Yuan to pour in. Another wave of power fluctuated up and down, and more phantom butterflies fell down. In a short period of time, a small half of the phantom butterflies that surrounded the two of them lost their ability to move, and the rest were also terrified. Fly away. This thing can still be used like this. Yang Kai also looked surprised. What the hell is this? Shui Yu asked again, looking at the bracelet in amazement. Under the investigation of divine sense, she couldn't see what kind of secret treasure this bracelet was. Slave insect bracelet, Yang Kai replied casually. Someone told me that it has a magical effect on restraining some strange insects. I just remembered to try it, but I didn't expect it to be effective. The slave insect bracelet is an emperor treasure, a secret treasure refined by the insect emperor. There are countless kinds of ferocious strange insects sealed inside. After Yang Kai killed the insect emperor, the slave insect bracelet became his trophy, but because of insufficient cultivation, he did not dare to refine it easily, and kept it in the space ring. Yang Yan told him that this slave insect bracelet is a powerful treasure that the Emperor Chong is famous for. The bracelet is restrained. Even though Yang Kai hadn't refined the slave worm bracelet at all, just a little bit of Sheng Yuan stimulated some of the power of the slave worm bracelet itself, and it could also make this fantasy butterfly lose its ability to move. The strength of Emperor treasure can be glimpsed. But Yang Kai couldn't exert its divine power after all, so those phantom butterflies didn't die, they were just instinctively afraid of the aura of the slave insect bracelet, and lost the ability to act or the desire to attack. The ground was covered with a thick layer of illusory butterflies, struggling one after another, but still unable to fly up. More illusory butterflies also fled to the distance, but did not disperse, encircling and sealing off the surrounding space. Yang Kai laughed loudly, and waved his hands back to take back his seriously worn-out blood beast army. At the same time, he also put away the dragon bone sword, held up the slave insect bracelet, continuously poured Saint Yuan into it, and strode forward with Shui Yu Go. Wherever he passed, the phantom butterflies kept retreating, always keeping a certain distance from him. Once the distance was shortened, those phantom butterflies would definitely fall down, and they would not fly up again until he was far away, continuing to chase. Shui Yu was full of surprises, although she was ready to die before, but if she could live, no one would want to die easily, especially since she just talked to Yang Kai. It is just for the future. A time of hope. It has traveled hundreds of miles like this, safe and sound, but the Wonkong butterfly has never dispersed, lingering behind Yang Kai and Shui Yu. These annoying things. Yang Kai frowned, realizing the difficulty of these ancient fierce beasts. Why don't we kill them all? Shui Yu suggested. Anyway, with the slave insect bracelet suppressing it, the void butterfly can't pose a threat to her and Yang Kai now, all it needs to consume is time. It's too troublesome. Yang Kai shook his head, looked around, and after a while, his eyes lit up, pointing there, go there. While speaking, he took Shui Yu and flew over there. Hey, what do you want to do? Shui Yu was shocked, because in the void in front of her, there was a space crack like a beast's mouth. The space crack was visible to the naked eye, and it was more than 100 feet long. Breath. And Yang Kai's direction of advancement was actually going straight towards the crack, without any intention of avoiding it. Why, just now, you were so tender and sweet that you wanted to go to Wangquan with me, are you afraid now? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. If you are afraid, there is still time to leave now. Shui Yu bit her red lips and said, who is afraid? Stop testing my mind. Saying so, he urged Sheng Yuan in a fit of anger, dragging Yang Kai to rush towards the space crack. Yang Kai remained unmoved and let her do what she did. The two approached the crack at an extremely fast speed, so close, Yang Kai could clearly feel Shui Yu's nervousness. After all, there was a huge space crack in front of him, and no one knew what would happen if he broke into it. I don't know if I can still find a way back from that void. At the moment when she was about to rush into the crack, Shui Yu turned her head and glanced at Yang Kai, as if she was making a final consultation. After failing to get Yang Kai's denial, she gritted her teeth and dragged Yang Kai into the crack. In the void, light flashed, and the two disappeared. And the phantom butterfly trailing behind did not stop chasing until this time, turned around a few times in place, and after confirming that there were no prey, they swarmed away. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A unknown currency +- A3/4 A. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1767 The Real Void Spirit Crystal. There was chaos and nothingness all around, as if she was falling towards the endless abyss. Yu couldn't help but clench Yang Kai's hand, and her whole body cling to him, seeking that sense of security. She has never had such a bizarre experience. The space crack is regarded as a terrifying existence like a scourge by the Void King realm powerhouses, but this time, she rushed in on her own initiative. She didn't know what Yang Kai's reliance was, but she could only choose to believe it wishfully, and believed that this man who had molested her in an extremely rude way just now would not put herself in danger. Yang Kai really didn't let her down. In this dark crack, he didn't mean to be afraid at all, instead he patted his hand. Sensing Yang Kai's comfort, Yu immediately relaxed a lot. What should we do now? Yu asked. She turned her head to look at the entrance she had come in before, but she couldn't see it anymore. Void fissures are unpredictable. Space dislocation, entering from a certain point, may appear tens of thousands of miles or even millions of miles away in an instant, and it is naturally impossible to find a way back at this moment. Don't worry, Yang Kai said with a rare gentle tone. He said with a smile, leave this to me. Yu nodded slightly. Yang Kai's words seemed to have a reassuring magic power, making her both physically and mentally relaxed. It's such a strong fluctuation of space power. There is something extraordinary here. It looks like it should have come in a long time ago. Yang Kai searched around with his spiritual sense, seeming a little annoyed. With a serious look on his face, he activated the power of space, felt the magic around him, and realized the unique power in this crack in the void, enjoying it so much. This kind of experience is of great benefit to him in cultivating space power, and he certainly doesn't want to miss it. After a long while, his eyes turned to one position, and he said, follow me. Saying so, he pulled Yu and galloped in that direction. In the cracks in the void, there is nothing but chaos. This place is like a world that has not been opened up. There are no living things and no spiritual energy. It exists more thoroughly than the Death Star. Yu couldn't feel anything at all, except the touch and body temperature from Yang Kai's big hand holding her, so she held it very hard, lest she would be separated from Yang Kai. In this ghostly place, even the passage of time seems to be extremely long, but when Yu stabilized her mind, instead of rejecting this place, she enjoyed this journey very much. To be held by a man by the hand, to go through thorns and thorns in a dangerous place, the man bears all kinds of dangers ahead, and she follows behind with peace of mind. This kind of experience is simply a luxury for her. As the third young master of Yu, and as the future successor of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, under normal circumstances, it is she herself who rushes forward to overcome difficulties. She needs to establish prestige in front of her subordinates, she needs to have a solid position in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and she also has to disguise her gender, tone of voice and style of acting. She lives more tiring than many people. But here, she can put aside everything and simply enjoy the feeling of being taken care of. Yang Kai just said that it was not easy for her. Maybe he just said it casually and didn't think deeply, but this sentence hit the deepest and softest place in Yu's heart, making her almost shed tears. At this moment, she felt warm in her heart, and she just hoped that this kind of time would last forever. At this time, if she still can't see that Yang Kai is proficient in space power, then Yu is not the young master of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. She didn't point out that a wise woman knows when to speak and when to keep silent. I don't know how long it has passed. Yu is still immersed in the atmosphere that makes her warm, but somewhere in that side, a little light suddenly emerges. The light is weak, and it looks like a star is far away. A few stars in the domain dotted this empty world. Ha ha, Yang Kai laughed loudly, seeming to be in a very happy mood. Sure enough, there are void spirit crystals bred here. Luo Lan didn't lie to me. Yu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, is that Kongling Jing? You came into this place just to find Kongling Jing? Not bad. Yang Kai nodded, speeding up. A few stars seemed to be very far away, but in fact Yang Kai only took less than half a stick of incense to get close. The light is weak, just better than nothing, but in the cracks in the void, it is already the only light source. Looking closely, each of these pieces of ethereal crystals is the size of a fist, and each piece is in the shape of a hexagonal prism. The space power fluctuations flowed out from those cracks. It's not the same as what I got before. Yang Kai was extremely surprised, and he didn't rush to take these pieces of void spirit crystal, but looked at them with great interest. The space crystals in front of him are indeed very different from the ones he obtained before. Whether it is the shape or the power fluctuations that come out of the inside, especially the existence of fine cracks, the previous space crystals have never been owned. Of course it won't be the same. Shui Yu looked at him as if she knew something. How to say? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. This kind of void spirit crystal is the pure void spirit crystal, the real void spirit crystal, which is conceived by space power, and the void spirit crystals outside are just companions of various mineral veins, containing a lot of impurities, although it can be regarded as a kind of sky spirit crystal, but compared with this kind, I don't know how bad it is. Shui Yu reached out and took a piece of sky spirit crystal. The whole process was extremely easy, and this sky spirit crystal seemed to be picked up by someone at will. It was discarded here, and it was not difficult to take it away. Pointing to the fine cracks inside, he said, "Look at this, its power is enough to affect the space. If you use a secret technique to detonate this ethereal crystal, it will be enough to cause a huge explosion. The space in the range collapses, and no matter who is involved, I am afraid there will be no good fruit to eat." Sky spirit crystal can still be used like this. Yang Kai suddenly became interested, looking at Shui Yu thoughtfully. Does your business have this kind of secret technique? There should be. Shui Yu nodded. I have heard of it before, but I have never been exposed to that kind of secret technique. As she spoke, she handed the void spirit crystal to Yang Kai, and continued. Besides, the space ring refined with this void spirit crystal will create a huge space inside, which is much better than ordinary space rings, but it is estimated that no craftsman would dare to use this kind of thing to refine a space ring. It would be a joke with his own life. While speaking, the only 4 pieces of void spirit crystals that exist here have been collected by Yang Kai. He felt it silently, and found that the power of space contained in these void spirit crystals was simply beyond imagination. If he could make up 20 yuan, it would be enough for him to set up a super space circle, and the transmission distance would be shorter than the ones laid out earlier or more distant. This kind of void spirit crystal can't be put into the space ring. What are you going to do? Shui Yu asked, looking at the thing in Yang Kai's hand. Without her reminding, Yang Kai also discovered this problem. He tried to put the space spirit crystal into the space ring just now, but he was still unable to succeed. The power contained in the space spirit crystal had a violent conflict with the space ring and was not accepted at all. After thinking about it, Yang Kai communicated with the mysterious boundary orb with his mind. The next moment, the sky spirit crystal was thrown into the mysterious boundary bead. Yang Kai couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, the mysterious boundary orb is still an extremely high-end existence. After all, it is an emperor treasure. It has its own world inside, and it also has its own laws of the world. There is no problem in accommodating the void spirit crystal. Shui Yu was surprised for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, "It seems that you have quite a lot of secrets. Are you more interested in me?" Yang Kai beamed. "Come on." Shui Yu shot him a look. "I have a lot of secrets about me. Well, I will tell you when I can tell you in the future." Yang Kai's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice. Shui Yu shook her head slowly. "I don't need to know this. I just want to have a person who can treat me like a woman, and that's enough." Hearing her words from the bottom of his heart, Yang Kai looked at her for a while, smiled slightly, took Shui Yu's hand again, and flew forward. An hour later, in the gap in the void, a few more stars were printed in front of the eyes of the two of them. Repeatedly, after a few days, Yang Kai's void spirit crystal has already reached nearly 100 yuan. The void cracks here seem to be the best hotbed for the birth of void spirit crystal. The rich space power gathers and condenses, crystallizes made. Shui Yu has been silently following Yang Kai's side, helping him collect the void spirit crystal, without any complaints. And the dangers outside the lost land seemed extremely distant to the two, and the world they entered had nothing to do with others. On this day, Yang Kai was taking Shui Yu to continue searching for the sky spirit crystal, when Shui Yu suddenly called out, "Yang Kai, look over there." "Why?" Yang Kai stopped, turned his head and looked in the direction that Shui Yu indicated, and with just one glance, he looked up and whispered, "So many." In that direction, it was like a moonless night, full of stars, countless bright or dark lights blooming in the void, like bright lights in the dark night, guiding the direction. After staying here for several days, Yang Kai naturally knew that any ray of light represented a piece of void spirit crystal bred from this place, and represented great wealth. He was already very satisfied with the harvest of hundreds of dollars before, but when he saw the scene over there, he realized that his extravagant expectations were too low. There are so many dots of light over there, the number is more than 100. That is at least hundreds of thousands of scale. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, stretched out his hand, dragged Xueyu into his arms, hugged her, and kissed her hard on the face. The rough treatment made Xueyu's face unmoved. She bit her red lip and wiped her cheek, angrily said, "You vulgar man." Yang Kai didn't answer, and had already led her to rush over there like a bolt of lightning. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1768 Space Spiral. The vast void is boundless, but it is dotted with stars, arranged in a spiral shape. In the center of the spiral, there are terrifying power fluctuations. Yang Kai and Shui Yueling stood above the huge spiral composed of countless void spirit crystals. Their expressions were extremely dignified. Before discovering that there were many void spirit crystals here, the two of them rushed over excitedly, but after arriving here, Yang Kai discovered that it was very strange. The void spirit crystals are still the same void spirit crystals, but they are pulled by some unknown force, and they are arranged into a special spiral shape. Even Xueyu, who is not proficient in space power, can feel the dangerous aura from the very center of the spiral, which seems to be the root that can swallow everything. This is a crack in the void, but the very center of the spiral seems to be a strange existence that can swallow even this crack. Yang Kai, Xueyu whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "I'm a little flustered." "Normal, I also have a little bit." Yang Kai relieved, "This is an instinctive fear of the power emanating from the spiral, no one can avoid it, but this thing seems to be of great use to me." Quote. "What are you going to do?" Xueyu looked at him in astonishment. Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a while, then patted Xueyu's hand and said, "You help me collect those void spirit crystals first." Xueyu took a deep look at him, her beautiful eyes were bright, she seemed to be able to look directly into the depths of Yang Kai's heart and understand his thoughts. After a while, Xueyu nodded meekly, and while speaking, she flew out. "Come to those ethereal crystals scattered outside the spiral, and collect them one by one." Yang Kai still stood where he was, staring at the center of the spiral with a solemn expression that he had never had before. After a long time, he released his divine sense and probed towards the center of the spiral. He originally wanted to pry into the mystery hidden in the spiral, but when his divine sense Yuya came into contact with it, he was shocked to find an astonishing and terrifying attraction coming from the spiral. This attraction is so strong that it has never been heard before, and it immediately involved Yang Kai's mind. Not only, his standing body also seemed to be held by an invisible big hand. It disappeared directly in place, and when it reappeared, it was already in the very center of the spiral. Yang Kai, Xueyu turned pale with shock and shouted hastily. But did not get any response from Yang Kai. From where she stands, Yang Kai just stood still in the center of the spiral, not moving at all. It seems that he has lost his perception of the outside world and has no response. She called several times in succession, but Yang Kai remained indifferent. She immediately knew what must have happened to Yang Kai. He didn't dare to act rashly anymore, he could only stand there anxiously, looking in the direction of Yang Kai, secretly praying that he was safe. Rotation, endless rotation. Yang Kai felt that his body and soul were almost torn apart. The unbearable pain made him want to open his mouth to shout, but found that he couldn't make a sound no matter what. The moment he was pulled into the spiral, his mind was repeating this spinning process. This feeling was like being involved in a violent tornado, and he could only passively bear the impact of this spinning on himself. Destroyed, but unable to make any resistance. The sea of AA consciousness was churning. Yang Kai only felt dizzy for a while, as if his soul was thrown out of his body by this rotating force. Since he succeeded in cultivation, he has rarely encountered such a situation that made him feel at a loss. At any time, in the face of any crisis, he can quickly formulate reasonable countermeasures to resolve the danger he may encounter. But this time, he found that he was a little powerless. When he was dragged by the power of the spiral and his mind kept spinning, he was shocked to find that the power of his sea of AA consciousness was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking inside his body, his proud physical body also began to appear numerous scars. He desperately encouraged Sheng Yuan and used the power of his consciousness to try to get rid of the strange power of the spiral. Nothing. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In less than 10 breaths of time, the sea of AA consciousness has dried up. The damage to the power of the soul made Yang Kai's head hurt. In the sea of AA consciousness, the warming god lotus, which exudes colorful rays of light, played a vital role at this moment. When Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness was exhausted, it immediately began to nourish Yang Kai's soul and repair the damaged places. Wen Shenlian's feedback and nourishment made Yang Kai's mind clear for a moment. And at this moment, he suddenly had an unusual feeling that while the power of the spiral was destroying his physical body and the power of his spiritual consciousness, it unexpectedly added another kind of power to him. That is the power of space. This allowed him to have a new understanding of the mystery of the power of space in a very short period of time. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He quickly endured the unbearable pain and felt it quietly. He gave birth to a sliver of enlightenment. At a certain moment, he resolutely gave up resisting, allowing the power of the spiral to throw his spirit out of his body. In an instant, another vision appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, it was as if his spirit had come out of his body. His spirit was covered in the void, invisible and invisible, but he could see everything he could see. He clearly saw that his physical body was still standing quietly in the very center of the spiral, surrounded by countless ethereal crystals emitting faint light, while Xueyu was standing not far away, constantly calling out his name. Her face, which could turn all sentient beings upside down, was full of anxiety, her beautiful eyes were full of panic, and her face turned pale. Yang Kai tried to send spiritual sense towards her, but Xueyu didn't notice it at all, and still screamed. Yang Kai didn't continue, because he knew that his state was not a real out-of-body state, and because of the influence of the space power here, his thoughts couldn't be transmitted to Xueyu at all. He turned his attention back to the spiral. Observing from this angle, he sees more and gets more. After a while, he thoughtfully urged his own power of space, and released it along the direction of the spiral power. The stress is greatly reduced. Whether it came from the soul or the body, Yang Kai suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. It dawned on him. The power of this spiral is a kind of extremely profound space power, which is countless times higher than what he has comprehended. Before the absolute difference in realm, any resistance is futile and will only increase the pain. Only by following the spiral trajectory to comprehend, can we experience and gain insight into this higher state. This is like drawing a ladle from a gourd. Although you can only get the shape temporarily, but not the spirit, you will gain something to some extent. If you persevere, you will be able to penetrate the essence. After figuring this out, Yang Kai didn't hesitate anymore, and began to activate the power of space without restraint, so that the operation of his own space power coincided with the trajectory of the spiral. This is an extremely difficult process, but also an extremely slow process. Numerous cracks began to appear on Yang Kai's body. Golden yellow blood overflowed from the wound, but it didn't spill, instead wriggling like a living thing, repairing the injury. His excellent physical body also played a vital role at this time, allowing him to persist for a long time. Time passed little by little, and Yang Kai was completely immersed in this wonderful perception, completely forgetting everything. And as time went by, the power of space emanating from his body not only did not weaken, but became stronger and more pure, and coincided with the spiral trajectory more and more perfectly. He doesn't feel much pressure anymore. His own space power and spiral power began to overlap, and that kind of rotation had little effect on him. Until a certain moment, the two forces perfectly overlapped together. And at this moment, the entire void seemed to buzz for a moment. Yang Kai suddenly had a very strange feeling in his heart. At this moment, he found that he seemed to have become that huge spiral, and the two merged into one, regardless of each other. The surrounding light is generous, and in the direction of the extension of the spiral, the countless ethereal crystals are all bursting with extremely dazzling light at this moment, and under the influence of an inexplicable artistic conception, they burst open one after another. The exploding void spirit crystals did not collapse the void, instead they turned into small streams of energy, which surged towards the center along the spiral trajectory. These energies are densely packed, all like black lines, innumerable. And the center of the spiral is exactly where Yang Kai's body is. These energy black lines from the burst of the void spirit crystal all poured into Yang Kai's body, and then disappeared. The dazzling light gradually dissipated, and the entire void returned to darkness, and there was no light at all, and even the power of the spiral disappeared. Yang Kai, who had been standing there all this time, didn't have time to examine his body carefully until this time. After releasing his divine sense, he couldn't help frowning. He found that his physical condition was very strange at the moment. Black lines were looming on his skin. When those black lines appeared, it made him look like he was missing a part of flesh and blood. After the black lines disappeared, they disappeared. Only then did the flesh and blood reappear. Naturally, the flesh and blood will not disappear for no reason. This is just the visual interference caused by too powerful space power, which can be swallowed even by vision and spiritual detection. Even Yang Kai himself can't stop this kind of interference. Maybe he will have to wait until he is fully familiar with this kind of power before he can eliminate this kind of interference. But at this moment, his feeling has never been better. This accident made him swallow and fuse almost the magical artistic conception contained in the entire space spiral and the power of thousands of pure space crystals, which made him feel the power of space. Comprehension has reached a whole new level, a height that was unattainable before. Overjoyed, he carefully experienced the various changes in himself. The more he experienced it, the more he realized that his previous understanding of the power of space was too shallow, and the more he realized how terrifying the means he could use if he had attainments in the field of power of space. He himself was secretly shocked. To be continued. Chapter 1769 Scared Sky Beast. But now is not the best time to experience these things. At this moment, Yang Kai seems to have a treasure house with rich storage, and also has a key, and even the whole person is already standing in the treasure house. But he didn't have time to check and deal with his treasures. Gathering his mind, he turned his head and looked towards Shuiyu's position. He didn't forget that in such a place, there was another person who was worrying about him, calling out his name constantly, and seeing himself as a reliance. But after looking at it, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, because there was no one in that direction, and Shuiyu had disappeared. Looking around, Shuiyu was nowhere to be seen as far as the divine sense could reach. Where did it go? Yang Kai frowned secretly. He didn't think that Shuiyu had abandoned him because of a bad opportunity. Although he didn't have much contact with Shuiyu and didn't know her deeply, judging from the short-term relationship with her heart, she was not that kind of woman. People. And in this rift in the void, no matter how strong she is, she who has never cultivated the power of space is still like a headless chicken. Even if it takes tens of millions of years, she will not even think about leaving here. So it is impossible for her to find a way out by herself. Have you encountered any danger? Yang Kai suddenly thought of a possibility, but what danger is there in this void crack? Although this is a land of nothingness and chaos outside the Lost Land, the two of them have never encountered any danger during their journey. Standing in the same place and meditating for a while, Yang Kai began to act. No matter what, he had to find Shuiyu first. He took a step forward and stepped out. He was already hundreds of miles away, with a calm expression, and every step coincided with the magic of space. In the past, Yang Kai needed to use tear space to move hundreds of thousands of miles at a time. Later, with the improvement of his attainments in space power, although he could achieve short-distance teleportation, it was only a dozen or 20. Liddy, this distance is really nothing. But at this moment, he can easily walk 100 miles in one step, and this is far from his limit. As he moved, he confirmed his perception after devouring the power of the spiral, and he became more and more refined in his understanding of the power of space. According to his thinking, even if Shuiyu left, she couldn't run too far. After all, in this kind of ghost place, she couldn't run far even if she wanted to. So he centered on the place where he was before, and expanded and searched around in circles. As expected, after about half a stick of incense, Yang Kai discovered Shuiyu's figure. It's just that, at this moment, she is extremely embarrassed, fleeing in a hurry in the empty void. Her long hair looks a little messy, and the corner of her mouth seems to be overflowing with bright red blood. Behind her was chasing a weird monster about 7 or 8 feet long, which looked like a sea lion. The monster's body was fat and bloated, its tail was wide, and its body was wriggling, following Shuiyu unhurriedly. Behind him, there was a piercing and long-sounding sound from time to time. When he saw this monster, Yang Kai shrank his eyes and showed a look of astonishment. Because he clearly felt the power fluctuations from the same source as himself from this monster, the power of space. Every movement of this monster, every movement of its body, implies the beauty of space. It seems to be able to slide its body along the trajectory of space, so although its movements seem extremely clumsy, it can still follow easily. Behind Shuiyu, who was desperately fleeing. In other words, it didn't have the intention of killing Shuiyu immediately, but was playing tricks on Shuiyu with a cat-and-mouse mentality, taking pleasure in chasing her. When Yang Kai saw Shuiyu, the monster just opened its big mouth like a catfish, ejecting a beam of energy visible to the naked eye. That energy is like a sharp blade, easily cutting the space apart, attacking directly behind Shuiyu. Sensing the terrifying power behind her, Shui Yuehua's expression changed. She opened her mouth and bit the tip of her tongue, and the phantom of her accompanying demon Spirita A Xiaji immediately appeared on top of her head. With bright eyes and a single horn growing on its forehead, it looks powerful. When it appeared, it opened its mouth and roared, rushing back without thinking about its own safety. Xiaji is a companion demon spirit that is comparable to Shuiyu's own combat power, and the General Void Return 3 layer is not its opponent at all. But that attack easily cut Xiaji's phantom in half. Amidst howling and howling, Xiaji's phantom disappeared. As the host, Shuiyu also opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood as if she had been severely injured. Her delicate body was on the verge of falling, and even the speed of her escape slowed down. Shuiyu didn't dare to turn her head, her beautiful eyes were dark and dull. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and pulled her into his arms. Shuiyu raised her head with difficulty, and immediately saw Yongkai's resolute face. Even though it was in the dark, she felt that this face was emitting endless light, as if it had lit a bright light for her on the dark road ahead. "You're finally here," Shuiyu squeezed out a smile and said breathlessly. "There was an accident." Yongkai nodded, and as he spoke, he urged Sheng Yuan to investigate Shuiyu's body, frowning slightly. He found that Shuiyu's situation was not ideal, nor knowing how long she has been entangled with this monster, the holy energy in her body is almost dry, and the meridians and body are also damaged. If she comes later, even if Shuiyu is not killed by the monster, she may still be killed. Died of exhaustion. How did you provoke it? Yongkai asked, looking at the monster beast floating in the void. It came about by itself. Shuiyu lay in Yongkai's arms, and replied softly, "I've been waiting for you there for several days, but you didn't make any movement. This monster appeared nearby at some point, and seemed to be attracted by you. Rushed towards you. I was afraid that you would be disturbed, so I just... So you led it away." Yongkai looked down at her. Shuiyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yongkai sighed softly, feeling warm in his heart. "Your body, what's going on?" Shuiyu suddenly exclaimed again, looking at Yongkai's abnormalities in panic. The looming flesh and blood and black lines made Shuiyu think that something happened to Yongkai, and she was worried. "Stand up. Some power is out of control. It's not a big problem, as long as I fully integrate that power." Yongkai explained, patted Shuiyu's back and said, "Don't worry, this thing should be solved now." Quote. While speaking, he looked solemnly at the weird monster in front of him. Shuiyu's complexion changed slightly, and she said in a low voice, "Be careful, it is very powerful, its strength is definitely not lower than that of a Void King Realm expert, and it is also proficient in space power. If I guess correctly, it should be Scarlet Beast." Yongkai grinned, "I know. The main purpose of his trip to this lost place with Luo Lan was the scary Sky Beast. But what he didn't expect was that he would find the trace of Jing Kong Beast under such circumstances. Can wander in the cracks of the void, and is proficient in the power of space. What else can it be except Jing Kong Beast? So even if Yongkai has never seen this kind of monster, he can judge it instantly. It's good if you know." Shuiyu let go of her heart, and then arched in Yongkai's arms with peace of mind, put on a comfortable posture, and said softly, "It's up to you, I will leave my life to you, as you." Saying so, she actually directly operated some kind of secret technique and fell asleep. She has reached the point where the oil is exhausted, so she must heal her injuries immediately, and the secret technique she casts can only be carried out in a deep sleep state. "Believe me so much." Yongkai smiled slightly, suddenly full of responsibility, and said to himself, "Then I can't let you down too much." Saying so, he turned Shuiyu onto his back, carried her on his back, and urged Sheng Yuan to condense into a rope shape, tightly tied Shuiyu's body to himself, and moved his hands and feet after making sure that he would not throw Shuiyu out no matter what he moved. He looked at the startling beast in a leisurely manner. Since Yongkai appeared, Jing Kong Beast has been silent. It's just that on its fat head, two small eyes are shining with a terrifying light, staring at Yongkai, as if to it, Yongkai is a delicious meal, making it want to move. Jing Kong Beast was born proficient in the power of space, and Yongkai just devoured and absorbed the space spiral, and his comprehension of the power of space has reached a new level, and the huge space power contained in the body is somewhat uncontrollable, and the breath emitted from the body is natural. Let the space beast be very happy. The four looked at each other. Yongkai's eyes were aggressive, and the beast pupils of the Jing Kong Beast did not flinch. In this boundless void crack, each person and beast felt the opponent's fighting spirit. Come on. After a long time, Yongkai waved at Jing Kong Beast. I want your inner alchemy, and you want my physical body, then let's see the true chapter under our hands and see who can get what we want in the end. Who makes a wedding dress for someone else? I don't know if the Jingkong beast understood Yang Kai's words, or if it was simply irritated by his provocative actions. The next moment, the Jingkong beast let out a sky-shattering roar, opened its mouth wide, and swarmed into darkness. The energy, like a shell, fired towards Yang Kai. The speed of these energy attacks was unbelievably fast. After all, it was released by the Jingkong beast, full of the use of space power. It evened the distance limit in an instant, and bombarded in front of Yang Kai. This is a powerful attack, enough to threaten the Void King realm. Yang Kai's eyes were bright. Facing such an attack, not only did he have no intention of retreating, but he was fighting with high spirits, firing his fingers repeatedly. Secret technique, Blade of Space. Shish! A series of crescent-shaped space blades shot out sharply, meeting the void roar of the shocking void beast with perfect precision. The space blade is the only space secret technique that Yang Kai has realized that can attack, and it has always been one of his trump cards. And after devouring and merging the space spiral, the power of this secret technique has also increased several times than before. Although the size of the space blade he ejected has not changed, it can be controlled more precisely, and its lethality has also increased a lot. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1770 Encounter by Chance. The blade of space collided with the void roar of shocking void beast. The sound of bang 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 was endless, and the violent power of space broke out, and 10 feet in front of Yang Kai, the space suddenly collapsed. That piece of space, like a shattered wall, was shattered into pieces in a very short period of time, and the chaotic power fluctuated up and down, splashing into the void. In the collapsed space, Jingkong beast's huge body leaned out strangely, and opened its mouth to bite Yang Kai. While Yang Kai's attention was being distracted, it actually directly approached him. Yang Kai seemed to have expected this a long time ago, so he didn't appear flustered at all. He made a slight mistake with his feet, and his whole body was shrouded in the power of space, gradually turning into a phantom. The Jingkong beast bit the air. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared above the Jingkong beast's body like a ghost, and punched its head with a punch full of cultivation. Boom-a! The punch burst out, and Jingkong beast was beaten to pieces. But Yang Kai didn't feel the joy that he should have after he succeeded. Instead he frowned and hurried away from the spot. The moment he made a move, the Jingkong beast that should have been shattered appeared on his body again. Behind him, he opened his bloody mouth again. The shocking void beast that was smashed by Yang Kai before was just its phantom. The speed of one person and one beast has reached a certain limit, and the actions using the power of space are enough to interfere with the enemy's vision. The figure flashed, Yang Kai appeared 100 feet away, and the Jingkong beast also stopped, suspended in the void, accurately found Yang Kai's position, and looked towards him. The brief confrontation, the first temptation, made each person and beast realize that the opponent is not a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will. In this case, Yang Kai grinned and smiled. Then don't blame me for being unkind. While speaking, he waved his hand. In the next moment, the two superpowers of Little Stone Puppet and Qi Ling Luyan make their debut. The stone puppet was carrying the shaking pillar, with its small and exquisite body bent, its eyes rolling around as if it didn't know where it was, but as soon as Lu Yanyu appeared, he asked Yang Kai, "What is the master's order?" "Kill it." Yang Kai stretched out his finger and pointed to the Jingkong beast hundreds of meters away. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes looked at Jingkong beast, his expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems to be very powerful." Yang Kai laughed. "If it's not powerful, I can handle it alone. How can I call you all out?" "Well, it is proficient in space power, so you have to cooperate with me." "That's what the master ordered." Lu Yan nodded. A flame suddenly ignited in Qianqianyu's hand, the flame showed a purple color, and there was a faint arc flickering inside, and a violent force burst out. "Then let's do it." Yang Kai grinned, and while his body was swaying, he rushed towards the Jingkong beast again, cooperating with his two big helpers. There was no need to say anything, because whether it was Stone Puppet or Tool Spirit, there is telepathy between them and Yang Kai, and they can clearly understand Yang Kai's thoughts so as to make the most perfect cooperation. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, Lu Yan turned into a ball of flames, rushing after Yang Kai. And the stone puppet suddenly turned into a stone giant dragging the 10-foot-long Tiansha pillar, walking step by step in the void, slowly approaching there, looking unhurried. Jingkong beast undoubtedly possesses a high level of intelligence, so when it saw Yang Kai suddenly have two more helpers, its two small eyes couldn't help revealing an anthropomorphic look of surprise and uncertainty. Seeing Yang Kai and Lu Yan rushing up together, it jumped forward in place, and the void in front of it seemed to become a lake. After it rushed over that side, it completely covered its body hide away. Yang Kai's bright eyes felt the changes in the surrounding space, and the next moment, he gave an order to the stone puppet who was walking towards this side without any haste. The stone puppet did not hesitate at all, let out a roar that shook the sky, waved the shaking pillar in his hand, and blasted towards his left side. The heaven-shaking pillar weighing hundreds of thousands of caddies, coupled with the violent power of the stone puppet that destroys heaven and earth, can smash even the space when the stick is smashed down. At the position where the Tianju swept, the head of Jing Kong Beast just emerged. It looked as if Jing Kong Beast took the initiative to get close to the stone puppet to attack. Jing Kong Beast obviously planned to attack the stone puppet first, but it didn't want Yang Kai to see through its tricks easily, and was used instead. With such a short distance and such a hasty attack, no matter how proficient Jing Kong Beast is in space power, it can't dodge it. If this blow can land on it, even if Jing Kong Beast's strength is comparable to the Void King realm, it will definitely be smashed to pieces. The stone puppet's full blow is not a joke. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, secretly looking forward to the scene of blood spattering. But what surprised him to the extreme was that facing the fatal blow, Jing Kong Beast forcibly twisted its body, and from its body, a strong wave of space power surged out, transforming into a void vortex, blocking it. Stone puppets attack the front. The shaking pillar smashed the void vortex into pieces, and the remaining power swept over Jing Kong Beast. With blood splashing out, Jing Kong Beast was swept thousands of feet away by a huge force. The place where its head and neck were connected was bloody, with white bones faintly visible. But it survived after all, and the injuries it suffered were not too serious. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand and waved his hand. The Saint Chi burst out, wrapped in flowing flames, and traveled through the void, and instantly came to the injured Jing Kong Beast. In the next moment, the master and servant crazily launched an attack on Jing Kong Beast. Hundreds of golden blood threads were poured into the space power by Yang Kai, turning into a net of heaven and earth, completely sealing off the huge space, cutting off the escape route of Jing Kong Beast, and he himself frantically activated the blade of space, chalking at Jing Kong Beast shoot. And Lu Yan's attack is much simpler. Flames mixed with the power of the thunder system clustered around Jing Kong Beast like floating flowers. Every flower of thunder and fire contained terrifying power. When the beast was slightly contaminated, the surface of its body was scorched, and fine arcs of lightning swam across the Jing Kong Beast, affecting its movements. For a moment, Jing Kong Beast was beaten only to dodge, unable to fight back, and could only roar continuously. Tang 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 tang. The stone puppet was wrapped in cold air and killed, cooperating with Yang Kai and Lu Yan's containment, raised the shaking sky pillar, and threw it at the Jing Kong Beast again. As soon as the stick was released, the eyes of Jing Kong Beast revealed a frightened light. It is not too afraid of Yang Kai and Lu Yan's methods, but it is extremely afraid of the simplest power attack of stone puppet. This is enough violent power to reduce 10 times with one force. Even its space transfer secret technique neither can be resolved. The Jing Kong Beast roared and resisted vigorously. It continuously spit out the void roar secret art from its mouth, forming a dense attack, attacking Yang Kai's master and servant. At the same time, a layer of space transfer barrier appeared on its body surface again, abruptly bearing a stone puppet stick. There was the sound of bones breaking, and the astonishing aura of Jing Kong Beast suddenly weakened for a moment. In a short period of time, it has encountered too many attacks and has been seriously injured. Facing the wolf-like master and servant of Yang Kai, it deeply knows that it is completely invincible. If it does not run away, it is afraid that it will die here, up. It began to recklessly activate the power of space, disturbing the surrounding void. Hundreds of golden blood threads scattered around by Yang Kai were affected, and could no longer be stable, showing flaws. Lu Yan also screamed again and again. His body was filled with thunder and fire, and he was careful to beware of Jing Kong Beast's counterattack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Jing Kong Beast leapt out and escaped dozens of feet in an instant, getting rid of the siege of Yang Kai's master and servant. I want to run. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and when he was about to chase after him, he saw the Jing Kong Beast repeating its old tricks, plunged into the void in front of it, and disappeared. Yang Kai frowned and felt, pushing the space power to the limit, but he couldn't detect the breath of the Jing Kong Beast from nearby, and soon, he suddenly said, it escaped. Jing Kong Beast has obviously escaped from the void crack, so he can't perceive the opponent's existence here. Without hesitation, he immediately took back the stone puppet and Lu Yan, and with a wrong footstep, he came to the place where the Jing Kong Beast disappeared. He stuck his hands into the void, and ruthlessly tore both sides. A crack appeared leisurely. Yang Kai drilled in directly. In the next moment, he returned to the lost land. Yang Kai immediately began to look for the traces of the Jingkong beast. This kind of strange ancient monster can wander in the void, so if he doesn't keep up in time, it will be easy to get rid of it. The roar of the Jingkong beast came from the ear, and there was a sense of panic in that voice, as if it was being tortured by something. Yang Kai frowned, and looked along the voice. The scene printed in his eyes made his face change slightly. Not far in front of that, a group of black curtains covering the sky and the earth covered a huge space. Within the black curtain, there were countless human faces struggling, floating, twisting and changing. Those faces were like ghosts, and the black curtain wrapped the places also like a place where ghosts gather, exuding an evil and cold atmosphere. Through the black curtain, Yang Kai could vaguely see the huge figure of the Jingkong beast, but at this moment it was surrounded by countless ghost-like things, and all the faces were sucked into it, biting its flesh and blood. Visible to the naked eye, Jingkong beast's body began to wither, as if the essence of flesh and blood had been sucked dry by those ghosts. No matter how hard Jingkong beast struggled, it couldn't get rid of the shady package. It has clearly reached the end of its rope. Hey hey hey, a burst of strange laughter suddenly came from nearby. Yang Kai's complexion couldn't help sinking. He secretly urged Sheng Yuan to look vigilantly at the source of the sound. Over there, a figure shrouded in darkness stood quietly. In the darkness, there seemed to be a pair of shuddering eyes, looking at Yang Kai. "It's you," Yang whispered, his expression becoming serious. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at AHIC. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1771. How could it be you? Yang Kai could tell at a glance that this person wrapped in darkness was a Void King realm expert whom he had paid attention to before. This guy seemed to have cared about himself before he entered the Lost Land, and Niguang also said that this guy is very dangerous, so it's best not to provoke him easily. Yang Kai didn't expect to meet the other party here, and the other party also used methods to trap his prey, and the shady covering the Jingkong beast is obviously the other party's secret treasure. It's just that this secret treasure has an evil aura everywhere, and it looks like the kind of secret treasure that needs to sacrifice a large number of souls to sacrifice it. From this, it can be seen that the owner of the secret treasure must not be a kind person, and the one who died in his hands there are probably countless people. Yang Kai frowned tightly. The situation in front of him is not a good thing for him. Although he is not too afraid of this guy with his background, the Jingkong beast is now surrounded by the opponent's secret treasure. Yang Kai couldn't tolerate the hard work of beating Jingkong beast to serious injuries, but now he wants to take advantage of others. But it would be inappropriate to rush into the dark scene rashly and snatch Jingkong beast's inner alchemy. He is not afraid of the opponent, and he is also confident that he can escape under the opponent's nose with his hands. It does not mean that he can shake the opponent's secret treasure. Sky Beast isn't much better. What should I do? How can we get Jingkong Beast's inner alchemy over without angering the other party? Yang Kai thought hard in his heart, but he still didn't have a suitable answer. Hey hey hey, just when Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, the Void King Realm powerhouse wrapped in the shadow once again let out an intriguing laugh, as if he was in a good mood, and immediately he said, "Young boy Yang, you have a lot of good luck, and I am really envious of you to have beautiful companions in this kind of place." As soon as the words came out, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, he called out his surname. Obviously he recognized him, but Yang Kai couldn't remember at all, when he had an intersection with such a Void King stage powerhouse. The number of Void King realm powerhouses he met is not too many, he has an impression of each of them, and no one can match up with the one in front of him. Yang Kai stared at the other party calmly, and asked tentatively, "Senior, recognize me?" "Of course the old man recognizes you, hee. Why, you have forgotten the old man," the Void King realm expert said in a teasing tone. Yang Kai looked at him, didn't feel any malice from the other party, pondered for a moment, then clasped his fists and said, "Forgive me for being blind, I can't think of Senior. Since Senior recognizes you, how about showing your true face? It's only natural that you don't recognize the old man. After all, the old man's aura has changed a bit compared to the past." The other party didn't seem to be impatient at all, and nodded slightly. "Take a closer look at who the old man is." Saying this, the black air that had been enveloping him dissipated quickly like the ebbing sea water. The next moment, the face of the other party was printed in Yang Kai's eyes. Ah! Yang Kai was taken aback, stared at him blankly, and said in amazement, "Senior Ghost Ancestor, how could it be you?" When the black air dissipated, he immediately recognized who the other party was. This Void King Realm powerhouse is surprisingly the first Void King Realm he encountered when he first entered the star field, the person who was trapped in the hanging continent for 2,000 years and called himself the Ghost Ancestor. Ghost Ancestor was inadvertently swallowed by the Void Vortex and exiled to the hanging continent. As a result, he stayed there for 2,000 years, allowing him to be promoted from the Saint King Realm to the Void King Realm, creating a legend. But, for 2,000 years in the hanging continent, he was alone, until Yongkai and others also fell there. At that time, Ghost Ancestor had been studying the Space Magic Circle, trying to use the Space Magic Circle to teleport out of the suspended continent, but unfortunately failed, and finally escaped from there relying on Yongkai's attainments in space power. At that time, there were 7 people who escaped together. In addition to Guizhu and Yongkai, there were 3 masters and apprentices of Uxi, Shen Tu, a son of the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, I.O., and another woman. The past is like smoke, but after all, it was the first important thing that Yongkai experienced after entering the star field. How could he forget it? Ghost Ancestor was the first Void King realm he encountered, and he still had a fresh memory of Ghost Ancestor. However, Yongkai never thought that he would run into each other in this kind of place. Although Ghost Ancestor acted cruelly and had a violent personality, he still had clear grievances. When he accepted Yongkai's life-saving grace and left the hanging continent, he kept his promise and let Yongkai go. Gave it to him as a thank you. Without that piece of Star Emperor token, it would be impossible for Yongkai to kill Luo Hai on Qilon Star. So after learning that the other party turned out to be Ghost Ancestor, Yongkai's vigilance immediately relaxed, grinning at Ghost Ancestor with a surprised and happy look. Isn't that the old man? Ghost Ancestor was not in a bad mood, he kept laughing strangely, looked Yongkai up and down, nodded slightly, and said in admiration, however, you kid is surprising, how long has it been since you have already cultivated? You have reached the level of the void returning 3rd layer. This old man remembers you back then, but you are only in the Saint Realm, right? 2nd layer Holy Realm, Yongkai replied with a smile, Senior Ghost Ancestor has a good memory. Ghost Ancestor nodded. It seems that your chances are not small in these years. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such achievements. Thanks to Senior, Yongkai replied, how have seniors been doing these years? What else? That's it. It's not as good as you young people. You are so kind and loving. Guizhu joked. While talking, he also glanced at Shuiyu who was sleeping behind Yongkai, and there was a lot of meaning in his words. Yongkai smiled embarrassingly. This is an accident. After thinking for a while, Yongkai suddenly said, by the way, Senior, do you have to take revenge for your great revenge? Ghost Ancestor once said that the thing he had to do after leaving the hanging continent was revenge. Before he left the hanging continent, he seemed to have been framed by someone who was very powerful. After reaching the Void King realm, he vowed to avenge his shame. Now that years have passed, I don't know if his wish has been fulfilled. Ghost Ancestor's expression darkened leisurely, and he was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, old man's revenge is not so easy to repay. Why? You kid want to help this old man? Senior was joking. Yongkai quickly waved his hand. The boy is weak, how can he help Senior? Don't drag Senior's hind legs and become a burden, then there will be no redemption. He didn't dare to agree casually, although he had a little friendship with Ghost Ancestor before, naturally he would not rashly get involved in such a matter. Hey, it's just a joke, don't be so serious. Ghost Ancestor smiled, but you don't have to belittle yourself, kid, you can seriously injure this Jingkong beast, I still have a good idea of your strength. Yongkai touched his nose, but didn't answer. During the time between the two of them talking, the Jingkong beast has been tortured horribly, and countless ghostly faces are biting at it, devouring its flesh and blood essence, making its body dry up continuously, but no matter what it does the collision still couldn't get rid of the shady package, and all resistance was futile. By this time, Jingkong beast's screams had gradually become irresistible, and the extent of its struggles became smaller and smaller. After a while, Jingkong beast finally stopped moving, and there were only countless ghostly human faces, howling and shuttling through the darkness, looking extremely horrifying. Guizhu stretched out his hand to move, and the black curtain immediately spun around, turned into a black banner, and flew back to his hand. Seeing this black flag, Yongkai suddenly realized. This black flag-like secret treasure, he also saw Ghost Ancestor use it when he was in Hanging Continent, but how could this secret treasure have such power at that time? It can be seen that Ghost Ancestor did not know how to refine this secret treasure in these years, which greatly enhanced its power. The black banner flew back, and the black curtain that covered the sky and the earth disappeared, leaving only the shriveled body of the Jingkong beast, and when the wind blew, the fur on the Jingkong beast's body turned into powder, revealing the bones inside. And its bones seemed to have become extremely fragile, and under the action of external force, they turned into dust one after another. In the pile of dust, only a round thing, about the size of a fist, with an inexplicable luster remained. Yang Kai's eyes were bright, and he stared at that thing fierily. Ghost Ancestor chuckled, stretched out his hand to pull it, and flicked it. The thing flew towards Yang Kai. If you want it, just open your mouth and tell the old man, what are you embarrassed about? Yang Kai couldn't help but took the thing, put it in the palm of his hand and looked at it for a while, and confirmed that it was the inner alchemy of the Jingkong beast, and it was unscathed, and the energy contained in the inner alchemy did not leak at all, so he laughed. Said, "Thank you, senior. This is yours." Ghost Ancestor didn't care. The old man also knows that you are proficient in the power of space, so you will naturally keep this inner alchemy. With it, you must have a deeper attainment in space power, right? Quote. Yang Kai didn't hide anything, nodded and said, "Well, the purpose of my coming here is the Jingkong beast's inner alchemy, and now it can be regarded as my wish." You are so brave, you dare to enter such a ghostly place. Guizhu looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. "Since you got what you wanted, I wonder if you can help me get what I want too." "Senior, what can I do to help? If the boy can do it, he must be able to do it." Yang Kai carefully put away the Jingkong beast inner alchemy, and then looked at Guizhu with a serious face. Although Guizhu doesn't look like a good person, to be honest, he feels good to Yang Kai, especially after this meeting. Guizhu seems very approachable and amiable, so Yang Kai reciprocated. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1772. It's not a secret. What's more, Ghost Ancestor is so powerful that even Niguang is extremely afraid of it. It is not a bad thing to have a good relationship with him. Maybe there will be a need to rely on him at some point in the future. Well, there is such a place that needs your strength to enter. Ghost Ancestor pondered for a while. "I really don't dare to rush in just by myself, that's all, you come with me." Ghost Ancestor is also a straightforward person, so he will lead the way after speaking. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to support Shuiyu behind him, letting her lie on him better, and hurriedly followed. On the way, after chatting for a while, Yang Kai realized that when Ghost Ancestor saw him before entering the Lost Land, he had already paid attention to following him. After all, there were many space cracks inside the Lost Land, and only those who are proficient in the power of space can travel here safely. And Ghost Ancestor happened to know that Yang Kai was quite accomplished in space power. Guizhu's original plan was to find an opportunity to abduct Yang Kai from Niguang and Luo Lan, and then take him to explore the Lost Land, but after entering here, he failed to find Yang Kai immediately, only vaguely determined the direction of Yang Kai's action, so he followed behind. But then something happened and he lost track of Yang Kai. Until just now, Yang Kai suddenly rushed out from the crack in the void and appeared in front of him. "It seems that I have a good relationship with Senior." Yang Kai laughed after hearing his explanation. "Why are there tens of millions of connections between the cracks in the void and the Lost Land?" Jingkong Beast was injured and escaped, and just happened to appear in front of Ghost Ancestor. The chance of such a coincidence is extremely unlikely. "I'm quite surprised, too. I thought it was because I couldn't count on you." Ghost Ancestor wrapped himself in black air again, so that people couldn't see his face clearly, but it could be heard from his tone that this time it was a surprise encounter for Guizhu. "By the way, Senior, where are you taking me?" "A Medicine Valley." Ghost Ancestor ran ahead without looking back. "When I passed by there before, I saw a lot of rare and elixir medicines, but unfortunately, there are space cracks everywhere in that ghostly place, so I dare not take it rashly. Going deep, I only collected a few enlightenment flowers, and I had to retreat." Enlightenment Dao Flower. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Enlightenment Flower is a mid-level elixir of the virtual class. And it seems that there are not many flowers in the entire star field, because the current laws of heaven and earth do not seem to be suitable for the growth of this kind of ancient spiritual grass. Only in the environment of the ancient times can the enlightenment flower survive. As for the Lost Land, it can almost be said that there is a hint of ancient atmosphere everywhere, and it is not surprising that there are enlightenment flowers. This kind of ancient spirit grass, whether it is used to refine Dao Enlightenment Pill, or taken directly, is of great help to Void King Realm warriors in improving their strength and state of mind. It's no wonder that even at the cultivation level of the Ghost Ancestor, he can't forget that place. It turns out that he got a few enlightenment flowers there. Well, besides the enlightenment flower, there are many good things there, some of which I don't recognize, but it is definitely a paradise for Void King realm warriors. If I can really get enough benefits from it, I am sure that I will be able to use it in my lifetime. Let's attack the third level of the Void King. Guizu's voice had a hint of fanaticism. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai secretly speculated that Ghost Ancestor should already be a strong man at the second layer Void King level, otherwise he would not be able to say the words to attack the third layer. It seems that it is not unreasonable for Niguang to fear him. After the old man withdrew from there, he just wanted to see if he could find you. If there is anyone here who can enter the Medicine Valley safely, it must be you. The old man didn't expect much. Well, I can only say the old man is lucky. Ghost Ancestor said. That should be the Valley of Medicine that Uncle Ni mentioned. As soon as Guizu finished speaking, Shui Yu's voice came from behind Yang Kai. The voice is still a little weak, but it doesn't sound like a serious problem. Are you awake? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, and found that Shui Yu's face was already rosy. It seemed that her healing secret technique was really extraordinary, and it didn't take long for her to heal her injury. Stabilized. Well, I'm sober now after being in a daze just now. Shui Yu nodded. She didn't mean to get off Yang Kai's back, but instead hugged him tighter, enjoying the warmth of being embraced by Yang Kai with peace of mind. Then she glanced at Guizu suspiciously, and asked in Yang Kai's ear vigilantly, "This senior is?" "This is Senior Ghost Ancestor." Yang Kai chuckled. "Don't worry, Senior and I are old acquaintances." Jia Jia. Guizu gave a strange laugh. Little girl is not old, but she has a lot of thoughts. If the old man really wants to attack you, you still have lives. Don't worry, as your lover said, we are old acquaintances. Meeting you in this ghost place can be regarded as an old acquaintance in a foreign land, and the old man has no ill intentions towards you. Hearing the word lover, Shui Yu couldn't help but a tinge of pink appeared on her neck, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and said softly, "There are a lot of seniors, the little girl is injured, please forgive me for not being able to salute you." It's okay, it's okay. Ghost Ancestor didn't care, and looked at Shui Yu thoughtfully, "But little girl, are you afraid of Shui Yu from Luo Chamber of Commerce?" Shui Yu's complexion couldn't help changing, and she quickly recovered, nodded and said, "How did Senior see it?" She used secret treasures to change her appearance and body shape, and the appearance she showed in front of others was completely different from her original appearance, and the secret treasure was even made by a master craftsman of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, unless there was a top-notch cultivator at the third level of the Void King, otherwise, it is impossible to find flaws. Shui Yu didn't know why Guizu saw through her identity at a glance. The old man is not a fool. Guizu chuckled. There are only a few people who entered the Lost Land, and you are wearing the same clothes as Shui Yu, and you called me Mei just now. ... If so, the old man still doesn't know your details, the old man has lived in vain all these years. Guizu also looked relieved when he spoke. He was still curious about the origin of the woman behind Yang Kai's back. After all, he had entered the Lost Land before. When he was on the ground, he didn't find the figure of this woman. Later, I figured it out through various clues, and then I suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Shui Yu nodded. Only then did she realize that Guizu could recognize her not because of how powerful he was, but because of too many flaws she showed. The third young master of the dignified Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is actually a woman, which is very surprising. Guizu tisk in amazement. Senior, Shui Yu has some secrets about her, so I don't want people to know the identity of her woman, so I ask Senior to keep it a secret. Yang Kai laughed. You also know that the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce has a big business. If this matter if you spread the word. This old man is not a gossip. Ghost Ancestor smiled contemptuously. Whether she is male or female, it doesn't matter to this old man. Thank you, Senior. Shui Yu bit her red lips lightly, and thanked her. After thinking about it, he leaned over to Yang Kai's ear and blew the fragrant wind. I'd better change my appearance, or if I meet someone again, I might be seen through again. Follow you. Yang Kai nodded. Only then did Shui Yu reach out her hand to a certain point on her chest, and Sheng Yuan activated it, and the secret treasure worn on her body to change her appearance and body shape came into play again, turning her into the man she was before. Little girl, what do you mean by what you said just now? Your Hengluo Chamber of Commerce also knows where the Medicine Valley is. Ghost Ancestor asked again. Shui Yu nodded lightly. Our Hengluo Chamber of Commerce has known the existence of the Medicine Valley for a long time. There are too many cracks in the space, so we didn't dare to go too deep. Our previous goal was also the Medicine Valley, but we only got separated from Uncle Ni and the others after encountering many illusory butterflies. So it's not a secret. Guizhu was disappointed. Boy Yang, it looks like we have to speed up a bit, or else we might not even be able to drink the soup if someone gets there first. That's all, let the old man take you for a ride. While speaking, Ghost Ancestor picked up Yinju with both hands, and sacrificed the 10,000 soul banner. The next moment, the 10,000 soul banner wrapped the three of them, turned into a black light, and flew forward rapidly, more than doubling the speed. It was a coincidence that Ghost Ancestor was able to discover the Medicine Valley. He did not have any special purpose in entering this lost land. He only ventured in here to explore after hearing that there are many good things that can help Void King Realm powerhouses strengthen their strength. While tracking Yongkai, he happened to pass by the Medicine Valley not far away and found a few Dao Enlightenment flowers. It's a pity that even with his formidable strength, he didn't dare to go deep rashly, so he could only reluctantly retreat. Now with Yongkai, he is naturally full of ambition, ready to go in and let go of the bloodbath. Medicine Valley is not too far from the place where he and Yongkai met, but it is definitely not close. It took a full day of effort before and after the three of them arrived at the destination. 10,000 souls retracted leisurely, revealing the figures of the three of them. But after Ghost Ancestor released his divine thoughts to investigate the surroundings, his complexion sank, and he snorted coldly. Sure enough, a lot of people came. Within 100 miles of this place, a lot of Void King Realm powerhouses gathered, and it is unknown how these people got the news, or they discovered this place by accident just like Ghost Ancestor. Yongkai just glanced at it casually, and saw the figures of Zilong, the master of Zixing, and Zidonglai, the young master. Both of them had the same long purple hair, and they stood on a small hillside, looking extremely eye-catching. In addition to them, Shu Wei, who had plotted against Yongkai before, was also here, and even that Kong Fa also came. The two were still working together, but Kong Fa seemed to be seriously injured, and his face was slightly pale. It seemed that he hadn't been able to take advantage of the Huan Kongdi's attack before, and he was lucky to be able to barely save his life. Shuiyu, not far from the right, came a nervous and joyful call. Yongkai turned his head to look, and found that Ni Guang was rushing towards this side while looking at Guizhu vigilantly. Behind him, Luo Lan followed closely. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A unknown currency +- A3/4 If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1773, 7 Luminaries of Precious Light. Uncle Ni, Shuiyu called out on Yongkai's back in surprise. In such a ghostly place, there is nothing happier than seeing her relatives. Although she felt at ease when she stayed with Yongkai, whether Ni Guang was safe or not was still her concern. No injury, Shuiyu naturally let go of her worry. What's going on here? Ni Guang didn't walk too close, but stood still 10 feet away from Yongkai and the others. While asking questions, he looked at Guizhu vigilantly. He was afraid that Yongkai and Shuiyu were captured by Ghost Ancestor. If that was the case, his actions would definitely be restrained. He can have this idea, but it is not because he is cautious about the heart of a gentleman. It is really a treacherous generation at first glance, and people with a little common sense will think about it this way. Uncle Ni, don't worry, I just suffered a little injury, nothing serious. Shuiyu slid off Yongkai's back while answering. Hearing what she said, Ni Guang's face turned pale. He looked at Yongkai, then at Shuiyu, and finally turned his gaze to Guizhu, making sure that the other party did not do anything to Shuiyu. Then he clasped his fist slightly and said, "Dare to ask my friend." Yes, Anyway, Ghost Ancestor came with Shuiyu. Ni Guang always wanted to ask about the other party's identity. The Ghost Ancestor Jia let out a strange laugh. The laughter was extremely piercing. You don't have to ask the old man's name and origin, and the old man has no plan to join forces with you. Bring your family's younger generation. What to do, don't need to pay attention to the old man. He looked like he didn't put Ni Guang in his eyes at all, and his tone was extremely rampant and annoying. Yongkai touched his nose aside. Ni Guang's face darkened slightly, and he snorted softly, his expression extremely displeased. He has a high position in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and he is also well known in the entire star field. Those who are lower than him in strength and cultivation level will respect him, even those with the same cultivation level as him, except for Zilong and others. Except for a few people, no one dared to be so rude to him, and Guizhu's words obviously made him a little upset. So he immediately lost interest in chatting with the other party, and said to Xueyu with a cold face, "Let's go." Xueyu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it in the end. She just glanced at Yang Kai and said, "You have to be careful." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "You too." In the current situation, it is impossible for him to stay with Xueyu anymore. Xueyu will definitely be by Niguang's side, and he will act with Guizu. "Yang Kai, why don't you come over?" Luo Lan seemed to have seen something, and asked in surprise. Yang Kai shook his head, pondered for a while, and said, "I have some things to do with this senior. Senior Luo, I am afraid that the previous agreement with you will be invalidated. If there is a chance in the future, the boy will compensate you." "That's it." Luo Lan showed her face with a smile. "It's okay, this time it was because I wasn't fully prepared, and it dragged you down. Now that you have noble people to help you, then, I wish you good luck." She seemed to be very talkative, and she didn't mean to blame Yang Kai for temporarily changing his mind and not acting with her. "Boy, seeking skin from a tiger is destined to have no good end. I have figured it out myself." Niguang looked at Yang Kai coldly, and secretly woke up. "Thank you for your concern, senior, I understand." Yang Kai clasped his fists. Ghost Ancestor kept laughing strangely from the sidelines, and it became more and more obvious that he was not a good person. Niguang and Luo Lan took Xueyu to the place where they were originally. On the way, Niguang naturally asked about the situation after separation. Xueyu didn't say too much, just told Niguang that she and Yang Kai it took a lot of effort to get rid of Wankongdi and then met Guizu. As for what happened in the void crack, Xueyu didn't dare to speak out. "This person is called Ghost Ancestor." Niguang frowned. "Why have I never heard of such a #1 person in the star field?" "Elder Luo, have you ever heard of this person?" "I have never heard of it myself." Luo Lan shook her head. "It's strange, how can a Void King second-layer powerhouse remain silent? Especially this person's aura is so special." Niguangru couldn't figure out why he had never heard the name Ghost Ancestor before. This person seemed to have jumped out of some rock, without any warning, but it was shocking. "Uncle Ni, what's the situation here?" Xueyu asked in a timely manner. "The situation is not very optimistic." Niguang glanced at a place in front of him. Kong Fa, that bastard, followed the old man and Elder Luo all the way to this medicine valley. After he came here, he used secret techniques to call Shu Wei come here. Zilong has the location of this medicine valley before, and old man Meng Tong and Meng got the news from nowhere, so they also came here. Meng Tong. Xueyu frowned, looked in one direction, and suddenly saw a short old man over there, squinting his eyes and looking around, for funny. But this person is a genuine Void King realm expert. Even though he is only at the first level, he is at the peak of the first level. It is rumored that it has been 1,000 years since Meng Tong was promoted to the Void King realm, but he has never had the chance to break through to the second-tier realm. If he can get a chance, breaking through and being promoted is only a blink of an eye. Meng Tong's origin is very mysterious, no one knows where he was born. And this person is not attached to any force, he has been practicing alone all this time. It is extremely hard and difficult for warriors with no family or sect to cultivate to a high level, because no one teaches them, so everything has to be groped forward by themselves, and it is very likely that they will make mistakes on the road of cultivation and thus fall short of success. Not to mention, martial artists with no family or sect have no resources to use behind them, and they have to find what they need for cultivation by themselves, which will waste a lot of time. Therefore, this kind of martial artist's achievements are generally not too high, and it is already a remarkable performance to be able to cultivate to the Void Return Mirror. But Meng Tong is a Void King realm. It can be seen that his luck and opportunities in this life are quite good, coupled with his perseverance and understanding, he can achieve today's achievements. Therefore, although Meng Tong's cultivation base is not the top in the star field, his reputation is quite high. Because those warriors who have no background or sect regard him as the goal of struggle and the object of worship, and the base of such warriors is very large. Purple Star, Sword League, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. In the star field, all the major forces have extended olive branches to Meng Tong, wanting to recruit him, promising to be heavy in elder level status, but it is a pity that Meng Tong still he didn't agree to any family, and he has been walking alone, and he didn't even accept his disciples. In a sense, he is another legend in the star field. He doesn't fight against any forces, nor gets too close to any forces, and lives extremely nourishingly. Sometimes, Niguang admired Meng Tong's life and yearned for him. But if he really wants to abandon everything and live like Meng Tong, he probably won't be happy. Among the warriors who entered the Lost Land this time, Meng Tong was also impressively listed, and even came to the treasure house of the Lost Land. No matter how he got here, it can be seen that his luck is not bad. Counting Meng Tong and the ghost ancestor who just arrived, there are as many as 7 Void King Realm powerhouses present. This number accounts for at least 60% to 70% of the warriors who entered the Lost Land. If you count the people who died in the Lost Land, then the Void King Realm powerhouses who came to the Medicine Valley may account for the people who are still alive. 80% of the total number. The elixir around the Medicine Valley has been divided up. Niguang pointed to the huge valley terrain in front of him. Already divided? Shui Yu was stunned. How's the harvest? Niguang smiled slightly. It's not bad, although the quantity is not many, but all of them are treasures. When the two were talking, Luo Lan also touched his space ring, as if he had gained a lot. The rest of the elixir is hidden inside, but we can't enter it for the time being. Niguang continued. Shui Yu stared at the huge valley in front, and saw that the valley was covered by a dazzling colorful light. The light was like flowing water, filling the whole valley, making the huge Medicine Valley in front look like it was covered with colorful lights. Tide cover. And from the light that condensed into substance, Shui Yu felt a fatal threat. 7 luminaries precious light. Shui Yu's expression darkened, and she called out the name of the 7-colored light. Given her status, she obviously knew something about the Medicine Valley. That's right. Niguang nodded lightly. This is that divine bird of the Qiao Baoguang that was born when the Qiao peacock breathed out. It doesn't have any effect. Once you are shrouded in it, no matter how high your cultivation level is, you will die in a short time, which is extremely terrifying. Then how can we get in? Luo Lan asked worriedly. Although she followed Niguang to this place a long time ago and gained a little, she still didn't know anything about it. This is the first time she has heard of Qiao Peacock, and it is also the first time she has heard of Qiao Baoguang. She knows that she is powerless to resolve this kind of Baoguang, that even Niguang feels powerless. Wait, Niguang said in a deep voice, this precious light is diffused by the bird when it breathes out. When it sucks back by itself, we can enter. There are countless space cracks in the Medicine Valley. Although it is dangerous everywhere, but those space cracks are also the best natural barriers. When it breathes out again, we only need to find a space crack, hide behind the space crack, and rely on the existence of the space crack to avoid it. Hearing what he said, Luo Lan showed a look of sudden realization. While explaining, Niguang suddenly frowned and looked at Shui Yu seriously. What's wrong? Shui Yu was stunned. Niguang didn't speak, but focused on a certain part of her hair. After a while, he suddenly snorted coldly, gritted his teeth and shouted, despicable. While speaking, a stream of pure energy popped out from his fingers, attacking Shui Yu. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1774 Brahma Holy Fruit. Facing Niguang's sudden blow, Shui Yu stood still and did not move. She believed that Niguang would not harm her. Uncle Ni must have his own reasons for doing so. With a sound of busy, the strong wind brushed Shui Yu's head and flew out, but before the attack arrived, a wisp of black air suddenly flew from Shui Yu's hair, hovering slightly in midair, like he fled towards Guizu's location like an arrow from the string. The black energy escaped so fast that even Niguang had no time to stop it. He could see clearly that this wisp of black air was in the shape of a human being, with a distorted human face, like a ghost. It had been lurking in Shui Yu's hair just now, because it was also black, and the aura was hidden, even he couldn't catch it for a while. Notice it for a while. It was too late when he realized it. The wisp of black air quickly escaped in front of Ghost Ancestor, and amidst Ghost Ancestor's strange laughter, he opened his mouth to swallow the black air into his stomach. Your Excellency, don't you think it's too shameless to do this? Niguang looked at Guizu from afar, and shouted in a cold voice. He. Ghost Ancestor still smiled strangely, I don't need others to comment on what I do. Niguang's face was gloomy, he stared at Guizu for a long time, and then he waved his hands and said, now I don't care about you, I will definitely ask for advice some other day. Although he didn't ask Ghost Ancestor to play tricks on Shui Yu, it is obviously not the time to fight with Ghost Ancestor. When there was a conflict here, Zilong who was not far away had already looked over with great interest, with a look of wishing him to fight with the Ghost Ancestor. Naturally, Niguang wouldn't say what he wanted. What's more, with his eyesight, he could see that Guizu's hands and feet on Shui Yu didn't hurt her, it was just to eavesdrop on information. After finishing speaking, he turned to Medicine Valley with a cold face. Boy Yang, did you hear what they said just now? On the other side, Ghost Ancestor asked Yang Kai in a low voice. I heard it. Yang Kai looked surprised. Senior, when did you leave that thing on Shuiyu? Shuiyu was carried on his back all the time, he didn't realize when Guizu moved his hands and feet at all. Just when the old man handed over the Jingkong beast inner alchemy to you. Guizu smiled triumphantly. Why? What the old man did made you dissatisfied with the old man? That's not going to be. Yang Kai chuckled. I just feel that you, senior, are really far-sighted. Ghost Ancestor laughed. Don't flatter me, it's just that I'm alone, you have to be careful. Well, since you heard what they said just now, then, the old man is counting on you, eh? I'll try my best. Yang Kai nodded, but didn't talk too much. Outside the Medicine Valley, there was silence for a while, and all the Void King Realm powerhouses were waiting quietly, such as Zilong and Niguang, who knew what to do next, and Kong Fa, Shui and Meng Tong, who might not understand this place, but they are Void King Realm powerhouses at any rate, and they all have extraordinary observation and analysis skills. Even if they don't know how to enter the valley safely for a while, they will be able to see the clues after Niguang and Zilong act. Shui looked at Yang Kai from time to time, wondering how Yang Kai and Shui Yu managed to survive surrounded by so many illusory butterflies. Kong Dai took the opportunity to escape, thinking that these two juniors would surely die. I never thought that after a few days, I saw them appearing in front of my eyes unscathed. Shu Wei can only attribute the survival of the two to the ghost ancestor who came with them, thinking that the ghost ancestor appeared to save them. Time flies. About an hour later, a strange sound suddenly came from a certain place in the depths of the huge valley ahead. The sound seemed to be breathing in when something was sleeping. The sound is rolling, like thunder, like drum peaks, dull, but shocking. Almost all the Void King realm could not help but freeze their expressions the moment they heard this voice. And Niguang, Luo Lan, Zilong and others were even more shocked, and all the saints in their bodies were secretly mobilized. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. In the originally calm valley, there was a gust of wind blowing up on the flat ground. The gust of wind came from the outside and blew straight into the depths of the valley. At the same time, the movement of breathing became more and more obvious. Accompanied by the sound of inhaling, the Qiyao Beoguang that had been covering the valley seemed to be drawn by something, and they retreated into the depths of the valley like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery of the valley was exposed to everyone's vision. Shish! At this moment, Niguang, Luo Lan and Zilong, the three Void King Realm powerhouses moved, and all three of them rushed into the valley like arrows flying off the string, chasing the ebbing Qiyao Beoguang in an instant. Seeing their movements, Kong Fa, Shui and Meng Tong, who had been watching, couldn't hold back anymore. They all used their body skills, turned into streamers, and shot away in different directions. Ghost Ancestor also laughed out loud, sacrificed the 10,000 souls banner, and wrapped Yang Kai around and rushed forward. His cultivation base is so profound that among all Void King Realm powerhouses, only Niguang and Zilong can match him, so his speed is extremely fast, and he rushed forward for a full 10 miles in the blink of an eye. In the valley, there are countless spatial cracks, large and small, scattered all over the place. These cracks are like scars between heaven and earth, dotted with eternal places. But more spatial cracks are hidden, some can be detected by the divine sense, and some have no trace. Both Niguang and Zilong carried secret treasures that could detect space cracks. At this moment, both of them relied on the secret treasures in their hands to move forward, constantly changing directions and avoiding the location of space cracks. And the other virtual kings who were not prepared in advance released their spiritual thoughts to the greatest extent to avoid danger. It took only 10 breaths of time before and after, and everyone judged their speed. Although they rushed into the valley almost at the same time, Niguang and Zilong were undoubtedly far ahead. And even more exaggerated is Ghost Ancestor. With Yang Kai guiding him, he didn't need to worry about the threat of space cracks at all, he could just follow the direction Yang Kai directed, so it only took him a short time to surpass Niguang and Zilong, and then move towards them. The two disappeared without a trace. This bastard! Zilong looked at Guizu's figure in the distance and couldn't help cursing. The Lost Land, I don't know how many years it will take to open it once. The spiritual grasses and miraculous medicines contained inside are all ancient species that have long since disappeared. Every time this medicine valley can produce a large amount of rare medicinal materials, it can be said that whoever occupies the speed, whoever has the advantage can have a better harvest. He thought that his biggest competitor this time was Niguang, but he didn't want to kill a ghost ancestor on the way, which caught him off guard. Is this idiot going to die? Zidonglai, who was following the tight dragon, also looked forward with a look of astonishment, rushing so fast. Once he touches the hidden space crack, it will be him who is Void King Realm. I have to walk around without eating. Don't worry about him. Zilong snorted coldly. If he wants to die, let him go. Yes, Zidong came to think about it, and it was the same reason. If you rush quickly in this medicine valley, you may not be able to get a good harvest, and you may die soon. Now my mind is balanced. On the other side, Ni Guang, who was almost keeping pace with Zilong, also shook his head and sighed, and said, Shuiyu, I'm afraid that kid is in danger, and the guy named Guizu doesn't know how dangerous this place is, so he ventured into it like this. How can there be a good end? Probably not. Shuiyu shook her head. She knew what Yongkai and Guizu were relying on, but she didn't explain much. Only Luo Lan sighed softly. If Yongkai was present at this time, the situation would have been much better, but unfortunately Yongkai was not with her. It's almost there. The spiritual mind was released, and after there were no figures within a few dozen miles, Guizu suddenly slowed down, allowing himself and Yongkai to appear. Huh, there is a scent of medicine. Yongkai suddenly sniffed his nose and said with a shock. Hey, it looks like I've gained something just after I came in. Guizu laughed lowly, then looked solemn, and said, Boy Yang, the old man told you first, the things we found in this medicine valley, we too. What do you think of the old man not taking advantage of you if you add 5 times? Just as Senior said, Yongkai nodded readily. In this kind of place, although Ghost Ancestor has to rely heavily on Yongkai's attainments in space power, it doesn't mean that without Yongkai, Ghost Ancestor cannot move, but if he is alone, his speed may be much slower. Therefore, the proposal of splitting the gains in half is a bit of a disadvantage to Guizu, and Yongkai certainly would not object. Over there, Yongkai confirmed the source of the fragrance of the medicine, and suddenly pointed in a direction. After saying that, he rushed over there, followed closely by Ghost Ancestor. After a dozen or so breaths, the two came to a fruit tree about half the height of a person. On that fruit tree, the branches and leaves were not dense, and even a little sparse. There were only a few scattered cone-shaped leaves, and the branches of the fruit tree seemed fragile. And on the branches of this fruit tree, there are 4 sauce purple fruits that are only the size of a baby's fist. The lights are shining on the fruit, and the peel is crystal clear. The index finger moved. An inexplicable aura lingered around these 4 fruits, as if they were emanating from themselves. Ghost Ancestor's whole body was wrapped in black air, but his eyes shot out as if they had substance, piercing and radiant. He could see the extraordinariness of these 4 fruits at a glance, and they were definitely spiritual fruits that would be of great use to his strength improvement. Brahma Holy Fruit, Yongkai has been observing, and at the same time combined with the knowledge of various spiritual herbs and medicines in his mind. After a while, he finally confirmed what the fruit in front of him was, and couldn't help but drink one sound. Is this the Brahma sacred fruit? Ghost Ancestor frowned, and asked in surprise, the kind of spiritual fruit that can refine the great Brahma pill. He had obviously heard of the holy fruit of Brahma, and knew what kind of panacea it could refine. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at A unknown currency +- A3/4. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1775 Transforming Mazi. You can't be wrong, this is definitely the holy fruit of Brahma. Yongkai grinned. In the world, all kinds of spiritual flowers and herbs, as long as there are holy words or Tao words in their names, they are all treasures. When they grow up, they attract the power of law between heaven and earth to conceive, and the growth is extremely difficult, and if the conditions are not met, they will be exhausted and die. But once they mature, they themselves have a wonderful power of law. Whether you swallow it directly or refine it, it will have a great effect on Void King Realm powerhouses. Senior, we are lucky. Hey, you know a lot about elixirs, kid. Guizu was in a good mood and gave Yongkai a surprised look. Know a thing or two. Yongkai chuckled. Well, there are exactly 4 pieces, as agreed just now, you and I will each get half. Ghost Ancestor said as he stretched out his hand to grab the Brahma sacred fruit that was close to him. Wait, Yongkai quickly stopped. What? Ghost Ancestor looked at him suspiciously. Senior, it's not a big problem for you to collect the Brahma holy fruit like this, but if you don't store it properly, the effect of the medicine will be serious. Yongkai reminded. Then how to preserve it? Ghost Ancestor asked humbly. He knew that some rare flowers and herbs need to be preserved in a special way so as not to let the medicinal effect fade away. The loss of imagination. Listening to Yongkai's tone, he obviously knows how to save it. Guizhu must of course ask clearly. It's simple, just put it in a metal box. Yang Kai explained with a smile, Senior, look, the vicinity of the Brahma sacred fruit grows as full of strong metallic aura. There should be a mineral vein, and the sacred fruit tree of Brahma is grown on the mineral vein. According to its growth habits, it is enough to prescribe the right medicine. Quote. I see. Ghost Ancestor nodded lightly. Among the 5 elements, gold overcomes wood, so there is nothing wrong with using a metal box to hold the holy Brahma fruit, but it is a bit unbelievable that this fruit tree actually grows on a vein of mine. Ghost Ancestor naturally wouldn't go into it, and took out a crimson metal box from his space ring, looked at Yang Kai and asked, is this thing okay? Hey, the box made by Mingjin, the senior actually has such a good thing, of course there is no problem, if you put the Brahma sacred fruit in it, even after thousands of years, the effect of the medicine will not fade. Yang Kai nodded. That's good, the old man will not be polite. Ghost Ancestor laughed, and picked 2 Brahma holy fruits first, carefully put them into his dark gold box, and kept them safely. Yang Kai also took off the remaining 2 Brahma sacred fruits, but he didn't have such treasures as the underworld gold box, but as an alchemist, he was naturally equipped with many containers for holding medicinal materials for a long time. There is no shortage of nature. After dividing the 4 Brahma sacred fruits equally, the 2 moved again enthusiastically, while avoiding the space cracks around them, while searching for the ancient elixir scattered in the Valley of Medicine. This medicine valley is huge, and no one knows how much it occupies. Anyway, after Yang Kai and Guizhu rushed in, they never saw other people again, and they don't know where they went. Moreover, it is extremely convenient to find elixir in this kind of place, because the elixir here is full of age, so they are constantly exuding medicinal fragrance. As long as you follow the source of the medicinal fragrance, you will definitely get something. Half an hour later, the 2 used this feature again and discovered a palm-sized Ganoderma lucidum. The Ganoderma lucidum grows in a crevice of the rock. It is extremely difficult to find. If the medicinal fragrance is not too strong, the 2 of them might miss it. Wamoji. Now, Guizhu recognized the name of this elixir without Yang Kai's reminder, and couldn't help but be moved. This is actually Wamoji. He, the old man's luck is really good. Nice. Congratulations Senior, this Wamoji seems to be 2000 years old. If it is used to refine the suppressing demon pill, it is estimated that Void King realm powerhouses will have their heads smashed. Yang Kai clasped his fists with a smile. Ghost Ancestor glanced at Yang Kai and said, well, this thing is of great use to this old man. I will take it first. If you find anything later, no matter what it is, you will get an extra share. Young man, is that okay? Naturally no problem, Yang Kai replied boldly. The main function of Wamazi is to dissolve the inner demons. When warriors are practicing or promoting breakthroughs, inner demons will occasionally appear. These inner demons are the negative shadows hidden in everyone's heart. Lu Jian bullied the weak, under cowardice, did not draw his sword to help. This kind of thing may become a demon. Being bullied and failing to take revenge may become a demon. One's beloved woman died, and one's heart was depressed, and this kind of thing could also become a demon. Heart demon is a general term, which includes all kinds of regrets and many negative emotions in a warrior's heart. It is extremely harmful, and usually the inner demon will not have much influence on the warrior, but with the improvement of the warrior's strength, the harmfulness of the inner demon will become stronger and stronger, especially when the breakthrough is promoted. The power of the inner demon it will be infinitely magnified, and once it cannot be suppressed, it may fail to break through. If it is light, the realm will fall, and if it is serious, it will become mad, and it will be lost forever. Therefore, high-level warriors generally make complete preparations when they break through and get promoted. One of them is the means of preventing and resolving inner demons. The easiest way is to take some panacea. The suppressing demon pill refined from Wamoji is the best panacea for suppressing demons. Even if you don't refine it into a pill, and hold a piece of Wamoji in your mouth, it will have a miraculous effect when you break through and get promoted. Ghost Ancestor is now at the 2nd level of the Void King. If he wants to advance to the 3rd level of the Void King, there must be many difficulties, and judging from Guizhu's life experience, he has not avenged his great revenge, and at the same time he has practiced sorcery. The power is definitely not small. In the whole world, only Wamoji can suppress the power of the inner demon in his heart. That's why he made such a proposal. Of course Yang Kai would not refuse. Guizhu regards Wamazi as a treasure, but Yang Kai doesn't care much. In the Rising Dragon Hall of Ling Xiaozong, there is such a precious existence as Wannianxiang. The function of Wannianxiang is also to dissolve the demons, and its effect is more powerful than that of suppressing demons. In other words, Wamoji is useless to Yongkai. This old man has written it down. Ghost Ancestor said solemnly, and then collected the Wamoji. When collecting it, he also consulted Yongkai's opinion, asking if it needed any special medicine for Wamoji. Save the means, and only after knowing that you don't need it, let it go. And at the same time when Ghost Ancestor collected the Wamoji, Yongkai, who had been standing by the side, suddenly changed his face slightly, and said in a low voice, "Senior, did you hear anything?" Ghost Ancestor was startled, and listened carefully. After a while, his and Yongkai's faces changed drastically, and they shouted in a low voice, "Not good, 7 luminaries precious light." Kala-A. There was a sound of exhalation coming from somewhere far away. Accompanied by this peculiar movement, the Medicine Valley vibrated slightly. Looking around, in the direction of the source of the sound, colorful rays of light covered the entire Medicine Valley like a tide. As it just retreated. "Where is there a space crack?" Ghost Ancestor immediately looked towards Yongkai and asked nervously. There were countless cracks in the space nearby, but none of them can be seen at this moment. In desperation, Guizhu can only pin his hope on Yongkai. The Qiao Baoguang is the aura brought by the divine bird Qiao Peacock when it swallows and breathes. It can corrode the soul, corrode the flesh and blood, and ignore any defense. Even the Ghost Ancestors have no confidence to resist the Qiao Baoguang. The only way to avoid it is to rely on the space cracks that exist here. Here, Yongkai didn't see how flustered he was. He waved at Ghost Ancestor as if he had a well-thought-out plan, and at the same time quickly shot towards a certain place in the sky. Ghost Ancestor's figure flickered and turned into a streak of black light, following closely behind. After a while, the two of them stood somewhere in the void, motionless. Is there really a space crack here? Ghost Ancestor looked left and right, seeing that the 7 luminous lights that diffused from the depths of the Medicine Valley were getting closer and closer, and would soon cover this place. He couldn't help being a little panicked. Of course there are. Yongkai smiled slightly. "Senior, don't be nervous, this kid won't make fun of his own life. Well, this space crack is quite big, it's so long," Yongkai said while making gestures. Seeing that what he said was true, Guizhu was relieved a little. At this moment, the Qiao Baoguang has swept over. Even with Yongkai's guarantee, Guizhu still broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the terrifying precious light cover his position. Since he was promoted to the Void King realm, it has been a long time since he was so frightened. Silently, the Qiao Baoguang diffused over the place where the two were, and filled the entire Medicine Valley at an extremely fast speed. However, where Yongkai and Ghost Ancestor were located, there was a long and narrow area about 5 feet long, which was not filled with Qiao Baoguang. The terrifying precious light seemed to rush into a bottomless abyss in front of this narrow and long area. It disappeared, leaving a safe place in the rear. Guizhu let out a long breath, and finally felt relieved. Yongkai is right, there is indeed a crack in the space here, and he couldn't find it even if he was close at hand, but now, Qiao Baoguang has outlined the existence of the crack. No matter the shape or size, it is the same as before Yongkai, exactly the same. Looking at Yongkai beside him, Guizhu's eyes were slightly complicated. He has studied the power of space, and knows how difficult it is to cultivate this kind of power. He has been in the Hanging Continent for 2,000 years, and he can't even get started, but Yongkai can have amazing accomplishments in this field. Comparing the two sides, Guizhu felt that his aptitude was simply unsightly. And, when he met Yongkai back then, he had only entered the First Order Saint realm, but now he is already in the Third Order Void Return realm. The speed of his cultivation is so fast that few people in the entire star field can match him. This kid must be the most dazzling new star in the future star field, Guizhu thought in his heart. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1776 The Shocked Ghost Ancestor. By the way, Boy Yang. While waiting for the Qiao Baoguang to return, Guizhu suddenly asked, "I see that you seem to have a lot of research on panacea, do you know alchemy?" Although the two of them have only harvested Brahma's sacred fruit and Wamazi so far, Yongkai can always tell the spirit pills that these two medicinal materials can refine in the first place, and he also knows the preservation method in detail, and said clear and logical. It is easy for Guizhu to think of something. Yes, Yongkai nodded, not denying it. Oh, Ghost Ancestor looked at Yongkai in amazement. In just 30 or 40 years, it's enough to surprise me that you can grow from the Saint realm to the Void returning third stage, and you still have time to study alchemy art. Are you not afraid of not being good at learning? Yongkai chuckled, and replied, the original intention of my study of alchemy is also to assist in cultivation, and I have never given up on the pursuit of martial arts. That's right. The ghost looked at him approvingly. Although the way of alchemy and weapon formation is unpredictable, it is still a little bit worse than the Tao of martial arts. Practitioners of my generation, naturally the pursuit of martial arts should be the most important task, and the others can only be used as assistants. With his earnest and persuasive appearance, Yang Kai naturally nodded in agreement. Well, that being said, if you can achieve something in these three fields, it will be very remarkable. Gui Zhu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude, smiled slightly, and asked curiously, "Tell this old man say, what kind of elixir can you refine now?" Listening to his question, Yang Kai thought about it seriously, and then said solemnly, "Since it is the senior asking, then the kid will not hide it. Well, the kid is now a Void King level alchemist, he can refine Void King grade panacea." As soon as the words fell, Ghost Ancestor's body was shocked, and he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, without speaking for a long time. "Senior." Yang Kai laughed dryly. Ghost Ancestor's reaction was within his expectations. After all, how many Void King level alchemists are there in the entire star field? Which one of those alchemists is not famous in the world, and which one is not gray-haired? At Yang Kai's age, it is simply impossible to become a virtual level alchemist. Gui Zhu was silent for a long time, then took a deep breath, and said in a trembling voice, "Are you kidding me?" He thought that Yang Kai was teasing him. He had been staring at Yang Kai just now, and wanted to observe the changes in his expression, but he didn't see any signs of joking from Yang Kai's face. He immediately realized. Yang Kai's words may be true. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "Are you really a king-level alchemist?" Gui Zhu exclaimed, and after speaking, he immediately turned his head and looked around, as if he was afraid that his voice would be heard. "How can you be joking about this kind of thing?" "Well, although I have only refined a few Void King level spirit pills, they have been refined. According to the division of alchemist levels in the star field, the kid should be considered a Void King level pill." Alchemist. Gui Zhu took a breath and looked at Yang Kai like a monster. How old is Yang Kai? It doesn't matter if his cultivation base is so high, he has even reached the Void King level in the field of alchemy. How on earth did he do it? Even after all these years of non-stop sleeplessness, I'm afraid it's impossible to achieve it, right? Only if he can form dozens of clones to practice together, can he achieve such a feat. Gui Zhu couldn't figure it out 10,000 times. There are not many people who know that I am a king-level alchemist, except for the woman beside me, only you, senior, so I ask you to keep this secret for me. Yang Kai said with a smile. He used to conceal his identity as an alchemist because he was not strong enough and he was afraid of being remembered. But now, with the improvement of his strength, the exposure of alchemist's identity will not only bring him no trouble, but may also bring huge benefits and help. So Yang Kai doesn't plan to hide anymore. Hearing this, Ghost Ancestor exhaled, and said in a dignified voice, "This old man knows how powerful he is, so naturally he wouldn't spread it everywhere. What's more, this old man doesn't know anyone, so how could he do such a silly thing? But, boy, why would you tell the truth to this old man? You are not afraid that this old man will have any disagreements with you? You have to know how attractive an alchemy master of Void King rank is to people like us. If we can catch such an alchemist, I specialize in refining elixir, so it's no problem to improve my strength." Hee, senior is not this kind of person. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "If I don't trust senior, I won't tell the truth. Besides, offending a Void King level alchemist and making friends with a Void King level as an alchemist, which one is better and which is worse, the senior must be very clear in his heart. Even if you capture me, I have to be willing to help you make alchemy. What if there is some poison hidden in the panacea I refined?" While speaking, Yang Kai winked at Gui Zhu. He chose to tell Gui Zhu the truth after some consideration, and it wasn't just a moment of enthusiasm. Ghost Ancestor stared deeply at Yang Kai, and after a while, he suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. This old man is very honored. I never expected that the old man who almost looked down upon this boy now not only has a good cultivation base, well, he is actually a king-level alchemist. If this kind of thing is said, the old man's face will be full of glory. Predecessors are absurd," Yang Kai said modestly. "So, the Great Brahma pill and the suppressing demon pill you mentioned before can both be refined?" Ghost Ancestor asked nervously, feeling agitated. The Great Brahma pill can help him cultivate and improve his cultivation level, and the demon suppressing pill can suppress the demons, both of which are of great use to him. His original plan was to go out and find the few remaining Void King level alchemists in the star field, and invite them shot to help refine. But this will undoubtedly cost a huge price, and it may take many years to have a chance. After all, which of the alchemy masters has a full schedule? It doesn't mean that you can ask them to do it with the material and the reward, it depends on the other party's schedule. The ghost ancestor who has nowhere to go, although he is unfamiliar with this kind of thing, but he knows some common sense. With his status, he may have to agree to some harsh conditions, such as helping a certain alchemy master to kill someone, take a risk or something so you can ask others to take action. All in all, even the Void King realm might not be able to bear the price that those Grand Masters would have to pay. But now, there is a king-level alchemist in front of him, and he has a good friendship with him. Ghost Ancestor was almost happy to call out. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, rejoiced that he did not kill Yongkai, rejoiced that he was grateful for Yongkai's life-saving grace, and forged friendship with him, and even more rejoiced that he took care of Yongkai in the Lost Land this time. He felt that making friends with Yongkai was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Great Brahma Pill and Suppressing Demon Pill are Void King Grade Spirit Pills. It is not easy to refine them, but as long as you gather other ingredients, you should be able to give it a try. Yongkai thought about it carefully, nodded and answered Road. What is the success rate? Ghost Ancestor asked hastily. At least 60%. 60%. Ghost Ancestor gasped, only then did he realize that he had underestimated Yongkai. It was extremely difficult to refine the Void King Grade Spiritual Pill, and the failure rate was surprisingly high. I dare not boast that I guarantee a 60% success rate. Yongkai is not the kind of person who is aimless. Guizhu can also see this. This kid has a stable temperament, naturally he will not easily say things that are not sure. He said 60%, then there is absolutely 60%. But, Yongkai suddenly laughed. But what? Ghost Ancestor's heart skipped a beat. Senior, if you want to refine the Great Brahma Pill and the Suppressing Demon Pill, I can recommend another person. Her attainments in alchemy are much more exquisite than the kid's. If she does the refining, the success rate will be even higher. Some. Hiss. Ghost Ancestor's inhaling voice came to mind, and he looked at Yongkai in disbelief. Do you know other Void King level alchemists? By the way, your alchemy skills should be taught by someone, you said could it be your master? When Ghost Ancestor spoke, his eyes shone like a substance. Yongkai's master, that is definitely the Void King rank alchemist, and definitely stronger than Yongkai. This kind of person definitely needs to make friends. As long as you can get in touch with such a person, you will have to ask him to refine the panacea in the future. Are you afraid that it will not benefit you? Guizhu has secretly made up his mind. After this trip to the Lost Land, he must visit his master with Yongkai. How many Zhuang-level powerhouses want to know such alchemy masters but have no way out, but they never thought that they would have the opportunity to meet too. Ghost Ancestor was almost happy. No, Yongkai shook his head, the person I'm talking about is my senior sister. What he was referring to was naturally Shaning Shang. Although when Shaning Shang was brought out from the Tongshuan continent, her attainments in alchemy were not as good as Yongkai's, but it has been so many years, and in Ling Shaozong, there are countless medicinal materials to practice, and the true solution of alchemy has been passed on to others. With Shaning Shang, with the special physique of little senior sister and her comprehension ability in alchemy, Yongkai has full confidence that her alchemy has definitely surpassed him. Your senior sister is also a king-level alchemist. Ghost Ancestor was horrified. Be good, the 3 masters and apprentices in this family are actually 3 alchemy master-level existences, how unbelievable is this? Ghost Ancestor hardly dared to imagine what kind of sect this is, to have 3 Void King-level alchemists sitting in it. With such an expert around, wouldn't the sect's disciples lack spiritual pills at all? If this kind of news spreads, Ghost Ancestor is sure that the entire Star Territory will set off huge waves. Such giants as Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword League will definitely send people to win over Yongkai's sect. After all, even these 3 major forces do not all have Void King-level alchemy masters sitting in their command. Among the 3, only Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Zixing have 1 person each, and Zhanmeng has none at all. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at ch8296929 Dian Hanji. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1777. Does your sect recruit people? Little senior sister, she is indeed a king void alchemist. Yongkai nodded and admitted. Yongkai. Ghost Ancestor suddenly took a deep breath, and asked in a deep voice, which cultivation star is your sect on? Is your sect still recruiting? Do you need elders with advanced cultivation bases or something? Well, you can be a guest, no matter how bad it is, you can just use any false name. Guizhu couldn't calm down at all. Although he has been alone and carefree all the time, only he knows the bitterness in it. For example, if he wants to refine some kind of panacea, there is no one he can turn to. For another example, if he wants to practice some secret technique in seclusion, there is no one to guard him. Even the materials he needs for cultivation have to go out in person. Search. All kinds of trifles have wasted a lot of his time. But those powerful Void King realm powerhouses are different. They have a high status and status. If there is anything to do, they only need to give an order, and there will be countless disciples scrambling to complete it for them. What those Void King realm needs to do, yes, just practice with peace of mind. So sometimes, Ghost Ancestor is quite envious of those powerful Void King realm powerhouses. However, if he is really asked to join any force, he will definitely not be happy. After all, he is not willing to be restrained by others, and he does not want to tie himself to any force. But if it is Yongkai's sect, it is completely different. This sect has 3 Zhuang level alchemy masters sitting in it. This point alone is fatally attractive to Ghost Ancestor. Furthermore, he liked Yongkai and had a pretty good relationship with Yongkai, so he didn't feel any rejection of Yongkai's sect. Seeing Ghost Ancestor looking so impatient that he was about to recommend himself, Yongkai was delighted. He didn't expect Guizhu to suddenly have the idea of joining Ling Xiaozong, but after thinking about it, it was also reasonable. With his and Shanning Shang's identities as virtual king-level alchemy masters, it is not too difficult to attract a Void King realm expert to join Ling Xiaozong. It's just that Yongkai is not too keen on this kind of thing. Void King realm powerhouse, Ling Xiaozong doesn't have it now, it doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Yi Xian is already at the Void King realm, and she is bound to be promoted to the Void King realm level in the future, the only difference is the chance. But if Ghost Ancestor wants to join, it's not unacceptable. After getting along for a period of time, Yongkai also saw that Ghost Ancestor was not as sinister and vicious as he appeared on the surface. His ghostly aura is only due to the skills he cultivated. Thoughts were flying in his heart. Yongkai grinned. The boy's sect is called Lingxiao sect. On Gloomy Star, the boy is not talented, he is the sect master of Lingxiao sect. He briefly told Ghost Ancestor about Ling Xiaozong's situation. When he heard that Ling Xiaozong was founded by Yongkai himself, Ghost Ancestor couldn't help admiring him, and then learned that Ling Xiaozong didn't have a Void King realm, and even the entire Gloom Star only had a Void King who had just made a breakthrough. After the first level, Ghost Ancestor was even more overjoyed. He originally thought that the power with several Void King level alchemy masters sitting in the town would definitely not be weak, and there might be many Void King level powerhouses. If you join, you can directly become the #1 powerhouse of Ling Xiaozong and even Gloom Star. His status is completely different from what he expected before, that is the supreme existence. That's why Ghost Ancestor seemed even more enthusiastic, and couldn't wait to ask, Yongkai, look at this old man. This old man has been lonely all his life, and he has no place to stay after coming out of the hanging continent. Thinking about it, how about going to your Ling Xiaozong? I don't have any requirements, I'll be called an Elder K Qing, let me enjoy the care of a king-level alchemist, and occasionally help me refine a few elixir, am satisfied, hehe. He spoke directly and honestly. Yongkai laughed loudly. If someone like Senior wants to join the Ling Xiao sect, I can't ask for it, how can I refuse? Then it's settled. Guizhu's eyes lit up, although he knew that Yongkai would probably not reject him, but when he heard Yongkai agree, Guizhu was still in a happy mood. In this way, he can also be close to the Shuang level alchemist. As long as he finds the medicinal materials in the future, he will not be afraid that no one will help him refine them. Isn't it easy to improve your strength? Ghost Ancestor can already imagine the future. He will definitely be able to break through to the peak of the Void King's 3rd layer realm in his lifetime, and stand at the top of the entire star field. It's decided. Yongkai nodded happily, but I'm afraid that this Elder K Qing doesn't fit the status of a senior, so let's be the elder. Guizhu's body shook violently, staring at Yongkai deeply, unable to calm down for a long time. Although he has never joined any forces, he also knows the difference between the Elder Keqing and the Elder Taishang. Although Elder K Qing is also enshrined by the sect, it is just a false name and has no rights at all. The Supreme Elder is different. The Supreme Elder has real power. Strictly speaking, the power is still great. It is only under the suzerain, and even among some forces, the Supreme Elder is the supreme existence. He can easily demobilize the sect's supplies. Disciples, what you say is an absolute order, and disciples have to go through fire and water to complete it. However, being an elder catching also has the benefits of being an elder catching. When the sect encounters a danger that cannot be resolved, the elder catching can choose to help or not according to his own situation, with a high degree of freedom, but the elder Taisheng wants to work with the sect advance and retreat, live and die together. The supreme elder is generally the person with the highest seniority and qualifications in the sect, so he is qualified to serve. Guizhu didn't expect Yongkai to directly give him the title of supreme elder. Although the risk to bear was greater, compared with him, the benefits and treatment he got were better. Boy Yang, if you treat me politely, I will definitely give you sincerity. Well, what I say now is empty talk, so please wait and see. This old man will be the supreme elder so that your disciples will be convinced. Ghost Ancestor Shen soundtrack. A man of his age was also a little excited by Yongkai, and he let out bold words. Senior is serious, since the boy let you be the supreme elder, naturally he won't doubt you. Yongkai chuckled. You still call me senior? Ghost Ancestor asked with a chuckle. I've met the supreme elder. Yongkai hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed seriously. Sovereign, you are welcome. Ghost Ancestor also bowed back. In the future, I will be a member of the Lingxiao sect. Please take care of the suzerain. If you have orders, don't be polite. After saying that, the two looked at each other and laughed loudly, as if the two of them had done some shady thing together just now. Well, after this trip to the Lost Land is over, I will follow you back to the sect to have a look. Ghost Ancestor said with a look of longing. He was very curious, what kind of sect is it that can actually train Yongkai such a character? Moreover, since he chose to join the Lingxiao sect, he naturally wanted to see the sect, and what was going on quietly there. This matter is simple, I will be with you when the time comes, and this news should indeed be sent back to the sect. Yongkai nodded. While speaking, Yongkai suddenly changed his expression and said, Elder Supreme, I suddenly thought of something. What? We should act separately. In this way, the scope of the search will be greatly increased, and the number of good things found will be doubled. What do you think? Yongkai didn't propose this before, mainly because although he and Guizhu had a good relationship, they were not a family, so it would not be good if he really proposed this, lest Guizhu might misunderstand. But now it is different. Guizhu can be regarded as a member of Ling Xiaozong now. Yongkai said that there is no problem at all. Ghost Ancestor thought for a while, and said, if we separate, the search range will indeed be greatly increased, and our harvest will also increase, but there are too many space cracks here. Although the old man can find them in most cases, there are some are hidden too deep, the old man can't see. Without you by my side, the old man has no confidence. Just like the situation just now, when the 7 luminaries' precious light struck, if Yongkai hadn't found a place to hide, the Ghost Ancestor would definitely be swallowed by the 7 luminaries' precious light, and the consequences would be disastrous. Hey, since I propose it like this, there must be a perfect way for you to find those space cracks, Supreme Elder. Yongkai smiled proudly, full of confidence. Oh, do you have any way to let the old man discover those cracks? Guizhu asked in surprise. Yongkai grinned, I can leave a space imprint on your body, so that you can perceive those hidden cracks. You can do it, it should be possible, let's try it. Yongkai wasn't too sure. Before, he couldn't do this kind of thing, but after devouring and merging the space spiral, his comprehension of space power has reached a new height, so this proposal may also be realized. If you can really do it, then this is undoubtedly a good method. Guizhu nodded. With Guizhu's consent, Yongkai took a deep breath, mobilized his own space power, and immediately stretched out a finger. The space power on the fingertips fluctuated, and a spiral-like force began to gather and form. The next moment, Yongkai gently tapped Guizhu's chest. The power of the spiral exploded suddenly and turned into a mark, which remained on Guizhu's body. This is the power of space. Ghost Ancestor whispered in surprise. Even though he is a Void King's second-layer powerhouse, he couldn't help but be shocked by the strangeness of space power at this moment. Through the imprint on his chest, he can clearly feel the fluctuation of space power. This fluctuation spreads to the surroundings all the time, and immediately feeds back the information of the surrounding situation. There are a few places where the feedback information is different. Guizhu looked at those places and found out that there are space cracks in those places. And one of them is the hidden crack between him and Yongkai. Before, he couldn't find it no matter what, he could only deduce it from the shape outlined by Qiao Baoguang, but now, he can perceive it clearly. It was as if one of his special perceptions had been turned on. To be continued, This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at CH8296929 Dian Hanji. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first ascent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1778 Meeting Luo Lan again. Is it useful? Yang Kai asked, although he felt that his idea should be correct, using the ups and downs of the power of space to sense the existence of cracks, but after all, it is a secret technique imposed on others, and he is not fully sure. Useful, very useful. Ghost Ancestor nodded heavily. I can feel the existence of all the cracks now. There are 3 hidden cracks nearby, right? Not bad. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. It seems that this idea is not wrong. Well, now the old man's problem has been solved, but, are you sure you have no problem alone? Ghost Ancestor asked again worriedly. Most of the people who entered here were Void King realm experts. Although the person is Void Returning Mirror, he must be following Niguang and Zilong. If Yang Kai is alone, it must be risky to act here. If he encounters any strong person, he will definitely be attacked. This made Ghost Ancestor a little uneasy. No problem. Yang Kai grinned. Elder Taishang, don't forget what power I am proficient in. There are so many space cracks here, it is simply a place tailor-made for me. If you really meet someone who doesn't have long eyes, I can't fight, can't I still run? Hearing what he said, Ghost Ancestor also took it seriously, nodded and said, okay, if that's the case, then we will act separately, but we still shouldn't be careless. In this way, I will leave something on you, as long as you and I are still thousands of miles away. Within, if you push it, I can sense your position, and I will rush to your side as soon as possible. As Guizhu spoke, he waved out his 10,000 souls banner, then reached into the 10,000 souls banner, and grabbed it violently. The next moment, a ferocious roaring ghost was caught by Guizhu. The ghost looked extremely terrifying, and it had clear facial features, and it exuded an extremely powerful aura. The aura was not weaker than a warrior in the 3rd layer of Void Return. This is a sub-soul in the old man's 10,000 soul banner, which is connected with the old man, and I will leave it to you for now. Guizhu stretched out his hand and slapped this sub-soul on Yang Kai's shoulder. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a chill coming from his shoulders, but it didn't affect him too much. Silently perceiving it, and after confirming that the soul was indeed in his body, Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that everything was in order. Next, it is natural to wait for the Qiao Baoguang to recede, so that the two can move conveniently. When Baoguang covered the valley, everyone was unable to move and could only rely on the existence of space cracks to hide. Yang Kai secretly calculated the time. Finally, at a certain moment, the shocking inhalation sound came from the depths of the valley, accompanied by the slight vibration of the Medicine Valley. The Qiao Baoguang covering the Medicine Valley receded towards the depth like a tide. Sect Master, be careful. Ghost Ancestor warned. Yang Kai nodded, and then he and Ghost Ancestor drove in 2 directions. After being separated from Ghost Ancestor, Yang Kai's speed became much faster. Although he was safe and sound when he was with Ghost Ancestor before, he needed to remind Ghost Ancestor to change direction at all times, so there was a slight delay, but if he was alone, just don't think about these at all. In the Valley of Medicines, medicinal fragrances are everywhere, and it is actually very simple to find those geniuses and treasures. Follow the source of medicinal fragrances, and you will always be able to gain something. The only thing that needs to be scrupled is the existence of space cracks and the diffusion of Qiao Baoguang. However, Yang Kai reckoned that the Qiao Baoguang that had just retreated would not attack again for a while, so he started to act with confidence. After burning the incense, he happily squatted under the root of a towering tree, and pocketed a ginseng-like panacea in front of him. The elixir is not much different from ordinary ginseng, the only difference is that it is covered with fluorescent light, which looks like stars that have been shrunk countless times. Red Star Ginseng, this place is really a good place. Yang Kai sighed, and now all the elixir he got is a Void King level treasure, and they are all good things that have long been extinct, used to refine the Void King. If it is a super spirit pill, it will definitely make the Void King realm powerhouse jealous and loot it. His realm is now about to break through and be promoted, and he will need some panacea for his cultivation in the future. This trip to the Lost Land just provided him with such a rare opportunity to collect medicinal materials, so he certainly spared no effort. After another half stick of incense, Yang Kai was already somewhere 300 miles away. He frowned and looked at the spiritual grass in front of him and the scattered soil around him, cursing himself for being late. The elixir that grows in this place has been preempted. The only spiritual herb that was left was just grown, and it was not mature enough before the year, so even if it was collected, it would be of no use. It seems that the martial artist who came here before did not do that kind of thing. This person took the mature elixir and left this seedling, which can be regarded as leaving an opportunity for future generations. Just didn't know who this person was. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, didn't think too much, and continued to search around the fragrance of medicine. Time passed, and after another stick of incense, Yang Kai finally had some harvest. Although the elixirs he collected were not comparable to the Brahma Heaven sacred fruit and wamoji, they were all priceless goodies. The time should be coming soon, right? Yang Kai said to himself. According to his previous calculation, the interval between each breath of the divine bird Kiao Peacock is about half an hour. If this calculation is true, then Kiao Baoguang will soon cover the valley again. I just don't know if my guess is correct, this has yet to be verified. For the sake of caution, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too unscrupulous, but continued to search while paying attention to the location of the space crack. At this moment, he turned his head and looked in one direction as if feeling something. At this moment, he noticed that 30 miles away, there was a breath of life rapidly approaching him. After careful perception, this breath was quite the familiar one. Suddenly said strangely, "Hey, why is it her?" Thinking of this in his heart, Yang Kai didn't want to avoid it, but greeted him in the direction of the person. After a while, he finally saw a figure not far ahead. Yang Kai raised his voice and called, "Senior Luo." Luo Lan had already discovered Yang Kai's trail, so she walked straight towards this direction. After all, in order to detect the cracks in the space around her, she released her divine sense all the time. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled, and the speed increased a lot. "Wait," Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Luo Lan immediately stopped and said in surprise, "What's wrong? Is there a space crack in front of me?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, if you go 5 steps forward, you will touch it." Luo Lan's pretty face turned pale, and she couldn't help but feel a little lingering fear, and looked somewhere in the void. "It's here, right?" "Well, you'll be fine if you walk around from both sides," Yang Kai instructed. Only then did Luo Lan move cautiously, circled around for a long time, came to Yang Kai's side, and said, "Thank you, if you hadn't reminded me just now, I'm afraid I would have been decapitated." "It's a trivial matter, why should Senior worry about it?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "By the way, why are you here alone?" Luo Lan looked at Yang Kai and asked curiously. She had clearly seen Yang Kai enter Medicine Valley with Ghost Ancestor before, but now, Ghost Ancestor had disappeared. "This is what I want to ask." Yang Kai chuckled. "I acted separately from Senior Ghost Ancestor, so that everyone will benefit, but Senior Luo, why didn't you go with Mr. Ni?" "It's the same," Luo Lan said with a smile, "I won't get any good things from following him. Instead of doing this, I might as well take a risk. Although there are some gains, it seems that the reason why I have been safe is luck." "Not bad. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's reminder just now, she would definitely bump into the space crack, and the consequences would be disastrous." Luo Lan broke out in a cold sweat when he thought that he might have passed countless cracks in space but failed to notice them. While the two were talking, another exhalation came from the depths of the Medicine Valley. Yang Kai and Luo Lan, who had already experienced the same thing, didn't know what to do next. The time was indeed right, Yang Kai thought to himself. It seemed that his previous deduction was correct, the interval between each breath of the divine bird was about half an hour. While he was contemplating, Luo Lan turned his head and looked around, trying to find a place to hide, but there were no cracks that could be seen with the naked eye as far as he could see, so he had no choice but to turn his attention to Yang Kai. She didn't appear to be flustered. After all, there is a hidden space crack here that can be borrowed to avoid the Kiao Baoguang, but she can't find it. "Senior, come here." Yang Kai was also unambiguous, and quickly waved at Luo Lan, and he stood behind the space crack first, but the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became weird. What's wrong?" Luo Lan was standing in front of Yang Kai, seeing that his expression was not right, she quickly asked. "This crack." Yang Kai looked embarrassed, "It seems a little small." "Little." Luo Lan was stunned for a moment, and quickly realized what Yang Kai wanted to say. If the space crack is small, there is not much room for the two to hide. If a man and a woman are crowded together, there may be some inevitable physical contact. Thinking of this, Luo Lan's expression was slightly embarrassed. Although she is many times older than Yang Kai, she is still a woman, and her appearance is only about a woman in her 30s. "It doesn't matter, I'll just hide for a while anyway." Luo Lan calmed down, said, and leaned in front of Yang Kai. For a while, the distance between each other was less than a foot. She looked around, pointed to Yang Kai's side and said, "Can I stand here?" Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Lan gave a dry laugh, realizing that this space crack might be really small. At this moment, the Qi Yao Baoguang struck again swiftly, covering the entire Medicine Valley. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed behind Yang Kai, passed through the space crack, and rushed forward like a galloping horse. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1779. It's a bit crowded. Senior, your position is still very dangerous, I've offended you. Yang Kai suddenly said in a deep voice, then shot directly, grabbed Luo Lan's waist, and dragged her into his arms. Caught off guard, Luo Lan had no time to resist, and fell into Yang Kai's embrace. Ah, she exclaimed, and subconsciously raised her willow eyebrows. Sheng Yuan urged her to move. Senior, feel the back yourself. Yang Kai said very fast before Luo Lan shot in anger. Luo Lan was startled, and quickly released his divine sense to check the situation behind him. Seeing this, she couldn't help but change color. Just less than an inch behind him, the Qi Yao Baoguang flowed across, leaving only a very small space. If Yang Kai hadn't pulled her a hand just now, half of her body would be shrouded by the 7 luminaries' precious light. With the terrifying power of this precious light, one can imagine her fate. Even at this moment, her position is precarious, and the precious light that spread across the space crack seems to touch her body at any time, which is extremely dangerous. With a shiver all over his body, Luo Lan realized that he was afraid. She also knew that Yang Kai didn't intend to take advantage of her on purpose, but did so out of necessity, so she hurriedly dispersed her Saint Yuan and said awkwardly, "Sorry, I overreacted." "It's okay." Yang Kai shook his head, frowning secretly. His head was as big as a bucket now. Although the hiding places created by the cracks in space here are enough to accommodate him and Luo Lan, the current situation makes them both very uncomfortable. The two are almost face to face at this moment, and their bodies are close to each other. At the same time, Yang Kai could clearly feel the soft touch of Luo Lan's breasts pressing on his chest. The amazing elasticity and the 2 small bumps on his chest made him feel distracted for no reason. Especially when Luo Lan spoke, she almost breathed out at him. If people who don't know the truth see it, they may think that Yang Kai and Luo Lan are doing some shady business, but in fact, both of them are suffering. Yang Kai is better, after all, he is a man, although he is a little uncomfortable, but after calming down, he will not feel too uncomfortable. Then think about Su Yan and Shanning Sheng in his mind, and dispel all kinds of distracting thoughts, for a while then look as usual. On the other hand, Luo Lan's face gradually became more and more red, and there was a layer of bright red light on the fair and slender neck, which aroused infinite imagination. The delicate body held by Yang Kai was extremely stiff, but trembled slightly because of nervousness. She never thought that this encounter would make her have such close contact with a junior like Yang Kai. This is something that has never happened before. That firm chest, broad arms, and the masculine aura that is close at hand, all hit her mind like a scourge, making her unable to calm down. Her cheeks were as hot as a fire, and she could be sure that her face was absolutely blushing. Blushing so much in front of a junior. Luo Lan was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole in the ground, and never come out for the rest of her life. Thinking about the 7 luminaries' treasure light would take at least half an hour to recede, and she had to maintain this position with Yang Kai for half an hour. Luo Lan felt more and more uncomfortable, feeling uncomfortable all over. She twisted her body involuntarily. "Senior, you, don't move around." Yang Kai smiled wryly. He had just dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart, and he was able to keep the ancient well quiet. Luo Lan's actions made all his previous efforts go to waste nice, especially when he felt the 2 small bumps on his chest become hard. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Luo Lan became more and more ashamed, and lowered his head, burying it in his chest. "Let me turn around." After a moment of silence, Luo Lan suddenly suggested softly. It was really embarrassing for the two of them to face each other like this. If they turned around, the situation would be somewhat relieved. "Oh." Yang Kai nodded and let go of the hand that had been around Luo Lan's waist. Only then did Luo Lan turn around cautiously, lest he touch the Qi Yao Baoguang that was so close at hand. After a while, she turned around and turned her back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately discovered a new problem. When they were face to face, he could only feel the majesty of Luo Lan's enlarged breasts, but now he couldn't feel the other's soft touch and amazing elasticity. But the other's round buttocks just hit his lower body. The buttocks are straight and strong, and the touch is absolutely first class. Luo Lan obviously noticed this too. After turning around, his whole body froze as if struck by lightning, and he didn't dare to move at will anymore. Time passed, and both of them lived like years. Senior, Yang Kai suddenly said. Luo Lan was taken aback, and her whole body was shocked. In this awkward atmosphere, Yang Kai suddenly made a sound, which really surprised her a lot, especially when Yang Kai spoke. The breath he exhaled was just right. Sweeping on her earlobe, it was extremely itchy, as if someone was gently stroking her ear. I'll think about it carefully, I'd better go. Yang Kai said. Go. Luo Lan was taken aback. Where can you go now? After she stabilized her mind, she also understood that Yang Kai's proposal was obviously to take care of her innocence and reputation. Chaos, but commendable. But now the entire Medicine Valley is covered by Qiyao Baoguang, and Yang Kai has nowhere to go. Enter the space crack, Yang Kai replied. In there, Luo Lan was taken aback. Although she knew that Yang Kai was proficient in space power, she didn't know how profound Yang Kai's attainments in space power were, so when she heard Yang Kai say that, she was the first one to pop up. The thought of going out is dangerous. If you can't find a way out after entering, you will definitely be trapped to death inside. Yang Kai nodded. It's no problem for one person to hide in this place, but for two people, it's a bit too crowded. But, are you sure you can get out of there? It's okay to come out. Yang Kai nodded. He had already walked through the void crack once before. How could he not be sure about this kind of thing? Just in case the place where he came out was not Medicine Valley, but Lost Land. If there is a place, then his loss will be great, unless he stays still after entering and returns from tearing the space in place after a period of time. But he didn't want to explain this kind of thing to Luo Lan too much. After all, the relationship between the two is not very close. Luo Lan was silent for a while, and then said softly, actually, you don't have to take such a risk. We just stay here for a while, and wait for the Qiyao Baoguang to dissipate. That's fine. Yang Kai can consider her innocence. She certainly doesn't want Yang Kai to take too much risk. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I'll go. Yang Kai said with a smile, and was about to escape into the space crack behind him. Before he left, a thought suddenly came to him, and he said, by the way, Senior, the boy gave you something. What? Luo Lan asked curiously. As soon as the words fell, Yang Kai reached out and tapped her shoulder lightly. Senior, good luck. After Yang Kai finished speaking, the whole person escaped directly into the space crack, and disappeared in the next moment. The rear suddenly became empty, and Luo Lan was slightly absent-minded. After a while, he moved back and made himself safer. Until this time, she had time to check what Yang Kai had given her. Divine sense probed his shoulders a little, and the next moment, Luo Lan exclaimed, this is. I don't know why, when her divine sense probed the place touched by Yang Kai just now, she could clearly feel the fluctuation of the surrounding space power, and she could sense the existence of the hidden space crack around her. She finally understood what kind of gift Yang Kai gave herself. With this gift, she can travel unimpeded in this lost land, and no longer have to worry about encountering those hidden space cracks. Luo Lan was ecstatic. Thank you. Even though he knew that Yang Kai would not be able to hear his thanks, Luo Lan still said it for peace of mind. This encounter made her completely understand what kind of person Yang Kai is and how powerful his potential is. No wonder the young master Jiyu Jianxin would respect Yang Kai so much. It turns out that he himself has such charm and ability. In the past, Luo Lan had a good attitude towards Yang Kai. It was entirely because of Jiyu Jianxin, and the reason why he had to use his space power. But now, even without these factors, Luo Lan would not be inferior to the Void King because of Yang Kai's cultivation. The situation despises him. This kid has a good character and full of potential. It must be a good choice to make friends with him. In the future, there may be places where we need to rely on him. Luo Lan thought so in his heart, and secretly made up his mind. After returning to Cyan Wood Star, he must take care of Yang Kai's Double Shark Island Palace. Among the cracks in the void, Yang Kai was alone. Leaving a space mark on Luo Lan's body, allowing her to perceive the existence of space cracks, is not because of Yang Kai's obsession. From the beginning to the end, he didn't have too many thoughts about Luo Lan. He just felt that if Luo Lan was safe and powerful, his palace and super space magic circle on Cyanwood would be guaranteed. What's more, leaving a space imprint was just a matter of little effort for him. What loss? That being the case, why not do it? After entering the void crack, Yang Kai did not stay in place, but searched around. Anyway, Qiao Baoguang will retreat after half an hour, and he still has a lot of time to search for the real void spirit crystal in this void crack. In this way, his time will not be wasted in waiting at all, but he must confirm the location when he will go out, so as not to accidentally run out of the Medicine Valley. For this reason, he also deliberately left some traces on the spot, just to avoid this kind of thing from happening. If it really doesn't work, he will go back the same way, and I believe he will return to the place where he and Luo Lan separated. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read.